I know why it does that. You know, when I do it, it doesn't look as good when I have to transition and like it shows like the window behind it for some reason. I think it's because it's not loaded in yet. And then I switch to it and then it just like briefly flashes the wrong frame. Anyway, at least on OBS. I don't know if it shows actually on stream. Maybe it does. I don't know. I assume it does because the OBS preview, I assume, previews everything. Check out a thing where I can like make sure like it's always capturing, I guess. Well, it doesn't happen with game capture, I guess, but I always use display capture these days because I like to live dangerously. But also I put a lot of like, I mean, for two reasons. For one, I like the idea of just alt tabbing whenever I want, so I can like Google something. I don't know. I just like that dynamic. Because I can do that of game capture, window capture, but then I have to remember to go back to it. You know, it's annoying. I always forget to. I turn off window capture and turn on display capture, that kind of thing. And I, you know, more than once have I forgotten to like switch back, and it's like on the wrong screen for like 5 minutes while I talk about something else. Anyway, but also I do put a lot of precautions in, you know, have like a VPN. I even block the freaking IP thing on Google. When you search on Google, they show your IP at the very bottom for some reason. Like I block that element of ad block, I think, something like that. You know, things like that. But anyway, but today is Saturday, August 22nd, 2026. Just another day. But today I'm gonna continue playing the Use of Life. So the 8th stream of this. How many hours have I played? Again, like it's obviously a little inflated because I tend to read like games that don't have voice acting, which often are games I like to play. I tend to read aloud all the lines because I don't know, I just like doing that. It's fun. I like having some kind of like I don't know what the word is, but like some kind of input, I guess, besides just playing the game, you know, if that makes sense. Like the only differentiator of like my playthrough and another person's playthrough with no commentary is that I actually read all the text aloud. I don't know. In fact, when games already have voice acting, you know, and cutscenes and all that, you know, it makes me feel a little restless actually, because I feel like I'm not doing anything, you know, I'm just watching. Well, what's the point, you know, if I'm just watching? You gotta react, you know, that's why you gotta be a react content creator. You put your fucking face cam and make freaking what's it called, like soy faces, you know, whenever like something happens, like whoa. Anyway, I was gonna look at the hours. 30 hours, by the way. And the person, you know, a lot of reviews are kind of like 8 hours, 30 hours. So I mean, that's close to that person, but I've not even finished the second route really. 9 hours, 30 hours, I guess is about average, I guess. 20 hours. This person is 48 hours. This person probably got all the endings. I feel like, yeah, some people, I mean, it really is like for games with multiple endings and multiple routes. Some people just play one route and they play one ending and they, okay, that's it, bye, see you later. But people like me, especially when it's like a story focused game where you know, the actual like routes or endings matter, you know, it's not just like a slideshow at the end where like it's just a combination of your choices. Like again, I don't know why, but my default is Fallout New Vegas. It's just the game I think of when I think of like games where you can make a ton of like micro choices basically. I mean, you kind of choose a faction by the end sort of, but you know, it's like it's a lot of like side quests and, you know, kind of like incidental choices that you make or you may not make. Like DLC as well. If you finish DLC, it shows you like a little conclusion at the end as well. But you know, it's the slideshow thing where they just show you a bunch of like little slides of like what you did in your journey and the end, you know, basically. And it's like, that's okay, but like, I'd rather have like, again, I feel like this is far and few between, like actually, but like video games where an entirely different story is being told depending on a few choices that you make, you know. That's what I want. Not just the Telltale games like Walking Dead, you know, and like what's the like Dispatch, basically Dispatch, like like a game that's very similar to like The Walking Dead, which the Walking Dead video game. I don't know, Ad Hoc Studio, I don't know their like origins. Did they come from Telltale Studios? 'Cause I thought Telltale Games, or what do you call it, Telltale Games. I don't know. How do you spell their name? Telltale? Telltale, because there's Tall Tales, which is the actual phrase. But there's also Telltale, or whatever. But these guys. My fake birth date. These guys, now they call Skybound? What? I don't know. But Telltale was a developer, actually. They made a bunch of these kind of games. I mean, beginning with this one, where it's usually like a spin-off of some TV show, like Walking Dead as a TV show. I didn't even know that. But like, you make a game where it's like its own story, you make a different choices, and who do you save? Do you save this guy or this woman, and then if you choose different, this guy will die, that kind of thing. But my issue of these kind of games is like, while they're like very narrative focused and everything like that, it's kind of like a movie, TV show kind of thing. I mean, besides the little like weird, I don't know what to call it, but like sometimes like kind of games are kind of glitchy, actually, these kind of games, like in terms of like the actual like technical aspect for some reason. But besides that, I feel like the choices kind of end up don't mattering at the end, They're kind of like pop quiz, would you like to eat some popcorn, I guess, or would you like to eat candy, And it's like, you eat the candy, oh, and now this person feels sad, okay, and then you move on, I don't know, it's like, most of it just doesn't matter. And of course, some characters die and other characters don't die, but then they end up, it ends up not mattering, right? Because character B and character A, whether or not they lived or died, it didn't really matter to the main plot, The main plot just keeps going, and it's just the main plot. I don't know. Like, I want the entire plot of the game to be completely different depending on the choices, not just like some slight differences. That's my pet peeve, I guess. And to be fair, I don't know, it's like realistically, it is like a development like barrier, I guess. I don't know what you call it, but like, if you make a completely different game, basically a completely different story, you're making like 5 games in one game. But like, that's what I want, basically. I want a completely different game, like within the game, if that makes sense. Not completely different, but like, different story, right? The characters just end up in a different storyline, essentially. I mean, kind of like in this game, right? In the second round, it seems like it's completely different. Instead of like following Misha, you're actually taking care of a little girl for some reason, It's like, it seems to be a completely different story with a different conclusion, or potential conclusions, I guess. Really only 2 conclusions for each ending, or for each route, rather. Anyway, what am I trying to say? I think initially I was saying, yeah, compare like playtime. And like how some people, they like, for these kind of games, they're like, oh, I choose this ending, I got the ending, okay, and then they stop playing the game. But for me, especially if a narrative, or not narrative, but like story focused kind of game with multiple routes that are completely different, and they have like, different content, like, in the sense of like, it's like you fight different bosses, for example, you go to a different place, that kind of thing. To me, you're supposed to get all the endings, in my mind, because you want to explore all the content that's in the game. You're missing out if you're not actually getting all the endings. But again, it depends. Games where like your choices kind of don't matter, is like, I don't like, I'm not a completionist in that aspect, because the difference between like being, again, like in Fallout New Vegas, being like an NCR guy, or like a Caesar's Legion, or like siding with Yes Man, or was it not Yes Man? No, what was his name again? I forgot his name. The guy in the computer. Or like doing an independent ending where you just kill everyone yourself or whatever. I feel like in Fallout New Vegas, it doesn't really matter that much. It's too long of a game, to like, you go to the same places. Even if you're NCR, you still end up going to Caesar's Legion. If you're like a Caesar's Legion guy, you still end up going to NCR places. Like, the place locations are the same, choices are mostly the same. It's just, you're just choosing who you want to murder, basically, in Fallout New Vegas, and you get a little slideshow at the end. That's it. I feel like getting all the endings in the video game depends if there's more content. A common thing, actually, and I'm going whole, this is what happens. So I'm going whole tangent. But like for example, in Nier Automata, even before that, Nier Replicant and Nier Gestalt, whatever. Something I've noticed in a lot of streamers that I've watched who tried out this game, they get the first ending and they're like, you know, they get the second ending, they're like, ah, that's okay, I got the ending, I'm done with the game, you know. And it's like, no, you're not. You know, because to be fair, the second ending is bullshit, because it's like you're just playing through the game again, except with a different character. You know, I'm trying not to spoil too much here, even though it's like, you know, this is like a almost 10-year-old game, actually. 10 years, 9 years. It's 2026 now, so it's like almost 10 years. But you know, basically you play the game again with a different character, with a slightly different perspective, but mostly the same, because the characters are, you know, together most of the time. There's only like a few things that are like slightly different. You do like a few mini games that are slightly different, but that's it really. And the gameplay's not that different. Like his combat style is almost the same. You just press the square button or whatever. What is it? You press the attack button multiple times and you dodge, you know? I mean, it's not that different. He has like a hacking thing. Anyway, but basically, the second ending is kind of bullshit. But after you get the second ending, there's actually a third, you know, thing that happens that is completely different. It actually continues the story from the first ending, which is more content. It's just more of the game, you know. And you're not replaying the game, just New Game Plus. You're actually continuing the story to see more, actually. You know, you go into new places, you're fighting new enemies, and there's new characters, you know. So like, again, I don't like it when streamers are like, I don't want to get another ending, you know, it's just the same game again. It's like, well, you're missing out then. You're paying for what, 39.99 euros apparently, because I guess I'm in the Netherlands. You're paying 39.99 euros and you're missing out on half of the game. You know, you didn't finish the game, bro. I don't know. Again, I will say, to be fair, it is bullshit that Yoko Taro made us like just play through the game all over again as just a different character. That's not even that different, you know. If you're gonna make me play through the game all over again with a different character, you better make it like Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. And again, I only played the GBA version. I know there's like a 3D version. I never played that one, but I played the GBA version. In this game, by the way, I think, I can't remember how you unlock it exactly, but if you beat the game as Sora, by the way, in Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, if you didn't know, it's kind of like a weird like interquel, you know, that's not what we call it, but like it's like a game that takes place between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, and it's like his own little weird side story, which you know, has some important characters. You meet some of the Organization 13 characters, but anyway. Yeah, but it has like a weird combat system where like you use cards, you know, it's like a deck builder in a way, but like real-time deck builder, which I feel like you know, games haven't really been like modern like indie games. I haven't really seen a game like that actually. It's like very unique, you know. Anyway, but in this game you beat the game as Sora, and then you unlock Rebirth mode, or whatever it's called, which is, it seemed to be New Game Plus, but actually you play as Riku. You know, you play as Riku, which is basically this edgy, you know, rival character, basically kind of like a villain in the first game, but not really, because he was possessed by like a super bad guy. But anyway, but like, you know, he's like the rival character, because Sora's like, hey, I'm Sora, I'm the protagonist, Goofy, Donald, let's have an adventure. And Riku is like, the darkness, and the darkness will consume all, Sora, don't you understand? It's, you know, that kind of thing, basically. You know, like Sonic and Shadow. You know, I don't know. But he plays Riku, you know, which is interesting because it's like completely different gameplay. If I remember correctly, like like his deck had like less customization, I think, like you because throughout the game you actually get like different cards, you know, you unlock stuff, you get summons and stuff like that. The power of friendship, you know, you can summon like Tarzan or something, was it? Or not Tarzan, I can't remember. Well, you summon Cloud, I think. You summon Cloud, he does an Omni Slash. It was kind of cool. But anyway, but as Riku, you know, you don't really have all those things. You just kind of, you have your own deck that's just based on your darkness powers, basically, which is interesting, right? It's almost completely different play style in the same engine, but like different character that plays differently, and then you fight different bosses, you know, for the most part. I think, I can't remember, do you fight different bosses? I think you fight a few different bosses, like the, you know, Organization 13 thing. I mean, I remember the final boss definitely being different, I think, because you're Riku, if I remember correctly. But anyway, but yeah, Chain of Memories. Yeah, there was a remake. Was it this one? I thought it was remade on like PS3 or something. Was it for the PS2? I don't remember. There's also like different versions. There's Japanese versions, English versions, all like different versions. It's kind of confusing actually which game you're supposed to be playing, because there's a lot of like re-releases, you know. Anyway, but Chain of Memories, it was interesting because when you play the game again, you do play as a completely different character, and they play differently, you know, and from a different perspective and like that kind of thing, different story. It was interesting, right? So again, it is bullshit that you play as basically the other character in this game, but like it's not that different because they're together most of the time. So like, you know, you don't experience the most of the story the same. It is a lot of repeats, which I didn't like. Anyway, but I feel like, yeah, for games with like multiple endings, especially with endings that have more content to them, like for some people that play the game once and get one ending, they're like, that's it, you know. It's like, I feel like they don't understand. You know, they don't understand. You have to watch the post-credits scene, you know, in the movie or whatever. You know, you have to stay and watch after the credits. And you imagine, I mean, that's a common thing with movies. There's like a stinger at the end, I guess. But imagine like a movie does that, but actually like after the credits, it's only halfway. It's only halfway through the movie. There's actually another like 90 minutes or something. You know, the entire movie is left after the credits. You know, that kind of thing. Anyway, that's all just to say that it's interesting, you know, that I feel like if you want to like get the most out of this game, you gotta like see all the other endings, you know. And this one's on sale, 1365 euros, whatever that means in Canadian dollars. I do feel like this game is kind of pricey though for what it is. I mean, it's pretty low budget. It was in early access for so long. It's a little low budget, you know. I love the writing for the most part, and the game design and mechanics and all that. But I don't know. Is it worth the money? I'm not sure. I mean, it depends, right? For me, I am. I mean, I haven't finished the game yet, so I have to see what my opinion is. But so far, I do feel like it's worth it for me. You know, is it worth it for like another person? I don't know, right? It really depends if this really appeals to you, and that's the hard sell, I guess, you know. But oh, by the way, there's the Anthro Festival. What is this? I feel like Steam does this where like, you know, there's always some kind of event that pops up in the banner. I swear it's just advertisements. It used to be like a special thing, you know, like every like sale would be like its own thing, you know, and like it would be dated and be like, oh, an official event. I mean, especially like summer sales. But these days, I don't know, they just pop up every 2 seconds. They're like about specific things, and it's not that special, I feel like. I don't know. Anyway, but apparently it's furries. Is this custom art? Like, is this based on something? I don't know. This is like a stream. What is this? Is Mega Man? It's a One Step from Eden. They just made One Step from Eden, except, or you know, Mega Man Battle Network, but like furries, maybe. I don't know. Furries. I'm like a take it or leave it kind of guy when it comes to furries. I don't know. I don't have the same. I guess it's different for everybody. Just like with a lot of things. You know, some people grow up with pixel art, like me, and love pixel art, but then some people don't, and they hate pixel art or something. You know, the same thing with furries. I feel like if you grew up with like things that you liked that were furry adjacent, you know, you would have like nostalgia for it. You know, like like me with anime, basically. You know. But like, for me, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's not really something I was that into. But it depends, right? If it's like, I mean, especially when it's a little bit more anime-ish, you know, that's when I prefer it. Yeah, this game was like hyped up a lot. Never played it. I don't know. I just didn't like the gameplay. The gameplay seems to be like, you know, you're running around, it's roguelike, top down. I don't know. It's like Binding of Isaac in my head. I don't like Binding of Isaac. I don't know. I want Dark Souls, basically. Can you get Dark Souls? Where's a Dark Souls furry game? How about that? That probably exists, right? Somewhere? I don't know. I don't remember I played it. Also, this is Coffee Talk? This doesn't look like a furry game to me at all. There's furries in this game, and there's furries in this one, I guess. I mean, there's one furry right there, top, bottom right. I mean, I guess this slight, like, preview also had an old man with cat ears or something. I mean, I guess that counts. I don't know. Oh yeah, Bunny Graveyard. The second one? I should never play the first one. I actually put it in my backlog. I wanted to try out the first one. I just never did. But I can't remember if I did or not. I remember, like, because I saw it on Game Jolt. And, like, I put it on my, like, oh, you know, I'll get to this when I get to it list, which is probably a long list. that it's not like a documented list, it's just in my head, basically. It's just a bunch of games that are like, oh, I recognize, I checked out, I saw on the store page, and may have downloaded, maybe even played like 2 seconds of it, but like I never actually went back to it. Furry games. Burp Cafe. Okay. Oh yeah, Ori the Blind Forest. Very like hyped up as well. I don't know if I would like this though. I don't know. I saw a lot of game trailers of this. It just doesn't seem like something I would like. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Like Nine Souls, I don't know. In my mind, this is kind of like Nine Souls-ish. Because it's a platformer and there's like animals, anthropomorphic. What do you call it? Anthropomorphic creatures. Are they anthro? I don't know. I mean, kind of. They have hands. I don't know. But yeah. The problem, yeah, it's an action platformer. I mean, that's my problem. Is like, if it's just a platformer, I don't know. I'm just not interested. I never liked Mario that much, to be honest. Like Mario. That's the originator of platformers. 2D platformers is just Mario. And like, I don't know. I don't like Mario that much. It's okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to play Mario. I want to play a combination of Punch-Out and Pokemon. But like, not the Pokemon catching aspects, but like more so the exploration of aspects of Pokemon for some reason. I don't know, in my head, what makes me nostalgic about Pokemon was not the actual Pokemon, but rather the idea of traveling from town to town, defeating gym leaders and eventually attaining the goal of becoming the Pokemon master by defeating the Elite Four or something like that, The idea of just traveling to different places, and how different towns had different cultures to them for some reason. I don't know. Like Celadon City, is kind of like a big like mall, basically. I remember, was it Celadon? But like Lavender Town had like a big like tower, a bunch of graves, it was like creepy, that kind of thing, right? Like every little village and town just felt different. And the idea of just traveling to different places, and feeling like you're part of like a world, like a game world. I mean, I feel like that's where my passion of video games came from, the idea of exploring like a completely different like fantasy world. And that's what Pokemon was to me. The original Pokemon too. If 121 Pokemon was it? I can't remember. Something like that, because it included Mew or Mewtwo, whatever. I could be wrong. I don't know. I was on blabbing for too long. I didn't think it would blab on for so long. How many Pokemon are in the original? 151. I thought 121 for some reason. I remember the extra one because of Mew. But it was 151, not 121. I don't know why I thought 121. Anyway, 151. What was I trying to say? I totally forgot. As I scroll through these games that are on sale. Ah, here you go. Here's the use of life. Buried beneath all of these furry games. This one that I'm playing. But I forgot what I was going to say. Something about how like what I like about video games is the exploration aspect, and not just exploration in like like in Skyrim, just walking through a bunch of wilderness, but actually like going to places, going to a town, basically going to different like environments, that kind of thing. That's what I want out of a video game. And Punch-Out, Punch-Out because of Dark Souls. I'm not even the biggest Punch-Out fan really, but like, because I know about the Wii one, the Punch-Out Wii. That's when I think of Punch-Out, I think of the Wii version, to be honest. Though obviously I know about the Mike Tyson one, which which apparently got censored. You can't say, well, you can't not say Mike Tyson, but rather there's a version of the game where like they swapped out Mike Tyson for someone else because Mike Tyson was like controversial at some point. He bit some guy's ear. I don't know, something like that. Before he like retired. What was I trying to say? But like, yeah, a combination of Punch-Out / Dark Souls style combat, because I have to specify, because what I like about Dark Souls is treating it like Punch-Out, basically, because some people, they just get like a freaking one-shot build, or something, or they shoot lasers from 5 million miles away at enemies. No, I play as Punch-Out, basically, where I dodge and I counter and I parry, I mean, there's no parrying in Punch-Out, but like, a similar idea, right? Like the idea is countering like an enemy's attack patterns. That's what I want out of Dark Souls, and so that's what I want. You know, I want the exploration aspect of Pokemon and like the combat of Dark Souls. And I want that game. Where's that? I mean, I've definitely played some games that are kind of like that, close to that, and I like those. But I feel like it doesn't scratch that itch yet. You know, it doesn't really. It's not like my number one game. You know, if a game like that ever came out, it would be like my number one game. I feel like it has never come out yet. Again, a lot of games come close though, I feel like. Anyway. But let's play this game, I guess. Let's play Inuchi no Skyikata. Am I saying that right? Skyikata? Skyikata. Oh yeah, a bunch of like, because I showed my library before, like a bunch of like demos at this game. By the way, this game came out, by the way, they gave me a key actually. I don't know, I have to come back to it. I downloaded it, but I don't know. Also, this game, they also gave me a key. I want to play this eventually. Anyway, I don't know, it's just, I can only play video games on the weekend, okay? I just have limited time. I'm not like other YouTubers where they just crank out, you know, a video every day. I don't know, I'm just not in that mindset really. I just play games on the weekend, and I'll get to it when I get to it, which is probably like a long time. But and by that time, the value of me playing the game not even worth anything. But you know, like the whole point of like people, like developers giving keys to like YouTube channels is for them to like give exposure, market it, right? Basically. But like I'm not really, you know, I don't. I'm gonna take the key, but like. I'm not like a big YouTuber or anything. I'm not very like consistent in that sense. Or not consistent, you know, I play every weekend, but I don't know. I'm not really focused on growing my channel, I guess. Which I really should. I just don't have time. Like, cause on the weekdays, I have a job, you know? I don't know. Like, I have a full-time job, so like I don't have time. I don't feel like I have time, and I don't feel I have the mental energy really to really chase those views. All I really do is just play games on the weekend and talk over them every weekend. Like it's a weirdo. I just do it out of habit, I feel like. But I don't know. As long as somebody else out there enjoys it, I'm still gonna do it. I don't know. I'm just weird, I guess. Has it been 10 years yet? I feel like, I think at some point I said like I would do it for at least 10 years. I would play video games on the internet at least for 10 years. Like, you know, put videos out there. And after 10 years, if I'm not a super famous billionaire, you know, YouTuber or streamer or whatever, then I get to complain, you know, basically. Because I've been in the trenches. Because so many people, they complain. They start YouTube and they're like, I don't have 1 billion views after streaming like one game that's like super popular. And it's like everyone else is competing for. Like, what is this? You know, it's so unfair. And I can be like, you've seen nothing yet. You know, I've been at this for 10 years. I'm like the Glass Joe, you know, speaking of Puncho, like I want to be the Glass Joe of streaming. That's my goal. Like doing it for so long that eventually people notice my channel, but not because I'm good, like a good content creator. I just been doing it for so long that everyone like, I don't know, like pities me. I don't know, not pity, but like something. It's just like a anomaly, I guess. You know, someone who's just been doing it for so long and yet still has 0 views or something. Again, to be fair, not 0 views, not literally 0 views. I don't know, for some reason YouTube shows I have like at least 100 views for some of my streams for some reason in my VOD. I don't know, it's because people just click on it and then just leave. I'm not sure. It's still showing views, so I don't know. Also, what am I doing? I've been stalling for so long. Oh yeah, I was trying to do the timestamp. What was it? 32, 14. There you go. Something else I need to do, right? When I play like Beyond Citadel, you know, I have to put like a little, I don't have to, but like I like to put like a little content warning but for this game, I don't think it needs a content warning. So I'm gonna start the game. Crazy, I know. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's this one. I believe. Now loading. Alright. Okay. So, again, this is like the 8th stream of this game. I feel like I've been through a lot, you know, or not a lot, but like in this game there's been many things. But like basically, I finished the first route, got both endings of the other route, where basically you hang out with Misha, which is like this tomboy, I don't know, engineering rabbit girl, and you know, you got endings involving that, usually either trying to get revenge on the dragon that destroyed your entire village or not, basically, and just settling down and making a bunch of rabbit babies. But in this route, you choose not to actually follow Misha, and the story actually branches out from there. So it really does seem there's like just two very different main routes. For this route, you actually follow what's her, I already forgot her name, Veronica, I think is her name. You know, she like projects like a weird like astral projection thing, you know, in your face, like a Zoom call, and then she tells you about visiting her, and then she has like apparently knowledge about like surviving your curse or whatever, and so you follow what she says, and apparently you have to like save a child. And so you do, you find like a dragon girl, and then you adopt her basically. She's your daughter, sort of, but not really. But like, you know, the dynamic is really much like, you know, you're adopting a child. And then, you know, you go to like a festival, you eat some, you know, snacks. I fought some guy, I lost, but, you know, I got some pity money back, so I guess it wasn't a complete loss. And, you know, and now we need to go to the Mountain of Man-Eaters. I think initially Veronica said we needed to get some kind of flower, because that's another key ingredient in order to, like, de-curse us, apparently. I don't know. We're trusting her, apparently. She seems a little suspicious. I don't know, but we're just doing what she says while we're babysitting, like, a little girl. Which makes me think, well, I don't know, because obviously there's another like very like special thing that happened actually was that we used to have the Flame of Life and the Flame of Survival as our like stats on the top right, but they kind of combined and became the Flame of Survival, I guess, or yeah, Flame of Life, Flame of Power rather. Flame of Power, Flame of Life. Did I say that right the first time? I don't remember, but Flame of Life and Flame of Power initially were how do you say, they were influenced by the choices we make in the game, in the story, actually. And those kind of influenced the ending. But in this route, they combined and turned into the Flame of Survival. And now the other flame is like question mark, which I heavily suspect is just the girl, which is, I think her name is Kohaku, I think. So I think the difference is whether or not you prioritize your own survival, or do you prioritize your new dragon daughter? You know, who happens to be a dragon, by the way, we just learned. The same species that, like, murdered our entire, like, clan, I guess, but, I don't know. But I guess that's what it is, and I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna pick the choices that I feel natural, but I really do feel it, I don't know, the first time is probably gonna lean towards just protecting Kohaku. Like, I don't know, like, it just feels wrong to not. I don't know. It just feels like a psychopath. If you like, I mean, I guess you could play as a psychopath if you intentionally do it, but like, I don't know. It just feels wrong to not protect the child. You know, it's so cheap, by the way. Like, of course I'm gonna protect the child in the video game. At least the first time, you know? The second time, I'm gonna be curious and see I want to see what the other ending is like, but you know. But if the first time doing something in like a very like choice-driven game, I'm gonna pick what feels natural, and I don't know. I'm just gonna feel like I'm gonna end up like just protecting the child the whole time. So I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna turn out, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, we're the Mountain Man-Eaters. Bring our child to work. We're a bunch of man-eaters. As you make your way up to the mountain, there's this guy. The tourist blocks your path. He glances at the sword at your waist and stares at you like he's sizing you up. He's you know, so many like palette swaps of this tourist enemy. Do you want something, or you're strong, right? Fight me. I heard the choice of the Mountain Man-Eaters were bloodthirsty and want to fight strong opponents. So what should I say to this guy? I mean, yeah. I'm just gonna be like, you know what? Don't bother me. I'm no one. I'm just a rabbit with my weird child with like horns for some reason. How does that work? Yeah, we're weak. Whatever. I mean, I feel like that's what I would say. I'd be like, I don't need to fight, so see you later. Whoa, what? Can't you see I'm a rabbit folk? Why in the world would I be strong? Please, you're pulling my leg, right? You're a bad liar. You're strong. And why do you think that? No openings, a confident aura, a sharp look in your eyes. Only those who fought their way through hell have what you got. You're strong. With that, the tourist draws his sword and assumes a fighting stance. You can tell from his form that he's learned many techniques through a lot of training. So he's looking for strong opponents regardless of their race. Very, very progressive, you know? I see. I guess that's why everyone calls him bloodthirsty. This tourist doesn't have the same boorishness as the ones you fought before. He's challenging you as a warrior and won't underestimate you for your race. You know, it's in this mountain, you know, diversity is key. Yeah, I don't know. Stay back, Kohaku. It looks like I have no choice but to fight. You're strong after all. So you gotta. You still... Wait. I mean, if you said that before, you would have outed me, you know? I feel like... You steal yourself and begin to fight the chores. Gotta fight the chores, I guess. What are you weak to? Are you weak to something? Oh yeah, I can enchant my thing for 3 turns. Raise my strength or raise my intelligence. I will raise my strength, and then I will slash at you, I guess. Or should I wait first? Should I wait to... I don't know, actually. Should I want to wait for have a strong attack? I don't know. I want to save my points first, so later I can do like a stronger attack. Intercept? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Intercept stance. Okay, enchant thunder and then quadruple edge, double edge. Intercept. Nani? Strike counter. Okay, well I still got you. Wow, what the heck was that? You know, like I don't know. Did I have to press? I pressed left and then left again, but like he had the QTE for some reason. It was confusing. Was he doing the QTE or was I doing the QTE? I'm not sure. Quadruple step, and then slash. Bam, bam, bam. Ah, I have my like sword that is like enchanted. I buff my sword. I simply buff my sword. You see. Wow, it lasts a long time. I thought when it said 3 turns, I thought 3 rounds. But actually, it lasts 3 whole, like, you know, full turns. So it's still going even now. That's crazy. Well, I'm just gonna murder you then. Bam, bam, bam. Very effective. I guess thunder, though, is kind of like... Is lightning, but technically it's fire? You know, I don't know. In this game, it said like it had heat damage, so, you know... I think chores are weak against fire, so it technically counts as heat damage. So even though it's called Thunder Sword, it's really just you know, flaming sword. But anyway, ew. Gosh, are you okay? So how do I do like a little girl voice again? I do it like, gosh, nah, I don't know. Gosh, are you okay? Are you okay? Bust the wolf. After the fight against the chores, Kohaku comes up to talk to you. If you're hurt, I'll heal you. Kohaku heal. Oh, okay. She has the power to heal wounds. She can heal you back to full HP. Her healing powers also persist for a while. You'll recover HP every turn in your next battle. Wait, but you have to use it first or something? Thanks, you're a great help. I can only do it a couple times though, literally a couple times. If I heal people too much, I get really sleepy and pass out. I guess I can't get her to heal me after every single fight then, you know, like a Pokemon Center. Kohaku's power can only be used so many times and only outside of a battle. The number of times Kohaku can heal you will also not be refreshed when you proceed to the next chapter. You'll have to decide on the best time to get healing. So, even when there's a new chapter, you still only have 2 heals. Well, in that case, I'll just never use it. I'll just never use these heals then. I don't know. Like, what do you mean? It's like giving me like, what's it called? Divine... What's it called? Like divine something. You know in Dark Souls? Like the divine... Was it tier? I can't remember. But basically, the full healing item that you get in Dark Souls for limited quantities. And you use it once, it's gone forever. I just never use it. You know? You don't give me like a limited consumable and expect me to use it. Ever. So I'll just never use it. Multiple paths. Classic. Empty dead end and upward slope. Well, obviously we're going to a dead end. Along the way, you do a little, you know, what do you call it? A slot machine thing where you're like, ooh, you know, get a random event. Boom. Ah, okay. Okay, I don't know. It's bad actually. Usually the orange icon means like it's a super tough enemy, and especially if you like fight it early on, it's gonna be really tough. A wolf jumps out from the shadows and attacks you. Huh? You quickly block its fangs and claws with your sword and push the wolf away as you jump back yourself to put some distance between you. The wolf inches closer with a low growl and pounces at you again. Uh-oh, that's not good. What was it weak to? I mean, everything, apparently in the Man-Eater Mountains, it's very cold. So I imagine the only thing that everyone is weak to would be fire, I feel like. You know, or thunder, or whatever it is. Let's do, well, I don't know. Double edge. Double edge. Oh, I imagine this wolf is pretty fast. Gotta be quick on the arrow keys. I'm losing a lot of health though, which is not great. I don't want to heal though, but I will, I guess. Bam, bam. A lot of crits. How am I getting so many crits? Like, my technique is not that high. You know, technique is what gives you critical hits, you know? What if I enchant, like, thunder and ice? How does that work? I don't know how that works. I don't know if that would be a good thing or not. I don't know. Quadruple edge, double edge, double edge. Bam, bam. Well, turns out it wasn't that tough after all. You know, I remember, like, when I think it was off screen, but, like, when I was replaying that first part, the first chapter, so I can get to the part where, you know, you can make the important decision of whether or not to follow the pink bunny girl or the big booba bird lady, you know. When I went through the first chapter again, I did actually get one of those random events where it landed on the orange icon, like the orange enemy icon, where you find the elite enemy. I think you end up fighting, like, the dog, like the fire dog in the first chapter. But I got, like, super early on. And, like, to be honest, I remember the battle, like, being impossible, actually, like, because you have the starter weapon, you know, and, like, no armor and no skills, so I just kept attacking and did, like, 2 damage, and then the fire dog shot me with fire, you know, and I try to survive as much as I can, but, like, basically you get 2 shot, and then I lost, you know, so I had to restart. It wasn't so bad, because you just kind of, like, start right before you roll, you know, the random encounter again, and you just get a different one. But I remember that happening, so I was like, okay, well, I thought that was gonna be a tougher fight, but actually, it's not that bad. I don't know. It's a weird, like, difficulty curve, this game. Anyway, it kind of is very reminiscent of, like, CRPGs. Like, a lot of CRPGs I played in the past, you know, because I played Baldur's Gate 3. I've also played the first one, Baldur's Gate 1. Never finished it, no, but I got I feel like almost halfway. I also played, what's it called? The other one made by the same developer as the third Baldur's Gate. I played... What was it called? I forget what it's called. It's made by Larian Studios. Larian Studios. Like this guy. This guy? No, these guys. Plural. Right, Divinity. I also played Divinity Original Sin 2. Never played the first one. I just played the second one. I just decided to, I guess, because it seemed interesting. I actually did stream this. So yeah, I played Divinity Original Sin 2. I played a lot of games, actually. I played Tyranny, I think, a little bit as well. I played a little bit Tyranny. I played, Pillars, Pillars of Eternity. I was, I always liked the idea of CRPGs, but then I end up playing and never finish it. Usually. The only exception was Baldur's Gate 3. And even then, I didn't finish, like, editing all the VODs still, but anyway. I don't know if I'll ever get back to that. Ever. I don't know, I always like the idea of CRPGs. It always feels like, oh, you have a lot of choices you can make, you can build characters, you can do whatever you want, right? But I don't know, what puts me off by the end is like, it gets boring because most of the choices that you make are just in text boxes, it never feels like anything actually happens. Ironic because, this is also in text boxes, but like, I don't know, it feels like a different perspective because you actually see the characters, if that makes sense. Because usually in these games, all you see are like these little sprites, and like little portraits, small portraits. But like in this game, you actually see the characters make faces, it's like it's very anime visual novel, right? That's the difference between visual novel and like CRPG style like dialogue boxes. I don't know. They often have like little like big little things that cover the entire screen. It's like just text, like a book. I don't know. I don't like it as much. Even when it's voice acting, I don't know. And again, it's the same thing I said before, where like it always feels like your choices don't really matter that much. You always end up in the same places for the most part. Even you play as a good guy or a bad guy, you just end up just fighting the same enemies. I don't know. Nothing changes that much, I feel like, by the end. Anyway, but what I'm trying to say though, why did I bring this up? I brought that up because in CRPGs, often the difficulty curve is like really hard in the beginning for most CRPGs. I mean the classic ones anyway. Very hard in the beginning because you don't have a lot of resources, not a lot of choices to really make on your like character building as well. So like you just end up with all the basic skills, and so it can actually be very hard because of that, right? Because you're very limited in how you're able to like succeed in a fight. But like in the mid game, it's like very easy actually because you tend to be very powerful and get a lot of like rare loot and like a bunch of like cool stuff and finish all the side quests. You're like upper leveled or something. But by the end though, it gets really hard again. Like there's always some kind of like bullshit like super boss because they assume you're super powerful, so they have all these like weird gimmicks that try to murder you. But anyway. So I feel like the difficulty curve, like CRPGs, is kind of like a weird U shape. It's like the inverse bell curve. That's how I feel like, anyway. I guess here's another random encounter. Hopefully, it's not another wolf. Instead, it's an item. Gosh, what's this? Waku seems to have picked up something. She holds it up to show you. That's a healing item. It's a pretty good item. And she goes, eh. Great. Why do anime girls go eh? It makes no sense. Like real Japanese women, they don't go eh, so where that comes from? I don't know. Do they go eh, or do they also go oh ho ho? They don't go oh ho ho oh ho ho ho, the rich girl laugh, whatever. Oh ho 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 ho. You feel cold air coming from the left, and upward slope continues to the right. Choice is up to you. Well, that looks interesting. Let's go left. As you walk, your surroundings gradually become colder and colder. Cold air swirls around you. Is it just me, or is it getting colder? No, it's not just cold, it's freezing. And the ice cold air seems to be very intentionally directed towards you. And the source of the cold air is some sort of creature that appears to be made of ice. You feel that has a mind of its own. A nice sprite, huh? Ice sprites are magic creatures. They freeze their targets solid to absorb their mana and maintain their physical bodies. Unfortunately, I'm not about to let you freeze us to death. The air becomes even colder. You decide to attack the ice sprite before it renders you immobile. I imagine it's weak against fire. Let's enchant my sword again. I just keep enchanting my sword forever. Really, that's all I do. Like, what else am I supposed to do? Enchant my sword of ice? That would make no sense. And bam, critical. Maybe the enchanting the sword of thunder makes it crit more, maybe. Man, taking so much damage though. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. You dead yet? Good. Curse XP. Oh yeah, I should use that Curse XP. Totally forgot about that. At the end of battle, you manage to shadow the ice sprite's core. The mana that forms the sprite's body dissipates as the temperature returns to normal. Phew. But that was kinda chilly. Not sure I would use the words kinda or chilly to describe that. Wait, maybe that wasn't all that cold for a dragon. Although Kohaku looks like a human, she's still actually a dragon. It might be inaccurate to assume she feels things the same way as normal creatures. Reminded of Kohaku's unique nature, you continue your way up the mountain. I guess she doesn't need a coat, you know? I mean, she breathes fire, right? She has her own, like, heater inside her belly. I don't know. How does that work? Let's see. I would like more strength. And... fine, a little bit of technique. And, oh yeah, I should probably heal. I hate using healing items, though. Kohaku heal. Now, let me read the description. Again, apparently these are consumed forever, so I feel like I just never want to use it, but like... Gosh gets hurt all the time. It makes me really worried. I wish I could heal him every time he gets hurt, but I can't use my power too much over and over. It's so frustrating. Trolling Gosh is a lot of fun, but he always has to fight. I hope he'll get to live... I hope he'll get to live peacefully without getting hurt so much every day. Okay. Or she's like the pure, innocent girl that would never hurt a fly. And always worried about you, you know? So obviously you protect her, like you have to. Oh yeah, I could also use these. I have the Coron specialty and like Deadline tea. I'll just use these mana berries instead, I guess. Whatever. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I mean, that's a trope, right? I feel like in a lot of stories where the child is like just perfect in every way. In the sense like they can do no wrong. They're like a Mary Sue in a way. Like the only weakness is like they're a child, you know, basically. In the sense of like, you know, combat abilities. I'm trying to think, is there like a, I swear, was there like a game, was it a game or like a anime or some kind of show or like exactly that kind of trope where like it's the perfect innocent child but then they turn evil somehow? I don't know, I can't remember. Was it something like that? I don't remember. I don't know, I swear there's, I can't, it's so vague in my head because I can't remember anything, I guess. But I swear there's some kind of story where it's like that, you know, pure innocent child the whole time, the whole story or whatever, they're like, you know, like innocent and nice and caring and all that. But by the end, they get like sacrificed or something and they turn into like an evil creature somehow. But despite all that character development and like establishment, you know, that they were like, you know, just like a very like, you know, good-natured child, they suddenly turn super evil out of nowhere. Just because, you know, and I don't remember why or what it was or where this comes from. I just remember like being kind of pissed off, you know, like what do you mean? What do you mean they just turned into like a 180 somehow? It's magic, I guess. And that's why I hate magic, you know? I don't like magic. Anyway. This is a cave. However, the air becomes colder the closer you get, freezing the surrounding area. Ooh, it's so smooth. The ground is frozen over and become very slippery. It must have been a rare sight for Kohaku, who starts to walk around excitedly. Wah. But she slips and falls. She slips and falls. She groans painfully as she rubs her bottom. And she fell on her ass. Ice is really slippery. It's pretty dangerous, so watch out. Whoa! Speed check. As you try to warn Kohaku, you also slip on the ice. Having lost your balance, you roll like a 100-sided dice, you know? And succeed! Whoa there. You slip, but you manage to find your footing right before you actually fall. Ooh. Kohaku stares up at you as you stand firm. He seems to be waiting for you to finish your sentence. Watch out. It's dangerous. Yeah, you almost fell too. Exactly. Your XP though. You know, if this was like a slice of life story of like a father taking care of a daughter, like he would slip himself and then they would laugh, you know? It would be like a goofy, wholesome moment. Which reminds me, there's an anime like that actually. I think I watched it. It was Usagi Drop. At the time when it was, you know, released and everything, I actually thought it was kind of good, you know? You know what? This is exactly what it reminds me of. This is literally Father Slop. Literally about a father, or well, a guy basically that happens to adopt like a little girl, and then the whole anime is about him like trying to like, you know, get used to like being a father, right? Just out of nowhere. And like a lot of moments about like taking care of a kid, you know, and like how she's a child and she's innocent, and it's like she doesn't know much about the world, but she tries her best, you know. You're supposed to make you like feel all sentimental, you know, that kind of thing. And a very controversial ending though, at least the manga, because the anime, you know, like a lot of anime, it kind of ends before the manga, right? But the manga continues the story, and like basically she marries him, and it's kind of weird. I don't know, a little controversial because of that. I mean, I never read the manga, so I don't know how it really is. But I mean, taking without any context, it is kind of weird. Like this whole time it's supposed to be this story, but you know, it felt like it in the anime anyway. Like I felt like a very like wholesome story about like dude, you know, suddenly like trying to take care of a child basically out of nowhere, right? Like literally adopts like a kid, and all those like little like, you know, like all the like how do you say, all the challenges, I guess, all the challenges and the stress that comes from being a parent, I guess, but also like the wholesome moments, you know, of like, oh, you know, she's like a good daughter and you're taking care of her, and you know, blah blah blah. But yeah, so it feels weird that that's what the anime was. I felt like what it was about, but then suddenly it becomes romance out of nowhere. So I don't know. It's like it was mostly meant to be parental, right? Parental dynamic. It suddenly becomes romance. I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's that. Was that myth? Whatever. I forget what it's called, but like, there's a Japanese, like, very old, like, story, I guess. That's almost kind of like that, you know, where like it's about like a dude taking care of like a young girl, but then she grows up and then they marry, you know. It's like that's actually a very old traditional trope actually in Japanese like culture, I guess. I don't say culture, but like, you know, kind of like Shakespeare, you know. It's like a classic Shakespeare play, you know, in a way. It's like that kind of equivalent anyway, I would say. What is it? I don't remember what it was. It's like was it a prince or something like that? I can't remember. Anyway, but that's all just to say, at least in, you know, at least in Japanese stories anyway, it's like not that surprising, but like still kind of weird, you know. I don't know, like again, it just, the story just felt completely different. Like she just marries him at the end or something. That's weird. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll see. If this story goes in that direction, I was just thinking if this game goes in that direction too, it would be kind of weird. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. Anyway, but if it's slippery, it'll be even harder to move in battle. Speed halved in battle. Oh no. Avoiding enemy attacks will become more difficult. But skoshi, or what's the word for like butt in Japanese? Like sukashi? I don't remember. But anyway, however, I should try wearing these boots then that I bought earlier. in the city. You bought clawed boots back in the city. As long as you have them, your speed won't be halved during battles in icy or snowy areas. Aha! Wait a minute, what do you mean like as long as you have them? You know, does that mean you can lose those boots? I wonder if you can lose those boots. Like what happens like I don't know, for somehow and for some reason you have to choose between keeping your boots or saving Kohaku, you know? Does your new like awesome shoes, are they valued more than your adopted daughter? Just imagine. And then you choose the shoes. I don't know. I swear, because I remember like people obsess over the shoes actually. I don't know, it's not really a thing I understand that much. But I swear, I used to live in an area where like I passed through a mall to go to work basically. And like early in the morning before the stores even open, people would line up in front of a shoe store. And I don't know why, but I assume it's to get the latest new shoes or whatever, the newest Nikes or whatever it is. And you know, people obsess over that kind of stuff. I don't know. For some reason. Maybe to like, I don't know, maybe they're scalpers? I'm not sure. Maybe they sell the shoes. Maybe they don't care about the shoes themselves. They just sell the shoes. I don't know. They buy the shoes and they sell it later. It's a limited edition. I don't know. Anyway. Ew. It's super cold and so pretty. When you step into the cave, an icy world unfolds before you. The ground is coated in ice and the cave is dotted with countless ice crystals. This must be the work of an ice sprite. You doubt a sight like this would occur in nature, not even on a snowy mountain like this. You might have to keep your guard up while you're in here. Well then. Okay, to the right is an ice crystal, but you see even a larger ice crystal to the left. I don't know. Wait, left or right? Well, I don't know. Let's check. I want to check both anyway, so... What the... You approach the ice crystal to see a spindly human inside it, their body visibly deteriorating from having their mana absorbed by the crystal. The ice crystal starts to glow brighter and brighter until it flashes so bright that you can't look at it. Ah! And an ice sprite is born before your eyes. It appears ice sprites are born from ice crystals that feed on other creatures to build up enough mana. The ice sprite spins around the air and blasts you with cold air. You know, what the heck? Frickin' newborn ice baby tries to murder you. Guess we're next. At this rate, you'll be frozen and meet the same end as the person in the crystal. There you... Fire! I was gonna... Hadoken? Hadoken's not fire. Who's the character in Street Fighter that shoots fire? Oh yeah, Yoga Fire! Yoga Flame! I mean, we could use a fire spell. I kind of just want to fight it. I mean, either way, it's kind of the same. I feel like, so it doesn't really matter. I just don't want to use all my mana, though. You know, I'd rather just enchant my sword and then fight, because enchanting the sword uses less mana. You might think we're ideal prey for you, but we're not going down that easily. You fight back. Enchant Thunder. Quadruple Edge, Double Edge. Yeah, got grazed. Yeah, I got grazed. Keep getting grazed. That's not good because we still take damage. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You know what? I'm gonna smash. See if that works. I might not even need to, actually. Okay, yeah, we just kill you. See, we use less mana overall. I'd rather not use the 100 mana. And save my mana. Alright. Curse XP. Actually, you can't level anything up right now. Get any skills? No, not right now. I'll get one more SP for that. Go over here. And random encounter. Yeah, money. Gosh, you can have this. Kohaku hands you something. You look down to see a sparkly rock. What's this? A pretty rock. I picked it up just now. Kohaku puffs out her chest and answers with a satisfied smile. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. This is Something feels off about the rock. You take a better look at it. It doesn't look like anything special, but you see or rather you feel a faint power from within. Is this a luminous ore? It can't be used in its current state, but it can be very powerful after being processed. It's very valuable. You can sell it for money. I'm pretty good at finding stuff like this, you know? I used to give them to people in the village a lot, because they'd be so happy when I did. You know, as it turns out, everyone was using it as child labor to get free money. They said it helps make them a living, make a life. Luminous ore can sell for a significant price. Kohaku doesn't seem to realize it, but it might have been a source of her village's income. You can use it to make a life too, gosh.
Hey, go get a life. Get a life, Anna.
What was it from that game? The Enna game? The barbecue Enna game? Dream barbecue? And the wizard says like, go! It's time for you to get a life! Or something. I can't remember the exact dialogue. I always never remember the exact quote. I always misquote literally everything. But that's what I remember in that game. The wizard tells Anna to go
get a life. Get a life, Anna. Stop browsing, stop browsing Reddit and get a life, Anna.
Sure, I'll do that. 2,000 gold. Oh, and there's more here actually. I didn't realize. I thought it was a dead end as well, but turns out there's a little bit more. I don't know if we can get up there though, because I see a sword that seems probably very good. It's like surrounded by fire, and it's glowing red. It's probably like a fire sword. It's probably useful in this fire, or rather this ice mountain full of ice people. And I killed them with my ice, or rather fire. So I keep mixing up my ice and fire. Anyway. Wow, it's so huge. You come across a gigantic ice crystal. It's surrounded by especially cold air that's pulsating with powerful mana. What's this? Something glows from within the crystal. Kohaku walks a few steps closer to it, but... Kohaku, don't get any closer. You grab Kohaku's shoulder to stop her. The very next second, a giant column of ice bursts out from the ground. Just a whisker away from the tip of Kohaku's nose. It's a magic attack. Oh, that was scary. Was it a hole? Hole! I don't know how to say that. The column of ice is rapidly surrounded by icy air. Soon cracks appear on the column's surface. And it shatters, revealing a giant ice sprite. It's several times larger than a regular ice sprite, and you can tell it's much more powerful too. Kohaku, stay back! The giant ice sprite directs icy air at you. With how close you are to it, there's no way you will be able to avoid confrontation. You push to stun Kohaku behind you, ready yourself for battle. It's a bigger ice sprite. That's a bigger. That was simply like, well, in Photoshop, most likely this is just the original size, but then the developer simply shrink the other ones, If they resize the other ones for like the normal size. Ice bind. Don't bind me, bro. I can break these binds. Kinda slow actually, slower than the other ones. Ice gravel. Oh yeah? I simply dodge it. I'm tempted to use heavy smash. It's too early. I don't want to use like my red skills too early, because then the enemy will have a turn. So I will, let's see, how many CP do I recover each turn? I think it's 2 or 3. I'm gonna say... Oh, no, it matters that much. Let's just do a double edge and then slash. Ice lariat. Oh yeah? You missed. I shot legs. You fool. You describe where you're gonna aim so I know where to dodge. Imagine having like a super move. Like Kamehameha, but you're like, attack, legs, leg attack, Then you know where to dodge. The enemy knows where to dodge it then. Alright, let's do, you know what? Let's just do cross break. That tends to do a lot of damage. Damn. Oh man, not enough to kill. Okay, good thing this enemy's like really slow. It's really easy to dodge, as it turns out. Triple ice. It's like, okay, I'll have to dodge 3 attacks then. Okay, bro. You know, I'll attack boost anyway, even though this is overkill. You know what? Attack boost,
Heavy smash.
just because, just in case. I don't know. You know, literally easier than the small ones because it's slower. So. Having been defeated, the ice sprite's body starts to melt and crumble. The surrounding air rapidly warms up and returns to normal. That sprite must have been the one behind the abnormally cold air here. The gigantic ice crystal also falls apart upon the defeat of the ice sprite. They must have been strongly connected in some way. And from the remains of the ice emerges... ice armor! A set of armor. At a glance, it looks like a regular, though well-used set of armor, but it's extremely cold to the touch. Has this been here for a long time? Probably. You obtain a set of armor infused with powerful magic and leave the area. I don't want to use it though, because it's probably slow. Right? Looking at the icon, yeah, it's heavy. Gives you cold resistance though? I'd rather just dodge things. That, you know, that's my reasoning. This is why I say this is a Souls-like, even though it's not a Souls-like. Like, it has a lot of, like, similarities in terms of its game design, in the sense that in Dark Souls, at least in the original Dark Souls anyway, you never really want a heavy roll. You don't want like fat roll. So usually you don't want to put on the heaviest armor because you can't dodge, basically. So you rather actually prioritize lighter armor, so you're able to just have at least like a medium roll. I mean, light roll means, especially Dark Souls 1, like the light roll is very important because that's how you get the most invisibility frames and recovery frames. So you're able to just dodge attacks, you know, more consistently. It's like that in this game, you know. It's like even though you get like cool armor and everything, you can't wear it because, you know, it's too heavy. Now, to be fair, Dark Souls 1 though, you can increase your endurance, I think, or whatever it is, like your weight limit with some kind of stat, and it changes, you know, throughout the Dark Souls games, like how that works. But like in the original Dark Souls, you can increase your weight limit, so eventually you can wear like super heavy armor and, you know, dodge normally, which is kind of goofy at times. Oh yeah, there's like a flip ring, like a dark wood grain ring you can get by killing an NPC. You can like flip like a ninja, you do cartwheels, even like super heavy armor, because it kind of bypasses the medium row, I think, or something. Anyway, but it gets very goofy though, you know, where like for some reason you're wearing like super heavy armor and yet you're able to just dodge normally, you know. I feel like, I don't know, obviously I don't know how it would be balanced, but like I feel like there shouldn't be like a, I don't know, and like in Souls games anyway, there should just be like a standard like type of dodge connected to the armor instead of this weird like weight limit thing, you know. It should just be based on like what kind of armor you're wearing, or like you have like a heavy like weapon or whatever, just like in this game, and then that would influence your ability to dodge instead of like just stat based, you know. Because yeah, you end up in a situation where you know, you can do cartwheels and like full like Havel's armor, which is like, you know, the heaviest armor in that game, I'm pretty sure. Heaviest, or not heaviest? I think it's the heaviest, most defensive stats. Anyway, but let's see. What should I level up? I don't know. I'm gonna level up. I'm gonna level some strength. More strength. Unga bunga. Probably very useful because the enchant weapon actually amplifies your strength, so I probably want more strength. Can't go up there though, so probably have to go from the other side. I'll just simply leave. Oh yeah, let me use, you know what? I'll use a Quorum Specialty. Unless I have anything else? I don't think so. Quorum Specialty. Very nutritious. It can last a while. Num 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 num. And that makes me hungry. You know, how was it like described? I think it was just a piece of meat. You know, it's basically steak. Apparently you just have steak. Somehow. I mean, I guess it's dried steak. It's like jerky, really. The way it was just described initially, it just sounded like steak. So you're eating like delicious steak. Hey, found him! He's over here! As you make your way down the path, you're suddenly surrounded by a pair of tourists. What do you want? Do you really need to spell it out for ya? You're the rabbit swordsman who killed our friend! At that, the tourists point their swords at you. It seems that your victory against the tourists near the entrance has been made known in the area. These warrior chores only want to fight the strong, and they must see you as a great opponent to fight. I see. Well then, who's going first? If they want to test their abilities as warriors, one-on-one fights would be ideal. You ask the duel which one of them wants to fight you first, but what, you gotta honor duel. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? 2 against 1, duh. We fight best in pairs. It's just common courtesy to fight at our strongest. Oh, alright then. It seems like by their manners, it's considered more polite to fight to the best of their abilities, even if it means pairing up to fight one opponent, you know? But my honor duel, my honor rules that I made up, you know, in PvP, in Dark Souls PvP specifically. No chugging, no Estus healing, no buffs. Star Fox only, final destination, you know, no items. Seeing no way out of fighting at a disadvantage, you ready yourself for battle. But then Kohaku's voice rings out in a light-hearted tone. Another fight? Gosh is having such a hard time. Can't we at least get a reward if he wins? Well, if you win, you can do whatever you want with the stuff in that hut. He points to a house behind them. It looks rather shabby, but what could be inside? Loot! Winner's property! I mean, I would have looted your house anyway if I killed you, but... At that, the chores commences their attack. Okay. Okay, bro.
Enchant Thunder.
Slash slash. Intercept stance. Uh-oh. Last time that happened, I was really confused. So, like, I don't know what that means. Aha! You tried intercepting me, I simply destroy you. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do now? I'm gonna counter step. You know why? Because they often attack in pairs. So probably I'll get some value out of this. And then quadruple edge and then slash.
Counter step. Ha!
No, attack me 2 times. I gotta get some value out of this. Oh, only 1 time, damn it. Assault was only like 1 time. It's not that much value. It's a little bit, I guess. It's better than just being attacked like 3 times, you know, only. Anyway, you know what?
Heavy smash.
Slash, slash. Turns out I win. Which is always the case in like anime, and video games, and TV shows, and movies, you know, like usually like when you have a numbers disadvantage, it's not that big of a deal. You just do some kind of bullshit AoE move and kill everyone. But like in real life, I mean, again, in Dark Souls, I keep referring to Dark Souls, but like being at a disadvantage in terms of numbers is actually a big deal, you know? Because in real life, you can't really focus on like 2 things at once very well, especially if they're attacking like, you know, from both sides. That's like, really hard actually. Like people underestimate how hard that is. Even like professional like fighters, like real professional fighters, are at a real disadvantage if they're fighting multiple opponents, you know? In like self-defense situations. It's like a big deal actually, being mobbed by multiple people. It's like really, really difficult. And I feel like one of the only games that kind of like accurately simulates that is Dark Souls. Because in Dark Souls, being attacked by like multiple enemies, even if they're like not that strong 1v1, but like if they all attack you all at once, it's kind of hard to dodge everything, right? Especially if they attack in just the right timing, where like you try to dodge one, but then you get hit by the other, you know, as you recover from the dodge, that kind of thing, right? So often, actually, it's like quite difficult, especially in PvP, when you're like an invader. I mean, often in the more modern Souls games, or not modern, but the more recent Souls games anyway. Often when you're invading, you are ganked. Basically, you have to fight multiple opponents because that's how that works. You are prioritized invading worlds with multiple opponents, or rather with a host that has a summon, basically. And so often you are outnumbered, and it's really hard actually to be able to handle that. At least without being like super sneaky, I guess, and you know, doing some kind of ambush and and stuff like that. Now then, what's inside? You enter the hut the chores pointed at. You're apparently allowed to do whatever you want with what's inside now you defeated them. I mean, they're dead. What are they gonna do about it? You know, either way, I was gonna take their stuff. It's a very shabby hut though, more of a resting spot than an actual house. You probably won't find anything that valuable no matter how much you search. Well, this is probably everything useful. I got some money though. You search the house and find some money, jerky, and one last thing. Oh, okay. Cutlass. Oh, well, I already bought one. Or northern garb. I don't know if this is better or not. It's like less magic defense though, more physical defense. Which is not really a good thing, necessarily. I mean, depends, I guess. We're fighting like ice sprites, or we're fighting like just choruses, but like how would I know who we're fighting before we actually have the encounter? I don't know, right? I mean, I guess I'll grab it. Or maybe we should grab the healing. I don't know. Can't decide. I can't decide whether you should live or die. Oh, you'll probably go to heaven. Please don't hang your head and cry. No wonder why my heart is dead inside. So anyway, that's just a song that I'm reminded of. I'll just grab the healing herbs. Along the way, you... boop! Gotta fight some guy. Getting a little colder. Well, turns out it's probably an ice sprite, yeah. And then it changes. It's faster. Well, I win. It's just a random encounter. It's just like when you like walk around in grass in Pokemon or like an RPG, just find a random encounter so you can grind XP, level up. Again, what makes this game unique though is that you can't really grind. You can sort of grind, but the whole point is that you can't just randomly grind in grass forever, you know, to over level everything. Everything is like specifically tweaked so that you can't just simply over level everything. Which I feel like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, a lot of gamers, I guess, whenever confronted by the fact that they can't just simply like grind forever and get infinite experience, are actually threatened by that. I feel like, I don't know, like I feel like there's some games out there that are kind of like that. They advertise that as a mechanic, and I read about the game, and then like I see comments that are like, oh, I can never play this game, you know, basically they're like, oh, I can't play this game if I can't grind. It's to be too hard, you know. I don't know, because I feel like that's a common like feature in a lot of RPGs where you can just simply grind and just win. But some games you can't do that. I mean, obviously, I think what I'm reminded of actually is Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Actually, I played that game. I beat it. I got one of the endings actually, and then I went back and tried to get like did all the extra bonus content. Like there's like a whole like labyrinth thing that I did, and you recruit Dante from Devil May Cry, you know. But then I was too lazy to beat it again to get the true demon path or ending, whatever. So I just quit there. But anyway, but I remember Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. You can sort of grind, but like you are capped, I think, you know, at some point, so you can't really like over level that much. And I remember one of the first boss fights, you know, it kind of filters newbies. You know, I even got frustrated in that one, but there's a boss fight in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne where like you can't really get the move that the enemy is weak to, which is very important actually. That's how you like beat most enemies in Shin Megami Tensei, is by using the type advantages, you know, kind of like Pokemon, and elemental weaknesses to defeat certain enemies. But in the boss fight, you can't get like a demon that like has that ability, at least as far as I remember anyway, without doing very specific things. For most players, you know, you can't exploit that weakness, and it's very annoying because that first boss fight, they have like a special ability, I think, that makes them like attack 2 times in a row or something like that. I can't remember. It was like the Matador. Anyway, eventually I beat the Matador in that game, but I remember it being very frustrating. What am I trying to say though? But basically, yeah, I'm trying to say like it's I feel like rare in RPGs that force you to like confront their like you know, they're like encounters in a way where like it's intended for you to like be challenging, you know, at least, you know, in certain key events, because you can't just like level forever, right? You can't just fight the enemies forever for like 50 million hours to become level 999 just so you can defeat like a level 20 boss. You know, you can't just do that. You're not allowed to just do that. But I feel like in a lot of RPGs, especially the old school RPGs, they kind of like expect you to do that. Actually, they want you to grind, you know, in the overworld before you fight like a big bad boss, you know, that's like really powerful. They just expect you to grind a whole bunch. I don't know. Anyway, but I'm just thinking like in this kind of game, this game design is interesting because again, it's like very similar to CRPGs, right? Like you're not supposed to be just going to the grass and grind a whole bunch. You're supposed to face each encounter as it's intended, actually, you know. Anyway, down is cold air. Slope continues up, and there's a camp to the left. Wait, I've seen that camp before. Maybe I should stop by before I go. Probably El Maze. But before I go there, let's check out this area. On the way, you come across snow-covered woods. It seems to be extra snowy in this specific area. It feels really nice here. The mana is really dense around here. It must be on top of a small ley line. By the way, ley lines, they're just for some reason common knowledge, apparently. In a lot of like, I guess, fantasy games. Especially like, I feel like a lot of like Japanese fantasy games. They're like, oh, a ley line, you know? I don't know, when I think of ley lines, I think of Fate Stay Night, but like, I don't know, I feel like it's a very common like term, actually. In a lot of like Japanese RPGs, they're like, oh, there's a ley line here, you know, there's where magic is. I'm like, okay, what do you mean? Just making shit up. What do you mean there's a ley line here? You just make shit up, bro. Mana makes nature flourish, but some locations have occasional mana outbursts. In such places, strange phenomena are more likely to occur. Woods like these usually have more high-quality plants. Like that one? You follow Kohaku's finger to see a bush of high-quality mana berries. Even from a distance, you can see how big and juicy they are. However, close by is a wolf. Its breath is a misty white, and whatever it breathes on is quickly coated in ice. Looks like these woods are the wolf's territory. The wolf notices you and growls intimidatingly. If you provoke it, it would most likely attack you. And if you want those mana berries you just found, you have to fight and win against the wolf. Sneak away! You want to fight? But if I sneak away, I guess I don't get those mana berries, right? But to be fair, and let me be honest, I kind of don't want those mana berries anyway. You know, like, who needs those mana berries? I don't need them. I have plenty of berries. I'm gonna sneak away. I kind of want to sneak away and then also grab the mana berries, though. Is what I want, but I don't know. Let's just avoid the fight. You know, if we don't have to fight, we'll avoid it. Is my reasoning anyway. Again, I'm trying to like choose choices that are not about min-maxing necessarily. It's more about like, I don't know, what is smart, I guess. And I feel like I don't really need the mana berries. We can fight this wolf just for fun, I guess, but I feel like it's a waste of time. I guess some XP, I guess, but I'll just sneak away. I don't think I need to go out of my way to fight that wolf. Let's leave quietly so we don't provoke it. Yeah. You whisper to each other, put a finger to your lips, and give each other an affirming nod. And so you slowly and carefully walk away from the area. 69! That's funny, got 69 Flame Survival, 69 on the check. You know, again, this would be the funny number. If not, if it wasn't replaced by a different funny number that's very similar. This should be far enough. My heart was thumping so fast. XP! Got some XP! Kohaku, what are you holding? You turn to see Kohaku holding some vegetables and fruits that she picked when you weren't looking. Hmm? Oh, they look yummy, so I took them! Okay. Here, you can have some too. Oh, I still got stuff anyway. Thanks. We got the stuff anyway. Got some carrots too. Oh, I can't proceed actually until I go to the camp. I guess so. You visit the camp where you see a familiar tent. Okay, Kohaku. In places like this, you usually find
Why, good morning. Fancy meeting you here. Elmaze.
Whoa, it's Elmaze. Wait, why are you here? When you left the city, Elmaze was still there, even though he left afterwards. He somehow arrived and even set up camp before you reached him. Could it be that you can run really, really fast?
Exactly. I run as quickly as possible, so my shop is always ready for every... Don't take him seriously. Elmaze can teleport using dimensional cracks. He probably did that again to get here. No, don't be a spoil sport. Anyway, jokes aside, why are you climbing this mountain again? I was asked to pick some of the flowers that grow at the top of the mountain. Apparently it's needed to cure me. Ah, I know the flower you mean, I see. Or, I read that wrong, but anyway.
My powers can make Gashio better. But that, witch, she can cure you, right?
Upon hearing the word witch, Elmaze's attitude suddenly changes. Gosh, my old friend, are you dealing with a witch? You know, especially ones with big boobs and big wings. His tone is heavy and I don't know, I keep referencing her big boobs. I don't know, like that's, to be honest, the way she's drawn, I feel like that is a character trait, you know, I don't know. His tone is heavy and suffocating, and each word is as sharp as a knife. It's nothing like the usual Elmaze. Oh, she's being serious. He's taking off the mask and becoming Gojo or something, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, the fact that he has a blindfold and his white hair just makes me think of Gojo. From, I believe it's from Jujutsu Kaisen or something, Jujutsu Kaisen, which I haven't really watched, but I saw some clips, and there's like a time where he had like his mask is off and he flies around and he's like, I am the honored one, something like that. To me, without any context, it just seems really silly and stupid. You know, everyone's just has like super special attacks, you know, and where they like alter reality. And I think it's kind of dumb because like if everyone can do that, it's not that special. I feel like, you know, everyone's just doing, it's kind of like JoJo sort of, but like I don't know, it's kind of like super ridiculous. At least in JoJo, you know, at least from what I've seen anyway, the characters use their powers in like unique ways. They're kind of clever most of the time, not always, but sometimes, you know. But sometimes, most of the time, there's like clever ways. I mean, that's what make JoJo. Yeah. That's what I imagine, that's why it makes JoJo popular for some people. But in Jujutsu Kaisen, it just seems like, again, maybe it's because I only see a few clips, so obviously I'm just a tourist. But like in Jujutsu Kaisen, it just seems like, you know, everyone just does super magic powers, and like the whole screen, you know, is like flashing bright, and then boom, I win. You know, like it's just dumb. Like there's no actual like logic behind it. They're like, oh, I used the power of antimatter and then I combined them and snap my fingers and you explode. You know, it's like, at least from the one clip that I saw from Gojo anyway. It's like silly, you know, what do you mean? You're just making shit up, bro. You're just making shit up. I don't know. Anyway, but Elmaze is getting serious. So what's this witch like, He speaks calmly, but in a way that doesn't let you ignore him. That's right. Veronica warned me about this. Simply being a witch is enough for people to be very hostile to you, she said. How should I answer him? You don't know if the same hostility will be directed at you too for being associated with a witch. I don't know. I mean, I trust him, you know? Also, I feel like he's very powerful. I mean, he would have killed me already, I feel like. I don't know. I think I'll be honest. I feel like, obviously, I have a bias because definitely I've already played through the game in the other route, you know, with Misha. And, like, he didn't really seem evil. He seemed, for the most part, pretty on the level. Like, he's just a merchant, you know, like, he's kind of neutral. He doesn't really do anything to harm you necessarily or hinder you. So I feel like telling the truth, you know, even if he's like a little mad, like, he wouldn't just outright just murder us out of nowhere. I feel like we have a kid, you know, you can't kill me. I have a daughter. So I'm just gonna answer truthfully. She's a woman with wings. What, do you know her? Wings. Could it be her? Nay, that's... Hearing your answer, Almaze starts muttering something to himself. Almaze? Seeing this, Kohaku meekly says his name in a trembling voice. Almaze's head jerks up quickly as if snapping out of a trance. Oh, silly me. Sorry about that. But you see, I have a bit of a history with witches. You better be careful around her, though. I don't know what the witch you're dealing with is like, but witches can't be trusted. You'll be betrayed sooner or later. I'm really racist against witches, you see. So you're saying I'm being tricked? I never said that, but they've got a fundamentally different sense of right and wrong from regular humans. I see. I'll be careful then. Almaze appears to have a strong distaste for witches. His advice might be biased because of that. However, it might also be the truth. It's up to you if you're really racist against witches, I guess. I mean, are witches racist? I mean, in some settings, I guess witches can be a race. You know how like orcs are like a race? Witches are like a type of enemy, so they're like a race? I don't know. Anyway. Oh, that's right. I'll be staying here for a while. So feel free to stop by for a visit if you need anything. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see. The Yao Mao. The Yao Mao. Traditional clothes of the South designed for great mobility, but not for cold climates. Oh, it says like resists cold, you know, on the icon, on the top part, but like at the bottom it says like it is minus actually. So it's like the opposite, really, you know. It's like worse for cold. So even though it's better stats, it's probably not great for this area, because it probably just kills you. Well, I don't know. Unless there's like a boss that probably doesn't do cold attacks in that case. I don't know. Or the robes. Is that what I have? Oh, I don't know. That's not what I have actually. Panacea, Flash Orb, Spider Charm, Ice Amulet. The Ice Amulet would probably be useful in this area, actually. Maybe. You know, I could equip this and equip the Yao Mao. I still get like a disadvantage though in terms of ice resistance. What's this song? This song just makes me think of Final Fantasy Tactics, you know? It makes me think of that. I swear, it's like so similar. It's like the menu, like in the menu music, when you're like just, I don't know, shopping around. I mean, it is. Literally, that's what the song is being played when you're shopping around, but like, you know, it just makes me think of like similar music in Final Fantasy Tactics, I swear. What do I have already? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Why did I go back? No. Okay, I want to go to my menu. So I have the repelling robe. Oh, that's what I have right now. Warrior's ring. Speed ring. I'm just contemplating whether or not the ice resistance ring is useful. You know what? I'll just not bother. I'll just wait. You know, if it turns out the final boss in this area is like a super ice monster or something, then maybe I'll come back and grab it if I lose, I guess. But if I could just get past it without losing, you know, I'll just get good and then just win, you know? I don't need it, you know, in that case. Anyway, level up Sword Mage. Gets me +6 strength and Phosphoren. Magic sword attack does both magic and physical based on strength and intelligence and is less affected by enemy defense. Interesting. I wonder if it's worth it against like, because if I already have like thunder that's, you know, effective against like enemies weak against heat. Should I use that or should I use this? I don't know. Anyway, level up. Level up. Strength and intelligence, eh? Star Steel Sword. Very heavy. Huh, interesting. It's like it gives you a lot of magic attack. But it's heavy, so I never want to get it, you know? Chant. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Let's see. Let Almaze explain himself. Kohaku's being a little wary of Almaze. Kohaku, sweetie. Almaze talks to Kohaku, but she runs to hide behind you. I heard trust is every merchant's most important asset. But now I see that built-up trust can crumble into pieces in an instant. Ugh. Your casual jab deals critical damage to Almaze. He takes 50 damage. Won't you please forgive me? Let's chat again like the good old times. I won't act like that anymore. Really? I of course. Do you swear? I swear on every speck of dust in the known universe and beyond. On every what? Everything, I swear. Well, I'll forgive you just this once. Hooray! Kohaku finally lets her guard down and Almaze exclaims in unbridled joy. Why am I here exactly? Why are we here? Just to suffer? About the sword fighting tourists. I heard that the tourists here are skilled sword fighters, but they're even tougher than I thought. They parry my attacks and even counter them. You know, what the heck? What are they, Sekiro? You have to watch out when they take a stance. And if the enemy deflects your attack, any cool move you use will be wasted. Is there anything I could do about it? Well, sure, there's plenty of options. First, enemies can't really counter your counters, so to speak. You can use their attacks against them instead of attacking outright. If you're confident with a sword, you probably already know what to do. Wait, why am I saying ye? You know? Wait, is Gosh supposed to say this or Almaze? Also, you need to be very focused and skilled to keep up a stance. They could probably only counter one of your attacks before they have to catch a breath first. Which means you could bait out the counter of a weaker move, then hit them with something stronger. Of course, the easiest thing to do is to stop attacking when they take a stance. I see. But the more I learn about this, the more I think. That sounds very technical, uncharacteristic of the tourists if you ask me. Just how in the world do they learn how to fight so well? Tourists often fight with swords, but most of them rely on brute strength. That's why the techniques used by these tourists stand out to you. I heard that a sword fighter who visited the mountain a long time ago took up teaching anyone he wanted. And one of the tourists they taught ended up teaching all the others in the area. Now we have to deal with the aftermath. Why do they have to do that? I really put us in a pickle. I look at Almaze suspiciously. Took me by surprise they did. Maybe not. I don't know. I was thinking that maybe Almaze was the one that taught everyone sword fighting. Because, again, it's heavily implied that he's actually very powerful. Because every time you attack him, he deflects them perfectly, right? Like a parry, you could say. Something that the tourist does as well. So I wonder if, like, he's the master sword fighter that taught everybody. Possibly, I don't know. Anyway, man-eating ogres. If you plan on going to the top, you should watch out for the man-eating ogres. I've heard rumors of them. I also heard that they absorb the power of whatever they eat to grow stronger. Aye, that's right. Eating arms make him stronger, eating legs make him faster, and so on. That's the defining trait of those man-eating ogres. I see. Obviously, all is as well as long as you don't let them bite you. But they'll try to restrict your movement so that they can get a good bite. Their claws can paralyze you if they get a scratch on you. Or is it ye or yeah? I don't know. That sounds annoying. I agree. Once you get paralyzed, it's hard to move. Especially if you seize up when the enemy attacks you. You won't be able to dodge him. The best you can do is guard. What could I do to make it easier? Actually, I just so happen to be selling some items that can cure paralysis. You won't have to worry about that as long as you buy from yours truly. I'll think about it. Besides, though the ogres grow stronger by eating their prey, their big power boost is only temporary. If you get bitten over and over again, they'll overpower you awfully fast. But that's why you want to focus on guarding against those fangs. And if you do that, I recommend using a flash orb where you're at it. A flash orb. Aye, if you use one to blind your opponent for a bit, you have much easier time dodging any attacks that come your way. So if you're interested, don't forget to stop by my shop. Okay. Just everything just goes back to the buying stuff for him. You know what? I never really like healing items in terms of like paralysis, because when I'm paralyzed, I'm not gonna waste a turn using an item. I'd rather just survive, you know? I don't know. But fine, I'll buy like 2. Or I'll buy a few flash orbs, you know? I'll buy a few, yeah. Sell anything? I don't want to sell anything though. Anyway, you know what? I always want to save the rest for later, but I am missing half my HP and MP anyway, so I might as well rest. And in terms of like checkpoints in the first place, like, I feel like I never get like a true game over. Like, it's rare that happens. The only time that really happened, like it was close to happening, or I think it did happen. Well, I think I chose to restart, but anyway. But the only time that really happened was at the end of the second ending that I got. But for most of the game, I never really feel like the restart point really matters that much. Especially if I need to save the game, you can just suspend the save, really, and just continue from where you are anyway. So, fine, I'll just use the rest. I also have a bunch of healing items anyway that do the same, that do the same thing, so might as well rest now. You rest and treat your wounds. Proceed. Alright. Let's keep going. There's a fork in the road. There's a sign as well. The mountaintop is up, and there's a detour that will take you around the mountain and then further north. We're heading for the mountain first, so we'll go this way. Are we not going the other way? Not yet, at least. Okay. But what if I did? What do we want to do anyway? Okay, fine. Ooh, running water. You come across a flowing river. Kohaku runs up to it and touches the water. Eee! Kohaku shivers and squeaks in surprise. It's super duper cold. Really? You touch the water too. A surprisingly cold, almost painful sensation pricks your fingers. I'm surprised it's not completely frozen over at this temperature. It's surprisingly deep too. It'd be dangerous to go into the water. If you get caught in the currents, you'll be unable to move properly, and the freezing water might just stop your heart completely. And even if you did free yourself from the river, being drenched in the cold climb of the mountain would drain your body heat faster than ever. You know, all of these like bad things that happen. Could we use that rock? We could go whoosh and jump over to the other side, right? Kohaku points to a stepping stone in the middle of the river. You might be able to cross the river without getting wet if you use that stone. However, the river is pretty wide. Even if you could make it, Kohaku probably couldn't. There, I simply ford the river. Ford the river. I turn back. There's nowhere else to go. I don't know. There's nowhere else to go, bro. That's the only way to go. Why did they give us the option to turn back when this is the only way to go? Okay, well, obviously we crossed the river. Let's jump across with a stone. You pick up Kohaku and tuck her under your arm. Wah! We'll jump together. Stay still. Okay. Kohaku froze in surprise when you picked her up, but eventually she relaxes, placing her trust in you. With Kohaku under your arm, you get a running start towards a stepping stone and you roll a check. And if you get a critical fail, you fucking die, I guess. Like, how does this work? Usually you don't get like a complete game over just from failing a check, but like, I don't know, the game set it up as if like, if you do fail, it's just catastrophic somehow. Boop. No, we succeed. You couldn't tell from a distance, but there's moss in the stone. If you land on it, you'll slip. Right there. But you also found a part of the stone without any moss on it. You land there nimbly and then focus your strength into another kick. And then, you make it across the river without much trouble and carefully let Kohaku back down onto the ground. There you go. Ooh, that ended so quickly. Well, that wasn't too hard. I wonder what happens if you do fail. I don't know. I mean, they mentioned, getting drenched and stuff, so like, maybe you just get a debuff. That's all. After you cross the river, you hear a groan from the side. You turn to see an old woman lying under a tree, blood flowing from her body. What the heck? She's hurt. With that, Kohaku runs towards the woman before you can even try to stop her. Wait, Kohaku! You shout at her, but she reaches the woman and starts healing her without hesitation. Oh well, can't stop her now. This shouldn't be hard. The old woman is bleeding profusely, but her wounds don't look very deep. they visibly start healing from Kohaku's power. You know, I wonder what happens. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not tied, but I was just thinking, like, if you use the Kohaku's healing powers before this scene, does it matter? Because you said, like, you know, she only used the powers a couple times, right? So I don't know if it's like a story. This is like a story healing, or like is a mechanical healing. Like, if it matters if you used it before. Oh, my, what miraculous power! My legs, they moved, they've healed. Are you okay, Hag? Hag. Like I was saying, was it Japanese? Oba-chan? This is grandpa. Or grandma, rather. Oba-chan? Baba? Baba? You know, Baba? Does it hurt? Wait, did you just call her a hag? Couldn't you just use a better word? Huh? But all the hags in my village were happy when I called them hags. Oh, I don't mind. Call me that if you want. I'm just an old hag who's lived in Engineer Mountain for ages. I ain't exactly strong, so I just hide and make do whatever meager things I find. The old woman laughs weakly, and you notice scars of all shapes and sizes over her body. This probably wasn't the first time she's been heavily wounded. Say, young lady, can your powers heal my horns? She points at her horns, or rather, where her horns would be. They must have been broken in another incident in the past. Nope, I can't heal old wounds. Ah, I see. The woman wilts a little at Kohaku's answer, but she soon lifts her head and talks again. By the way, I don't think I've seen the two of you around. What are you doing here? I'm going to the mountaintop to pick some of the flowers that grow there. Huh, are you serious? The mountaintop's mighty dangerous. Are you trying to get killed? I know it's dangerous, but I have no choice. And this child has to go with you? She might have great powers, but she doesn't look like a fighter to me. As she speaks, the woman glares at you accusingly, but then as if realizing something, her expression softens again. Oh, all right. If you circle around the mountain, you'll find my humble hut. I can take care of her there until you've done your business. I'm grateful for the offer, but we don't know what will happen. Not even off the mountain. I want to keep her in my sights. Gosh is super strong. I'll be okay. He even protected me from a huge eyeball monster once. Well then, I can't force you. But I do want to repay you somehow. When you do get off the mountain, stop by my hut. I'll treat you, at least as much as I can. Alright, we will. Suspicious. I don't know. I mean, she seems like a nice old lady, and we did save her and everything, but like, now I'm serious. I'm suspicious. Like, what do you mean you're gonna go to your hut, you know? Like, are you gonna poison us or something? I don't know. Bye-bye, hag. You say goodbye to the old woman and continue your journey. Hag. You know, hags are in demand or something. You know, what does that mean? Now then, what do I say about this? Kohaku's overwhelming kindness leads her to run up to anyone who appears injured to heal them, and that alone is admirable. But even though the old woman was nice, if she were a bandit pretending to be injured, Kohaku might have been in grave danger. Kindness is a virtue, but it alone can't protect her life. But though her life is precious, her power might be wasted if she were too cautious. And so you say to Kohaku, yeah, I'm gonna say don't run off so easily. You know, we could have still saved the old woman or whatever, just like be next to me, you know? But I'm basically gonna be a helicopter parent, but like, you know, she's a child. I don't know how old she is, like she could be like 1,000-year-old dragon girl or whatever, but like, I don't know, she seems like a baby to me, so like, you know, I'm just gonna be like, don't run off. Yeah, don't run off. Kohaku, I thought I told you not to stray too far from me. I don't know, we're gonna be mean, but like, I don't know. You gotta be a parent, you know? You can't be nice all the time. Oops. Don't act so impulsively. That makes it harder for me to protect you even when I need to. I'm sorry. When I see someone hurt, I don't want them to be, so I really want to save them. That's understandable. But you could at least ask me if you can go first. I could go with you. Then I'd be safer. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. That's more logical. Okay. I feel like that's reasonable. You know, we're not too mean. We're just being like a parent, you know? We gotta teach these lessons. They're like our adopted dragon child, okay? Gotta make sure you have a bodyguard, you know, before you start healing people. You gotta have your tank slash DPS next to you, you know? Multiple paths. Hiking trail, and then a downward slope. Which way are we going? Oh, actually, that probably leads back to the cave with the freaking flaming sword, so I'll probably go there. Random event! Aw, man, can't fight looking at the monster. Well, Rapid Swordsman, are you the strong fighter? Okay, fine. Fine. I was wondering how to activate the Phosphorin. I guess you have to do it from here. It's weird. Sure, I also want to try it out, so... Phosphorin. Slash. Quadruple edge. Oh, interesting. Wait, it's an attack? How does that work? I thought it was a buff, actually. Aha! You can't intercept me, I simply attack you. EI slash? This guy's like EI slash? You know, I thought this was a buff. A magic sword attack. Okay, for some reason when I saw, like, based on strength and intelligence, I thought it was like this, right? Because this is like raised or whatever, but I guess it's not. It's not a buff. It's simply just a normal attack. Interesting. Well, I gotta enchant my sword then, in that case. Enchant my sword. And then, you know what? Cross break. And then slash. A sheath. Intercept stance. Ugh! Haha! You fool! Get wrecked. I simply bypass your parry and then kill you. Who's that? Okay, bird. When you enter the cave, you see a birdfolk man. Next to him is a chorus, but the two don't seem to be hostile at all. On the contrary, they even look like they've been having a nice chat. Oh, it's dangerous to bring a sword here, you know? Were you attacked by the chorus on your way here? I sure did. Means you're strong, yeah? Fought him off, too. What will you do if I said yes? Nothing much. Their choice to fight strong guys and die in the process. Oh, so this time we don't have to fight. The bunch we met outside would have been more than eager to fight me. Oh, the tourists who live in this cave are mostly a pretty peaceful bunch. They're wonderful people to trade with. And as long as I don't have a weapon on me and only rely on my ability to run away, the ones outside won't attack me either. The birdfolk turns back to look at the tourist he was talking to. If you want to keep climbing this mountain, then you should probably talk to him. He knows the most about the mountain, at least among anyone you find around here. Info costs money though. Anyhow, make yourselves at home. It seems like the tourists here are mostly friendly. Depending on what you want, you can negotiate with them to obtain more information on the area. You say goodbye to the birdfolk man and his tourist friend and resume your journey. But what if I want to slaughter everyone? You know, I don't trust choruses. I am the chorus slayer. The only good chorus is a dead chorus. Nah, I get so cold, I can hardly take it anymore. Gonna call it a blizzard again? You approach a building which appears to be a tea house. A pair of tourists are chatting over tea. But when they notice you get closer, they cut the conversation short to look at you. Rabbit folk? Rare sight. Yeah, you probably wouldn't see many other rabbit folk around here. Anyway, I think I heard you say something about a blizzard. Yeah, sometimes the snow and wind blow like crazy. You can't see a thing, cold as hell too. Look what it did to me. The tourist points at his snow-covered body. It tells you everything you need to know about the threat of the blizzard. Sounds tough, you know, sounds like they made StarCraft and like World of Warcraft and I don't know. Yep, it'll kill you if you're not careful. But you went through a blizzard and survived. Is there some kind of trick to overcome blizzards? No, that's a great question. Well, you see. You wait for the tourist to finish his sentence, but he stays silent and looks at you expectantly. What? The next part will cost you. You want me to pay you? It will cost cheaper than your life. Don't worry. You could also pay me with something that'll warm me up. If you pay the tourist, he'll tell you how to overcome the blizzards of the mountain. There? Man, I had dandelion tea, but he needs 2 of them? Man. 2,000 gold? 2,000 gold? Hold on, I'll come back later. I don't know if any other tourist, wants to have some information, so I want to see, like, if there's options. Oh, this. Can I just grab this? You walk down the stairs to find a large box and a tourist sitting next to it. Okay, it belongs to someone. Hey, do you want what's inside this box? No? Do ya? The tourist asks you in a forceful tone. He probably won't let you avoid giving you an answer. There you say... Nah, that's okay. I don't need it. Nah, I don't. Oh, really? Okay. Hearing your answer, the tourist next to the box visibly droops, clearly very disappointed. You feel incredibly awkward, and so decide to leave the area. Okay, fine. Okay, fine, yes. Oh, yeah, of course I do. Yeah. There's only one thing we gotta do. You know the drill, yeah? The tourist puffs out his chest dramatically and gets into a stance. The mood becomes tense. Yeah. The tourist nods at your answer and... It's time for the tourist special quiz! Huh? Huh? For this quiz, you gotta answer questions about this world. At the end, I'll give you prizes depending on how well you do. There's 10 questions in total and a timer or two for each of them. Okay. Alright then, first question. Okay, what's it gonna be? I don't know. Is this gonna be easy or hard? Wait, this is all going so... Before you can finish protesting, the tourist starts the quiz. You can only answer this quiz once. It might be a bit difficult, but good luck, says the developer. At what time can you reset your curse power and class level as many times as you like? Anytime. Oh, damn it. I thought you could, right? You could, like, reset? That was wrong? What? Normally it comes once per chapter. I mean, yeah, but, like, that's what I mean. As in any time. That's what I mean by any time. I don't know. Does not include slimes as raw ingredients. Rainbow? What? Oh, I saw a slime in them. What? Aw, man, these are horrible. They taste bitter. What? How much does it sell for? 50? Correct. Feels like I could tell a lot about someone depending on whether you want to sell it or not. Fifth question. Misha's favorite food? Meat? I know that from the other route. In certain world, siren rabbits cannibalize other rabbits that even eat snake meat. What's the something he has never mentioned? Become a giant. He has mentioned that. Read minds? See the future? Okay, yeah, I think he says that. Apparently one of the things he said can actually be true. Seventh question. Attack boosts by 1.5. Does this also apply to offensive items? Yes. Correct. What happens if you try to pick up mid-flip but get a critical fail? Well, that never really happened to me. But... you get bitten, I'm assuming. What? Oh. In the Forest of Great, true happens if you grovel before the Trent. You get heat pats? You get head pats. What? Oh, I don't remember that. I did horrible. And question. Where do you look to tell if a choice is a male or a female? The crotch. The hell are you looking at? What? I don't know. I just remember the guy with the, where we got the sword. I got, like, only a few. 4. Yeah, sounds about right. George starts to rummage around in the box. I got some stuff. Eventually, you receive a lot of prizes corresponding to your number of correct answers. Once you take the prizes, the tourists in the box begin to shimmer like a mirage before disappearing, as if they were never there in the first place. So, what was that? XP! Okay. Well, if I did that quiz again, which I guess I would if in a different playthrough, maybe I would have got a better score. I don't know some of the answers, though. I wouldn't know. I don't know. Maybe in my second playthrough of this route, which will be my 4th playthrough, maybe I'll just save scum. No, I don't know. That is what the correct answers are. Some of them I don't know. I feel like the first one's bullshit though. Like it said like, oh, when can you reset your skills? You can reset your skills anytime. See, anytime, right here. See, reset skills. See, anytime. What do you mean? I can do it anytime. I just haven't really done it. You know, literally, that's like grammatically that's true. And also the Treant, you know, giving you, well, I said heat pads. I think it's really head pads. Didn't it give me head pads? I thought I did. Was it a different Treant? I don't remember. Because at least from what I remember in this route, I was very peaceful for like the plant tree creatures, so like the tree was not mad at me at all actually. Let's keep going this way. Oh, an enemy? What? A tourist duo leaps out in front of you. Fight us! What? In this village? Didn't that break the lore? I thought this village was supposed to be peaceful. Its inhabitants kind, you know, it's the land. This land is peaceful. Its inhabitants kind, you know, says Priscilla from Dark Souls 1 in the painting world, as every enemy fucking tries to murder you because they're just default enemies. They don't talk to you at all. What do you mean they're kind and peaceful? No, they all try to kill you. Anyway, I slash and then like quadruple edge. I don't know. When they use intercept stance, sometimes they don't parry right away, so that's kind of weird for me. Anyway, intercept stance, I slash. See, I get the slash there, but I don't get the parry. Oh, I press on button. Oh, see, they don't parry there either. Is it just a chance that they parry, and not always? Or is it always the other? Like, it's always like the next round they parry. Boom. I hit you anyway. Time to finish you off. Cross break. Bum 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 bum. Continue on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm still thinking about that information that I want to buy, but I want to see if there's more stuff to see. On the way, you notice an ice sprite coming your way from under a cliff, but when it gets close to the campfire, it dies. The fire sways violently and sends sparks flying towards the ice sprite, which quickly turns to leave. Oh, it doesn't die, it just goes away. What was that? This isn't an ordinary campfire. Why are you using something that wards off the ice sprites to kindle the fire? It's something we got from our mentor and the witch that was with him. Witch? Okay, now my theory comes back now. Like, what do you mean you had a mentor that with a witch? And the mentor is a guy, by the way, him. So like, now I'm thinking like maybe it is Almaze. And the reason why Almaze has a history of witches is because he knew the witch with the pair of wings, you know? And like, that's his ex-girlfriend or something, you know? I don't know. Basically. Seeing you're surprised at the fire, the tourist talks to you first. A mentor and a witch. They're the ones who taught us how to use a sword and other knowledge. So they're the reason why the tourists here are different. Are they your leaders then? Nah, ain't even here anymore either. Nowadays, the teacher teaches everyone how to fight with a sword. The teacher's the strongest sword fighter out of all of us. Is the teacher stronger than Gosh? If you're confident with the sword, you could go challenge him. He's usually training near the mountaintop. Better be careful not to get killed, though. Okay, so not here in the village, but rather in the mountain, which is where we're going anyway. I wonder if he's like an optional boss. The tourist leaves, seemingly satisfied with saying what he wanted to. The teacher, huh? The sensei. Which, by the way, in Japanese, like sensei can mean teacher. It can also mean, I think it can also mean doctor, you know. But it can also mean master, you know, in like a martial arts master. So I feel like the appropriate translation would have been like the master. You know, it would sound cooler too, like the master. You learn of an exceptionally strong tourist sword fighter that lives on this mountain. If you want to fight a strong opponent, the teacher would be a good choice. I feel like teacher in English anyway. Teacher just means like educational teacher, you know, for the most part. Along the way, there's another encounter. Money! Or not money, rather item. Manaberry. Okay, what's this? As you approach the building, you notice tourists resting inside. It appears to be some kind of inn. Are you gonna take a break here? May I? Yeah, if you pay 2,000 gold. That's pretty pricey. It's fine if you don't wanna. But I can get you some warm food if you do. What to do? It's definitely not cheap, but you could pay to rest here. Or you could talk to the tourists resting inside who might know something useful. Well, I feel like the resting is quite pricey. Buy stuff? Huh. Birdfolk calls out to you from inside the inn. He appears to be a merchant. Hey there, young man. Have you had a hard time here with the climate on the mountain? If you're not fully prepared, you risk paying for your life. It takes us to wares. Stock up here. They cost you a little more than the city. Okay, so same thing, but like, it's gonna cost more. Well, obviously, I'm not gonna buy it from him. I already have all the things I need. I talk to the resting tourists. Hey, are you trying to climb up the mountain? Yeah, that's the plan. We're going all the way to the top. They don't get too close to the fortress. There's a fortress? Yeah, Team Fortress 2. No, it's on the top of the cliff nearby, but it's home to a real violent bunch. They're not as kind and friendly as we are. Though I wouldn't stop you if you're planning on sneaking in. Sneak in? They steal and plunder money and resources from others to hoard in that fortress. Imagine getting your hands on that. Tickles me pink just thinking about it. Ooh, it's dangerous, isn't it? If you go in from the front door, they'll surround you and beat you up in seconds. But I know how to sneak in without being spotted. But I'm so hungry right now. What? And the food here isn't all that good. Aw man, if only I could have a good meal, something I wouldn't get to eat usually. It keeps stealing glances your direction. I see where this is going. Simply put, if you want the information, you have to give the choice some good food. Especially lunchbox from Quorum. I do have that, actually. I actually got plenty of that. Because I was thinking, like, I need the heals, right? But actually, this works in bribing this guy. I should have got more tea. I don't know. I didn't get as much tea because it was like, oh, you know, healing MP is just not as useful. But I'll buy one just in case I need it for some kind of special event. It turns out it is for a special event, but you need 2 of them. You know, this is bullshit. What do you need 2? Anyway, here's some beef jerky, basically. How's this? It's a Quorum specialty lunchbox. Ooh, let me see. The tourist takes a small piece of meat from the lunchbox and gives it a taste. And then... Yum, 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 yum. He starts devouring the lunchbox ravenously. The entire box, not just the food, but the actual full picnic basket. It must be really good. Looks like you're satisfied. Yep, alright then, I'll tell you how to sneak in. The tourist finishes his food and licks his lips to every last drop and then begins to talk. Climb up the cliff. It's real high and frozen over and real dangerous, but that's also why the route has fewer eyes on it. Are you sure that cliff is even climbable then? I'll tell you an efficient route to get you up to the top. It'd also be an easier climb if you have climbing gear. Climb up the cliff, he says. You mutter yourself as you turn to look at Kohaku. You might be able to climb alone, but you prefer not to be separated from her. If I do decide to sneak into the fortress, I have to get prepared for the climb. Okay. Well, obviously I do have the, I have the stuff already. I can't buy the climbing stuff here, but I have ice axe. Yeah, I have an ice axe. Boots. I mean, I can buy another ice axe. Why would I do that, though? I don't know. Would I need, like, a third ice axe, I wonder? I think I have 2 at least, right? Hold on, let me check. I wonder if there's a reason to buy more. Yeah, I have 2, have 2 at least. I wonder if there's a reason to get more. And climbing gear. I mean, the ice axe is the thing that's the climbing gear, right? That's what it says, so it has to be that. Also, oh yeah, curse. Let's increase... Let's increase a little bit of our brain power. Okay, so what's this? That's what I wonder. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha! Hoo-hee, hoo-hee! You come across a group of tourists dancing in a circle around a sword. The sword glows faintly, perhaps because it has some sort of power. The surrounding area is very warm. It's so cozy you almost forget it was an icy cave. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha! Hoo-hee! That looks fun. Kohaku mimics the dancing tourist. Hoo-hee, hoo-hee. But the tourists stop dancing once they notice you. All 5 of them look at you as one of them speaks. They need something? Oh, it's nothing. Though I am a bit curious about that sword. The enchanted sword? You can have it if you want. Wait, really? Yeah, but only if you're strong enough to be worthy of it. Strong enough to be all 5 of us at once. I see. Do you really have to fight? Well, not really. Alternatively, you've managed to make us all laugh. Then we can give you the sword. That's it? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure, Mark? That's all you say. Hearing your reply, the tourists suddenly have an air of cold seriousness about them. You could cut the tension of a knife. We're real particular about the art of comedy, young man. Don't you think a born rabbit folk like you could even dream of doing it? Don't understand. Like, I'm assuming it's like 5 different choruses. There's so many dumb voices I'm trying to give. Don't underestimate comedy. But gosh, is a surprisingly funny guy. They're going on about something, but now you know that you can get the enchanted sword if you win a battle against all the tourists. On the other hand, while it sounds difficult, you can make the tourists laugh with a good joke instead to get it without having to fight. I mean, I'm pretty smart. I'm gonna make them laugh. Hopefully, if I fail, I can still fight them, you know, but... Alright then, I'll give it a shot. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get the other side, no. You think you got it in ya? Don't regret it when you laugh so hard it gets hard to breathe. You've been taught many things in your training as a village chief, including how to break the tension in an awkward situation as a leader of a group. There you learn a joke that has been passed down your family for generations, a carefully crafted, perfectly polished, deftly developed one-liner. You enjoyed the group's scrutinizing gaze and mustered the courage to reveal your joke. And then you drop the best one-liner you know, putting your and your clan's pride on the line. Your best joke in progress. Did you ever hear of 6-7? Oh, damn it. What? Your joke doesn't make anyone laugh. Their reaction tells you that they don't think it's necessarily bad, but it's not that funny either. Yeah, I expect as much. Damn it. You failed to impress them in comedy, and now they think you're boring. Okay. It's the worst ever. Okay, well, obviously before I fight them, I gotta heal up, so I'm gonna eat some... I have some meat, actually. Sure, let me eat some meat. Meat and some slime jelly. Good enough. Time to fight. Alright then, I'll fight you. If I'm so boring, I guess I'll have to fight. Oh, you're pretty brave. Don't hard feelings to kill you, okay? The tourists around you draw their swords at the same time, getting ready for the fight. Here I come. I activate Thunder. And then I, you know what? I counter step, because it's probably a good idea, maybe? And then slash. Intercept Unison. Nani? Good thing I have counter step, because that counter step is actually very good in this situation, because I have intercept. So I simply dodge all their attacks and counter. I simply counter your counter, idiot. You fool. You thought you could counter me? I simply counter you instead. I parry your parry. And I simply do it again? No, I can't do it again. No, just quadruple edge, double edge, slash. Actually, double edge again. Intercept Union! Oh no, they blocked it. Ugh. Oh, what? I pressed the wrong button. Good thing I still counter step. Oh, I still had counter step. That's funny. Because I think counter step lasts for only 3 rounds. Or, I don't know, turns, rounds, actions, I guess. They only last for 3 actions. But I guess I used it on my second action, so it was still persisting. That's a very good counter, actually. Literally a counter step, you know. If you didn't have counter step, I imagine that would be very hard actually, because it's a lot of attacks to dodge. Very impressive. You cut down all the chores in the group and successfully prove your strength. I'll take the sword then, like you promised I could. Kotatsu. Kotatsu, like in Japanese, that's actually a type of like heating table, and I only know that because of anime. You know? It's like a little table, like a heating blanket table thing. When you pull the sword from the ground, you feel a tingling sensation as your body becomes warmer. Could be an effect of the sword. You take the enchanted sword and leave the area. What's going on? But like it has the icon for like a heavy sword, so I'll never use it. You know, so like yeah, has the heat element. Well, that was a waste. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna use it though. All right, let's see here. Well, I mean, I want to save my money, but I guess I'll get the information from this guy because I don't have the tea, so I might as well pay money. All right, I'll pay you. You pay the shortest 2,000 G. You know, sometimes the information might just be literal, just information, but sometimes it's a game mechanic actually. Like it gives you like details that the character wouldn't have known about, you know, in this game that actually gives you an advantage later on. So, smart choice. Yep, that's the right amount. Having received his payment, the tourist tells you how to overcome blizzards. Just so that I don't forget, let me summarize what I learned. First, I should ideally only move outside when the blizzard has subsided, because when the blizzard is going strong, it'll chip away at my stamina. And I lose track of where I was going, so I might end up going backwards. When it's really white and really cold, we should dig a hole, right? Right, when the blizzard is strong, we should dig a hole in the snow. He taught us how to do that too. And once the blizzard subsides again, we'll get out of the hole and keep going. Thanks to the tourist's advice, you'll probably have an easier time in blizzards. But blizzards are still dangerous, you know, and digging holes is a physically demanding task. You'll still be putting your life on the line. If you do encounter a blizzard, you have to be prepared to do anything you can to avoid microtransactions, you know, or something. Did Blizzard have... I mean, Blizzard has made many games at this point, so I haven't really kept track, but I think some of the modern games have like microtransactions or something. I mean, that's like every game now these days. I don't know. Alright, there you go. I guess anything else to do at the end? You can buy stuff. You can buy stuff or you can rest, but obviously resting costs money, so I don't want to do that. So that's it for now. Should I don't want to waste the core specialty yet, ironically. Like, what's more valuable? This or just using items here? I mean, you have more of these items. They're just like, the difference is that you can use these during battle. Whatever, I'll just use the normal one. Yeah, just do that. And like a slime jelly. And we head out once again into the mountains. Alright, you know what? It's been more than 2 hours. I'm probably gonna take a quick break here, actually. Oh yeah, here's the fortress, I guess. We should go that way now. Interesting. Well, I mean, let's see. I'll decide whether or not to climb up the wall or go here. Probably after I take a quick break. Then I go grab a snack, go to the washroom, and be right back after a few minutes and continue exploring this mountain. BRB. Alright. Now hopefully this song doesn't get copyright claimed as well. Because I keep getting copyright claimed for this game. When I take a break, you know, it was usually at the Otter Village in the other route. I always get copyright claimed. I leave it on the BRB screen for so long. And YouTube is like, nope, you can't do that. Basically stealing, you know. I'm curious about what's over here first. I mean, obviously, you know, I think because of the information, we can climb this wall. But I'm curious what's on the right as well, though. Multiple paths, snow-covered trees, and a field of snow. I mean, what's this? What's this one? You enter an area lined with trees to find a giant boulder. It appears to just be a regular boulder without any special properties at all. It's so huge. Yeah. There's nothing else you can really comment on. Besides, this path seems to lead to a dead end. You know, usually in this game, a lot of video games, I mean, especially like RPG games, a dead end usually leads to something. You know, the whole point of a dead end is that, you know, it provides the player with some kind of reward for exploring every nook and cranny, like a map that the developer designed. Otherwise, what would be the point of having a dead end? Huh? But as you take or rather, as you talk? I think that's a typo again. A lot of typos. Again, I like the writing of this game, but like technically, on a technical aspect, there's a lot of typos. But as you talk, or is that wrong? But as you take a brief look around the rock, you find something useful lying nearby. You find stuff. Barrier device? You know, we never got barrier device in this playthrough or this route because we learned about barrier devices. I don't know if there's any useful. Like, could you also use it in some kind of like thing? I'm not sure. Some kind of like event, story event. Get money. Thoughts and prayers solve no problems. You'd throw me a coin if you actually care. Wait, what? I've never seen that description. Did I always say that? I don't know. I'll take the money. You put away your new finds and turn back to continue your journey. Okay, this is free items. Free money. I guess why? Yeah, I guess you can never really read the description for money in the item screen because there isn't like a separate thing for that. So I guess I rarely see the actual description of money in this game. Okay, so we got some money. Yeah, let's go this way. You walk down the path into an open area. The whole area is covered in glittering snow. Ooh, it's all white. So cool. While Kohaku laughs excitedly, your expression darkens. The wind's getting stronger. I have a bad feeling about this. Still, it's only a feeling. You can't put it into words, and it might just be your imagination. There, you. It's probably the blizzard, right? You know what? Let's leave for now. I guess if you cross that way, there's gonna be a whole event involving a blizzard. In that case, let me just go this way then. This must be it. You arrive at the cliff the tourists in the ice cave told you about. You can allegedly reach the fortress without being noticed if you climb this cliff. It's pretty high up. Looks like it'll be a hard climb. I doubt many people, or rather you doubt many people try to climb this way. You can tell just from the brief glance that this steep, frozen cliff will be very difficult to climb. Can we really go up there? He told me the easiest path up, but still. The difficulty of the climb is likely what makes the tourists of the fortress less cautious of this route, but this still looks very dangerous. Besides, you can't leave Kohaku behind, so you can't just climb the cliff on your own. If you want to climb, you'll need to pull Kohaku up with a rope or some other tool. You also want to have some tools to work with yourself. What should I do? I mean, I do have the tools. Also, you can choose this one for no reason, by the way. Just do it yourself, purely rely on your physique. No, I have the tools. I have the rope and I have the ice axe. You use 2 ice axes to climb the cliff, and then sticking these in the ice should make it easier to climb, and you have the rope as well. I should use these. You take out an ice axe and hit the wall to try it out. The axe sticks into the frozen wall, and it seems sturdy enough to support your body weight. Will those help? Yep, I'll be fine. I'll pull you up once I'm up there, so stay put. You tie yourself and Kohaku together with a rope. It's a very long rope. You have shrunk with magic for storage, but even it looks only barely long enough. Alright then. Also, by the way, they shrunk. Is that how that works? We have a bag of holding, you know? It's just assumed that we have a bag of holding. That we just are able to shrink everything and put it in our, like, little pocket. Alright then. You begin to climb the frozen cliff. Thanks to the route you learned from the tourists, there are plenty of places you put your feet as you climb. And while the frozen wall is hard to climb, your tools help make it much more manageable. Once you reach the 3/4 of the way up, this is tough. It's been practically a vertical climb up to this point, but now you reach an overhang angle where you have to arch your back to keep climbing. Now then, how should I do this? As you stop for a moment to think about your next move. Whoa! A sudden strong gust of wind hits your body. If you get blown away, it won't be pretty. Gosh! Kohaku lets a panic shout out from below. Hearing Kohaku's cry, you pierce the wall with an ice axe as you reposition yourself to cling onto the wall and resist the wind. This should be good enough for now, but it would be a bad idea to stay here for too long. The steep angle and strong winds would only continue to chip away your stamina. Your ice axes aren't as durable as you'd like them to be either. They're about to break from all the work you put them through. In that case, you time yourself and wait for the winds to weaken, then swiftly climb one more step, place your feet onto the ice axe you thrust into the wall earlier. And then with the one strong kick, you spring off the ice axe and leap upwards. Wow! You overcome the steepest section with one jump, and with one strong swing, you stick the remaining ice axe into the cliff wall to continue your climb. Very cool. You know, it sounds very cool as it's described. We never actually see it though. I feel like, I mean, this game has a few CGs, but like, I think it would do better, you know, if it had at least a few more CGs. The way, you know, certain actions describe, you know, like him, like, you know, jumping and then getting, you know, getting the final jump over the wall or whatever, or the cliff rather, would be like cool CG. Is all I'm saying. I guess developer, you know, they wanted to stop working on the game because they worked on the game for like 5 years or something. I don't know how long it is, but it's a long time. You know, they were working on this game. So anyway, and now that you passed the hard section, your goal is within sight. You calmly climb up the cliff. I got 1000 XP! Not even a level up though. Alright, now to fetch Kohaku. You tug Kohaku up the cliff with your rope, and after a short break you continue your journey. Amazing. Now, do we need to buy more ice axes for any particular reason? I don't know why, but I'm just have this weird premonition that maybe we still need those ice axes for something. I don't know, maybe not, I'm not sure. They're pretty expensive though if I go back to buy them. I have to buy 2 of them, I think? I don't know. You arrive at the fortress guarded by the tourists. Well then, it would probably be impossible to be friendly with the aggressive tourists, but you might be able to get some intel if you sneak in and eavesdrop on them. Or you can even search around and steal something from them. Since you climb up the cliff, the tourists don't notice you're around. The fortress is quiet. If I'm sneaking in, now's my chance. Judging from the situation, you have the time to search inside the fortress 4 times at most. For the first 2 times, you'll remain unnoticed. Once you begin searching, you won't be able to come back if you leave the fortress. You should make sure you're prepared before you sneak inside. Okay, well, time to search. Time for a sneaking mission. Metal Gear. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around this fortress, but my ass is dummy. No, was it like? No, it was like. What did he say? Like, I forget the meme again. Like, no, Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks keep alerting the guards. You know, something like that. Sneak mission. We'll search the place without being noticed. Okay. I love the enthusiasm, but keep your voice down. You sneak in without making a sound, explore the fortress without being noticed. There you find a pair of tourists talking to each other. You hide nearby just close enough so that you can listen in on the conversation. Hey, where'd Gonta go? Gonta? He died a while ago. He went after the teacher and left for the top of the mountain. Oh yeah, that guy loves the teacher. So why did he die again? Oh, down a hole. Oh, lost in nature, huh? He forgot his tools or something. Kinda stupid if you ask me. Should've known it's way more dangerous up there than round here. Whatever. If he's dead, I get to keep whatever he left behind. Nah, you don't. Huh? Cause I already took everything. Nah, you asshole. Interesting. So he fell down a hole, but he didn't have tools to climb back up. Okay, well now I'm thinking like maybe that's why I need the ice axe. I need more ice axes because I've used the ice axe to climb this fortress only to learn that I need more ice axes, you know? Like I need more climbing tools in case I fall down that hole. The tourist's conversation ends and you go over what you learned from it. Apparently it's gonna get even more dangerous from here on out. They said he lost to nature. The higher we go, the colder it gets. Simply climbing past a certain point could be life-threatening. Would it be safer with tools? Yeah, probably. It's always good to have the right tools. If only get some tools somehow, even though I just used them. I'll have to buy more, I guess. I think I have just enough, but like, I don't know, I hate that I... cannot return. Okay. I hate that I have to use my money, though. Continue to search. You sneak in without making a sound, explore, and then you find a room filled with all sorts of things. It's loot. I bet this is all stolen from someone else. Let's take something for ourselves. Okay. Ooh, Shadow Garb. We can get 20 Blaze Orbs, you know, if we wanted to. Get a bunch of money. Maybe not bad, but... like, that Snow Garb is very tempting. It's just... all my stats go up, so... I'm gonna grab it, I guess. Though it's funny, because I don't think within this menu I can't, like, equip it, though, you know? Is the problem. Because we're still in like dialogue, I can't just like simply open my menu and equip it at the moment. So I like makes me wonder though if I go into the fortress, eventually it's gonna be a fight. So I don't know. Did you find something good? You put away your findings and leave the room filled with loot. Okay, and now after the first 2 times, you have to roll. Come on, it's like a 50-50. It's like flipping a coin. Works every time, 50% of the time. What? Really? Just barely. Huh? Who the hell are you? Intruders? Oh no. Get spotted by a pair of tourists. You got some nerve, I'll cut you up in pieces. They quickly gnaw their blades and attack you. Okay, well hopefully I can still explore more. Kinda sucks that I lost just right as soon as I needed a roll. Dread Thunder. Counter Step. Flash. Intercept. Oh yeah? I counter step. I counter your counter. And then dodge, and then I dodge again. I'm gonna intercept. You know, it seems like I try to slash to like use up their intercept, but like it seems like it doesn't matter. They just wait until I do like a better move. I don't know why. I don't know how that works exactly. I win anyway. Level up. Let's get out of here as soon as possible, Kohaku. Hey. You might have defeated Chorus, but you also caused a commotion. If you stay, you risk attracting even more enemies near you. You leave the area and find a good spot to hide for a while. Oh, man. There's only 4 searches we can do, so if we fail this one, though, we don't get anything. Annoying. Whatever. Alright, well, I guess we'll try again. We need more stuff, though. It's kind of a waste. We spent all this time, all those items to get here. For nothing, you know? Huh? Ugh. Okay, good. Find a map. Mark with an X. Some notes are scribbled on it. Near the mountaintop. Ruins. Wonderful thing. Is it a treasure map? Maybe there's lots of yummy food. I don't know about that. But I guess we could keep an eye out for the place marked on the map. Okay. It's about time we ran. Staying too long is risky. You end the search and escape from the fortress. Wait, what if I go here? You know, isn't that a bad idea? It's like the front door. What if I go to the front door? No? Hold on, I kind of want to go back. Let's see. I think we need... As it turns out, we did need the extra staked rope, by the way. So I wonder if I need to rebuy the rope. Let's go back real quick, and I think Almaze has one. I don't know if he has ice axes, though. I'll probably have to buy it from the other guy. 1,000 gold, though. Fine. I'm gonna sell these carrots, though. I never used the carrots. You know what? These orbs? Useless. Useless to me. Curse orb? Maybe I'll need it. I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, because I can already use magic to just, you know, shoot fire and shoot ice. Doesn't matter. Maybe I'll keep the blaze ones. The frost ones could do a little bit more damage. But that's it. Okay. But again, I don't know. I could be wrong, but like I feel like the fact that they mentioned how one of the choices fell into a hole and they needed tools makes me think that I need to buy more tools, you know, basically. Which is annoying because it's more expensive here. 2,000. Thanks, bro. Wait, that costs only 1,000 or I don't know. I'm probably gonna need another one though, right? Because it's like you want 2 axes to climb. I'm just imagining how you would climb with ice axes. Only having one would be kind of hard, right? Probably need 2 to climb up. Man, there's gonna be another. I'm gonna spend the money, even though like I don't know for sure, but I feel like I should. Yeah. It seems to be only 1,000 though. That's weird. It's like 2,000 in total for like 2 axes, but it's actually only 1,000. Is that a typo? I'm not sure. Kind of weird. It's like, sorry, yeah, I had 3,000 and then I spent like 1,000. So, is it on a discount? I don't know how that works. Anyway, kind of weird that says 2,000, but it's actually only 1,000. All right. So I'm wondering. Obviously, like if I go here, is that a bad thing? If I go here, I'm just going back to the front door. I don't know how the game's gonna interpret that. I guess we'll see. On your way, you come across a large wall with a simple gate in the center. It appears to be a gate to block out outsiders. It's heavily guarded by a group of 8 choruses. It doesn't look like they'll let us through. There's a lot of guards, and they all have an air of aggression about them. It will be hard to barge past the gate from the front. However, now that you scaled the cliff and made it to the other side, you could ambush the guards from behind. Okay. The developer did make a flag for that, you know, basically. And that's good. I mean, that's what I like about this game. Reminds me of Baldur's Gate 3, actually, you know, how like, if you solve certain objectives from a different direction, you know, from a different order, the game actually acknowledges that, right? That's what's cool about it, you know? You won't be able to avoid a fight, but you could strike them when they're not expecting to brute force your way past them. Well, I beat 5 of them at once before, so let's ambush. I might be able to fight past them if I ambush them from here. Ooh, you're gonna be a sneaky villain? I guess you could put it that way. Stay hidden right there, Kohaku. And when I give the cue, run. You should be able to get past. Okay. Okay. Maybe in Japanese she says, hi, you know. Alright then. There are 5 choices guarding the gate, and a few more dotted across the outskirts further away, likely to scout the area. If I deal with the 5 guards, we should be able to get out of here. You sneak up at the gate and kick the door open to ambush the guards. And they're like, whoa, what the? Nani? Counter step. Get his head. Okay. You guys are too literal. You know, you're trying to get my head. I simply dodge out of the way. Catch him! Oh yeah? I counter. I counter again. I parry you. I counter again. I counter. I use my counter move. And then I counter again. And I counter you. And I counter you too. Attack boost. Heavy smash. Bam, you're dead. You know, it's really like a rhythm game. You know, you gotta press the buttons as long as it's a reasonable speed. You know, I like the mechanic. You gotta press left, up, or down, basically, and sometimes right if it's like a weird blind attack. Otherwise, you just dodge. You know, you just press buttons, just press directional keys. It's fun. No. The only time I didn't like it was when I'm fighting, like, again, like the final boss, the second ending that I got, where the odds are actually very much stacked against you because your speed stat's not very high. So, like, you end up having to deal with, like, super fast QTEs. It's, like, really hard. But for most of the game, you know, it's like the game does expect you to dodge if you can. I guess though it is influenced by your speed stat though, so you gotta make sure your speed is like high, and also like you're not wearing heavy items, you know. And I feel like, I don't know, I was reminded of that review where someone like lost to the first boss and 11 negative review and everything. I was like, you just gotta make sure you're not wearing heavy armor, you know. It's not that hard. Anyway, they probably didn't know that, right? So now Kohaku, run! You defeat the 5 guards, and while the other tourists have noticed you, there's still time before they reach you. This is your chance. You give Kohaku her cue, and you both break into a run. Well, that was the plan, but... this will be faster if I carry her. Kohaku's running as fast as you can, but you scoop her up into your arms and make a mad dash to get as far away from the gate as possible. You know, I mean, we've done this already last time when we jumped through the river. Jump over the river. And it's just a funny image. Again, I wish there's more CGs. This is a funny image I'm thinking of. Just like grabbing her by the, you know, grabbing her with like one arm, just running like she's a goddamn football, you know, American football. Hand egg, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, scoop her up and you make a mad dash. The other tourists try to give chase, but once you get far enough away, they give up and return to their positions. You know, kind of like freaking NPCs in like a stealth game. They're like, oh, must have been the wind, and they go back. They've been guarding outside the fortress so heavily, so this is exactly what I expected. They would be wary of intruders from the outside, but they couldn't give up their positions to chase after someone who somehow came from the inside. But even though you broke through the guards just as expected, a disgruntled voice rings out from next to you. Yeah, I was running as fast as I could. Kohaku seems to be unhappy that you went against the original plan and carried her instead of letting her try her best to run with you. Well, you know, you're like, who's short, you know, but thanks for running up until that point. If you hadn't started running, it wouldn't have gone as well as it did. Really? Then I guess it's okay. Having broken through the gate, you take a quick break and go on your way. There you go. You also kind of circumvented the whole blizzard thing, but like, I don't know. Does that matter? The snow is getting deeper. It's so soft. You feel soft snow beneath your feet every step. Your surroundings are getting wider as well as the temperature drops and snow falls. Well, what's that? You see a faint silhouette at a distance. The snow makes it hard to make out any details. The figure slowly approaches you, and the closer it gets, the larger it appears. It grows larger and larger and larger. That's a giant hulking body and spindling limbs, strong claws and fangs and horns crackling with lightning, all visible proof of this creature's great strength. Okay, they're an ogre, I guess. I guess ogre, ogre in Japanese can also mean oni, you know? So when I think ogre, I think of like the medieval, you know, Western fantasy of ogres. There's like this big, like, you know, like basically bigger orcs, you know, bigger and dumber orcs basically is what I think of ogres. But like ogre in Japanese could also mean oni, which is kind of like a different thing, like a lightning demon with, you know, that's just very strong basically. And I think they're like iconic weapon is like a giant bat, you know, like a kabuto or whatever. What do you call it? A kabuto, something like that. Was it? Is it kabuto? Am I searching the right thing? No. Japanese bat weapon. A kanabo. Really wrong. It's this thing. It's like a ancient medieval samurai weapon, but like it's often how do you say? It's often depicted with the oni. You know, these guys, because it's like a giant hulking bat, you know, that you smash people with. So, you know, somehow it's an iconic weapon of the oni. because they're very powerful. Meat. And most importantly, it has the eyes of a predator. It looks at you not as sentient beings, but as nothing but its next meal. So this is the man-eating ogre. The ogre drools and licks his lips before attacking you in glee. No, it's not what I expected, to be honest. I don't know, when I think of like a snow mountain ogre, I just think of like, again, like the equivalent of like a big, giant, fat monster, I guess. But this guy is more like, I don't know, he seems more like a speedster in a way, right? Has claws, he's freaking Wolverine, basically. I don't know. And he has like a freaking, how many packs does it have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish? A 10 pack? You know, 10 pack abs? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, 5? I don't know. Can't tell. Anyway. You weak to heat, I wonder? I guess we'll see. Paralyzing claws, eh? Don't paralyze me, bro. I said don't paralyze me, bro. Don't bite my head. You know, if it bites you, apparently the whole mechanic, like they bite you, they get stronger. I don't want that to happen. Let's see. What do I use Phosphorin? If I use Phosphorin with the enchant, does that do more damage? I don't know. Quadruple edge, double edge. Seems to be just straight damage. It doesn't have the, it doesn't benefit from the thunder enchantment, it seems like. I haven't really used the ice enchantment for a while, by the way, because like, well, all the creatures live on this icy mountain, so I feel like it's a bad idea to use ice against them. They're probably all resistant, so. Carve, eh? Do not carve me, bro. Oh, what? I didn't know it was multiple attacks. Okay, well that's not good. I guess I'll try to heal. I didn't realize there's multiple freaking attacks, motherfucker. God damn it. I was going for the cross break. God damn it. Oh man. My head. Eating my head. Stealing my brains. Heart of Hunger. That's not good. I better finish this now. Heavy smash. Hiya! Good, okay. I was doing so well in the beginning, but then I didn't realize the bite attack, or was it gorge or something? I thought it was gonna be like num, you know? I imagined it'd be like num, but no, it's nom nom nom. I didn't realize multiple bites. Phew. Having fought back the man-eating ogre, you take a moment to catch your breath. Are there more of those here? I doubt that was the only ogre. There's more. We might run into more of them later. The closer you get to the mountaintop, the more dangerous your surroundings become. You continue your journey with that in mind. That's not great. Level up though. Let's get a bit more speed. And let's get a little bit more strength. Let's get a little bit more vitality. Definitely have to use some healing though. I guess I'll use one of these. And a mana berry. Alright. It makes me wonder, should I go over here? Because we had like a bad feeling. I don't know if there's a reason to go backwards. But let me see. Along the way. Whoop. Money! I do need more money. Sparkly rock. 2,000 gold. I return to the snowy field. Let's cross the field. You walk down the field to encounter a blizzard, of course. We didn't go this way, but I decided to do it anyway because I was curious. A blizzard. Strong winds and snow whip across your face and freeze your whiskers. I can't see a thing. The mountain in the distance disappears, your vision is flooded with nothing but white. You can barely even see a few feet in front of you. The only things that exist are the snow, the wind, you, and Kohaku, nothing else. Damn it, this is bad. You know, why did I go back this way? The snow covers your footprints as quickly as you make them. The ground behind you has already been covered in a fresh layer of snow, which means you have no idea whether you're going in the right direction. And in the meantime, you have to endure the freezing blizzard. So this is a blizzard. You have to press on and or you have to press on and go through the blizzard with your limited vision. You could be going in the wrong direction. In this weather, wasting time is wasting your stamina. You have to cross the area before Mother Nature drains all the life from you. I like to pass when the blizzard isn't as strong, at least. The blizzard is unpredictable. It'll be much easier to pass through when it clears up. Otherwise, however, it's both blinding and life-threatening. And it would tire you mentally as well, pushing your already battered body even closer to death. You should keep that in mind. However, if you wear warmer clothing, which I do have in my inventory, it should reduce the damage you take from being exposed to the blizzard. These snow holes the tourists taught us should now come in handy, because I spent that money for a reason, damn it. I'm not gonna skip the blizzard event. You learn how to endure blizzards from a tourist. If you manage to dig up a good hole in the snow, you could rest there until the worst of it passes. But digging a hole takes stamina too. Alright, now, you'll be able to dig 2 holes. That's not many, but it's enough. Well, I don't know, what does that mean? Like, is it based on your HP? Kohaku, the last thing we want here is to get separated from each other. Hold on to my hand. Okay. It'd be bad if you ran off and got lost. Yeah, me getting lost. Right, yeah. You walk into the blizzard holding Kohaku's hand tightly so as not to get separated. The blizzard is rather strong right now. It's hard to see in front of you and the winds are strong, but it's not impossible to cross. There, you. It's medium. Oh, you can recover. Interesting. Right now it's medium. It's not too strong. I don't know. Is it better to keep going or to endure when it's just medium? I think I'll just keep going. There's no knowing when the blizzard will stop or at least clear up a little. I don't have time to take it slow. Let's press on before it's too late. Well, success is pretty hot. Or rather, success is really likely. You trek through the snow, enduring the cold. Snow fills your vision, and you can't make out the scenery in the distance anymore. Oh, why not around? It's like we're the only people in this world. Yeah. Still, it looks like we won't get lost. Luckily, the field is dotted with rocks and trees that you can still make out through the snow. You can use them as landmarks to keep on track. It's pretty tough to go through this strong blizzard, though. The fur in your shivering body is already frozen before you know it. This will be hard on your body. Let's at least make it where the landmarks end. Right. Well, I do still take the damage. Well, it's not that bad. This is very strong. It's alarming, chilling speeds. It's very high. This recovers HP and MP, but like, I don't really need to at the moment. I think we just enjoy the storm. We'll take the damage, but then next time we'll just dig a hole. Pressing on would be too dangerous. Kohaku, over here. Don't we need to walk? Not right now. We just get more tired if we walk now. It's hard to see, so we might get lost. You wrap Kohaku inside your cloak. You warm each other up just a little bit. You're warm. Because he's a freaking bunny, has fur. There's nothing out here, but it's better than walking. HP damage. Okay, well, still take over the same amount of damage anyway. Not impossible to cross. It's a medium. Let's go again. Success. Trek through the snow. Same dialogue, yeah. Okay. So make some progress. Still same damage though. Have to endure. I feel like, well, I think it just makes the check harder, but like, I guess if you fail the check, maybe it makes you, like, it forces you, like, to make negative progress, possibly, right? I think that's the implication, so that's why it's probably better to not move when the blizzard is strong. Owie. And keep going with medium. Success.
Success.
Okay. Wow. Oh, well, I thought there would be more. Because I was waiting for the whole thing. I was saving the whole technique, you know, but then we already passed it. What? I just end up losing all my MP. That's really all that happens, really. The winds die down, your vision clears. It seems like you've gone through the blizzard. Looks like we've been going the right way. I just didn't want to waste using the hull because it recovers like 40% of my health. I wanted to wait, but now I never use it. Now it's a waste. God damn it. Anyway, went the right way. That was tough. I'm starting to get a little tired. Just a little, huh? Yay, XP. Gotta get the XP. Just force yourself to go into a blizzard just for the XP. Well, I'm curious what's over here as well, though. Let me gulp like a mana berry, however. Just got a little bit mana. Money! 1000 G. Find a small pouch on the ground. What's that? Is it yummy? I don't think so. These can be exchanged for yummy food. That's great. Okay. Also, hello, Toro Wizard. I'm just going through a mountain with my adopted dragon daughter. You know, the usual. It's a regular day, really. Oh, look at that, all that money. Is it like 10 million gold? Can I put 10 million gold in my pockets? You enter the cave to find a small open space and a heap of treasure deeper inside. Okay. Wait, I saw you in the freaking tutorial, this thing. I think I fought this thing before, actually, I think. Did I? I can't remember. It was a chimera, right? Flame of Survival too? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've been following, but yeah. In this route, the Flame of Life and Power have been combined into the Flame of Survival. And like the other thing is like unknown like shadow thing, which to be honest, I think is just the silhouette of our daughter. You know, like you see there? It's just her face. Anyway, but there's a giant beast sleeping next to it. It looks like multiple different creatures mixed into one, and you can't help but shudder at the sight. The creature notices you and slowly gets up. It drags itself to you, stumbling as if in pain. It's cute. Cute? Weird. What? It's talking. And you can talk? Hurt. Help. It appears to be intelligent enough to speak and come to you to ask for help. Help. Gosh. Kohaku looks up at you pleadingly. Maybe Kohaku's powers could heal its wounds. But saving the beast would mean allowing it to get up close to you and Kohaku. Is that safe? I feel like I've seen this creature somewhere. Do you know what this creature is? Ah, damn it. I have 48 intelligence. I don't think it's enough. I can't remember. You thought you heard of it before, but you must be mistaken. You don't know anything about this creature. I leave? It'd be best if we never got involved with that thing. Okay. No. Won't let you. Oh, okay. I was gonna leave and heal and come back, but no, apparently not. Noticing you're about to leave, the beast suddenly charges at you alarmingly fast. See, I didn't read all that because I was like, oh, okay, well, we're just gonna leave, you know, not worry about it, but like, no, okay. Its wounds don't seem to slow it down at all, or more likely, it was never hurt in the first place. Okay, well, now we know. Damn it. It seems that the moment you set foot into the cave, the beast already marked you as his next meal. You ready yourself for battle and engage the charging beast. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. You wanna try me? Wanna try me, bro? I enchant my sword of thunder. But yeah, I thought we fought this thing before, but maybe not. Either way, I remember in the tutorial messages or whatever, in the tutorial demonstration, it pretty much said like this is the enemy that paralyzes you and stuff. I got a heal though. I never got the heal. Maybe a mana berry, you know. Maybe a counter step just for fun. I got healed during battle because he didn't let me heal outside of battle, bro. That's not fair. That's not fair. Quadruple edge. I use the power of quadruple edge. It goes beyond normal edging. It goes beyond double edging. It's quadruple edging. No, You guess this is the best ending? Well, we haven't got an ending yet. And I assume, I mean, the way when you get the endings in the other route, it basically implies just 4 endings in total. So you can get either one of 2 endings in this route as well, I assume. So I don't know if we get a best ending. I don't know if there is a best ending. It's just different endings, really. We'll just do that. Oh, damn it. Uh-oh. What does that mean? I don't know what that means, but I dodge anyway. My state has a weird thing on it. What's that icon mean? I don't know what that icon means. I pressed the wrong button because I was expecting, like... Because usually when the dodge things, up, down, or left. But, like, I think that was asking for a block, and I didn't realize that. Anyway. I want to save for a cross break, so... Quadruple edge slash slash. I don't think you do anything. You know, it's just weird. Like, it has like I have an icon. I don't know what that means. Some kind of weird icon. Whatever that means. Whatever that means. Becoming an insane monster cursed to die is a bad ending? Well, do you mean the one where we finally get our revenge on the dragon, and once we kill the dragon, like, prosperity, like, encompasses the world, you know, and everything's great, actually? Because I feel like it's not like the best. I mean, I feel like it's not like the super duper, like, oh, you know, golden ending, but like, in that ending, even though you do sacrifice yourself, you do end up being the hero in a way, right? So, and you actually do help the... I mean, at least the way it's described anyway, you know, by defeating the dragon, actually, everything's great for everyone else. So, in a way, it's like, it's not that bad of an ending. I think that's the point, though. Like, every ending is like, there's no clear thing where, like, it's always gonna be the best. But, like, that's good, though, you know? Because, it'd be boring if it'd be like a Mary Sue ending, and then with the power of my friends, I use the super attack that destroys the bad guy, and we live happily ever after, you know? I don't know. I always don't like those endings because they're so cheesy. It's like no Disney movie ending, you know? Anyway. So I appreciate, you know, that the game, at least from the 2 endings that I saw anyway, it was like, you know, it's good, but like, it's not like perfect, I guess. Anyway, what am I doing? Well, I want to use the attack boost. Oh yeah, I want to do cross break. But you know what? I'll do heavy smash. Heavy smash, or which one's more stronger? This one or this one? Probably heavy smash. You know what? I'll do this one. Phosphorin. Because the enemy is weak right now, or not weak, but like is vulnerable. Has the red icon, which means they'll take more damage. Oh yeah, I gotta chant my sword as well. You know what? Actually, no. I'm gonna chant my sword. But then if I use Phosphorin, it won't benefit from the enchantment. Whatever, I'll do heavy smash. And then I'll do slash. Bam. 2,000 damage? I feel like it wasn't worth it. Slash. Slash. Gonna save up for that cross break. Slash. My normal slash. Glare of unease. Yeah, there it was. I didn't know what that move was. I don't know what that icon did. I don't have it anymore, so I guess the debuff is gone. In which case, cross break. Actually, I want to do... No, wait. I want to do slash and then cross break. No. Double edge and then cross break. Actually, no. I can't decide. Slash and then cross break. Because after cross break, it charges, which is... You know, in my head, I think charges, like, it's gonna charge you. You know, it's gonna, like, freaking... Gonna charge at you. But no, charging in this game usually means they're just powering up. You know, they're just, like... going, you know, they're like doing the Dragon Ball Z thing. They're just going, you know, they're just gathering up ki. So actually, it's better to cross break before they do that because they're not going to attack you at all. And then I use Phosphorin. Poison, yeah, poison as well. Got everything. This guy has everything. This guy's got everything. Boop. Impending Fang. You mean impending nothing because it didn't hit me. And then I murder you, hopefully. Smash. Heavy smash. You know, heavy smash just in case. In case it comes back, you know? You like your cheesy endings? I'm the opposite. Oh no. I don't really love cheesy endings. Like, sometimes it's okay, you know, like in certain games where, especially like very like depressing games, I guess. Not depressing, but like, you know, in very hardcore games where like you get multiple endings. It's like a horror game or something, and like most of the endings are horrible. And that everyone almost dies, you know? Like, I'm thinking of like Corpse Party or something. And then there's always like a true ending where everyone survives, everyone's happy, you know? That's okay, because it's at least predicated by the fact that most of all the other endings are like gruesome and horrible, you know? But generally speaking, I don't know, I don't like the cliche like we gather up a bunch of party members and then we fought the bad guy and then we saved the world, you know? I don't know, that's been done already, you know? It's been done already. And I don't find that very compelling. Because I always feel like, I mean, just like in this game, by the way, I feel like it's a theme of this game, not just in the story, but also in the actual gameplay and the actual like dialogue choices. Like, there's always consequences, or I'm saying that wrong, consequences for your actions, right? You pick something, there's always going to be some kind of downside, some kind of butterfly effect, whatever that is. And I feel like that's kind of the spirit of this game in particular. I mean, the spirit like a lot of CRPGs as well. I mean, to be honest, I think like another game like that is kind of like Disco Elysium in a way. Maybe, I don't know. Well, maybe not. I don't know. But I'm thinking like, yeah, kind of like CRPG, right? The spirit of like a lot of those games, there's always some kind of consequence for your choice, you know? And that's just life, you know, that's real life. Everything is an opportunity cost. You choose to do something, you're missing out on something else. And that's the point. You can't get everything. You know? That's kind of like the whole theme. But yeah, anyway, so it was lying that it was hurt. She learns about lying, you know? First time she learns about lying. Crazy. People lie on the internet? What? I actually hate that, by the way. You know how like on social media people always just like say random shit? I don't know, I can't think of like a good example, but like, for example, you know, someone says like, as a joke maybe, but like they say I hate, I don't know, I can't think of something. I can't think of a good example. Oh, they hate something, you know, I hate this, you know, I hate X, you know, and then they rage bait everybody because all the people that love X, whatever X is a variable, you know, goes in the comment threads and be like, how dare you, why would you say that? And then, you know what the original poster says, the OP, it says, it was just a joke, I actually love X. You know, I was like, what do you mean? You can't just do that. You can't just lie and pretend it's a joke. You can't just, what? It kind of pisses me off, actually. But people do that all the time. They're like sarcastic, or like they just say something that just isn't true, and they're like, I was just joking. A joke is a joke if it's funny to the audience. And if you just say something without any context, you can't just say it's a joke. You know, it really pisses me off. But like, people do that all the time, you know, online, and it upsets me. Anyway, but yeah, Kohaku speaks as she stares at the beast's now motionless body. Well, sometimes kindness can be a weakness. The crueler someone is, the more they try to take advantage of her kindness. You need to learn about this, Kohaku, my child. If you go onto internet, if you go online, you need to know this. But it was so cute. I think you should probably be wary of things you find cute. Okay. Yeah, be like a Shizuan, but you want to play the good guy for D&D. I don't know, I guess I'm just the person that I don't like typical heroes, I guess. In any kind of story, really. I don't know, I always prefer games that allow you to like at least imagine, you know, that you're not just the hero, I guess. Because who wants to be Superman, you know? Because that's what I think of. Who wants to be like lawful good Superman? boring. I want to be Batman, basically. And then again, there's always like different variations of Batman. The only type of Batman that I like really is from the animated series. Because there's this Batman, there's like this old school Batman where it's like goofy, what is it, like Adam West or something? But there's also modern Batman where it's like that freaking movie, what's the guy? I forget his name, but like he played Patrick Bateman in like American Psycho, I think. I don't know his name, but like, he goes, I'm Batman, where's Rachel? I don't like that Batman. People think of that Batman these days, I feel like, is the more recent Batman, but I don't like that Batman. That Batman sucks. His voice sucks. I don't like his voice. Christian Bale, I think. I don't like Christian Bale's Batman. It's just dumb. I like the one from the animated series where he's just like, I'm Batman. He's like, I'm Batman. I'm gonna save. No, not save, but I'm gonna solve all the crimes in Gotham. Alfred, get me my jet. That kind of thing. Where he's like smart and like calm and like has a plan for everything. That kind of Batman. I don't know. I mean, that kind of Batman also appears in a lot of video games as well, though. But for some reason, when Batman is in the movie, like a live-action movie, it's always so dumb and goofy. I don't know why. Why is that? You go deeper into the cave to find a heap of treasure. Could the beast have collected this? How much treasure, huh? That seems like a lot, but like how much though? Kind of like that. I swear, didn't it happen in Divinity Original Sin 2 or something? There's like a whole like room full of treasure. And you click on it, and then you just it's like it contains like 500 gold, and that's it. Or like otherwise it's just empty, It's like, what do you mean? There's gotta be way more than that. So there's so much shiny stuff. If we find anything useful, we should take it. Leaving it all here would be just a waste. You can help by putting any gold coins you find into this bag, Kohaku, in my infinite bag of holding. You go through the beast's treasure hoard and take what you can. Among the mound of treasure, however, you also come across bones that must have belonged to people. These people must have died to that thing. They might have ventured into this cave like you did, only to be killed by that beast. That should be all of it. 10,000 gold. Not bad, I guess. I feel like I got more, though, in the other playthrough. And also nectar, I guess I'll never use, most likely. Is that like the full heal? You gather a promising amount of treasure. You even find something of unique properties. Oh, okay. You either get the Robes of Sorrow. Oh, we lose like max HP. I don't like that. Or we get Pendant of Grace. More HP. And more heat and cold resistance, which is interesting. I don't know, actually. Both are pretty good. I just got the. I think I just got the. Oh yeah, I forgot the. Did I forget to equip it? But I got the item that already increases my stats, so I don't remember if this is better or worse than the other one. Obviously I think it's better, but not as good. It's not plus 12. I think it's because I have the other thing still. I have the old armor still on. I forgot to change it. You know what? I think I'll take. This has no downside, so like this is, I feel like this is the safe choice, but you know what, I'll take it. Yorokobe. Yorokobe shonin. Even no nagai wa youyaku kana. This is... Oh, Kohaku mutters as she stares at a special item. Looking at it makes my chest squeeze a little. Really? Well, it should be fine. Let's get out of here. Having obtained the treasure, you turn and leave the cave. Alright, got it. Edgelord phase? I like edgy things, okay? Also, I don't know, I feel like I'm older. I'm pretty old. I'm probably older than you, maybe. I don't know. Depends. I believe getting older, life sucks, so much having a perfect ending really changes. I am old, though. So I don't know. It kind of depends, I guess, on your perspective on life. I feel like, yeah, I mean, that's true, though. I feel like, you're 36? Well, I guess you're older. But I'm also pretty close. But, I gotta say, yeah, I agree with that, though. I agree with that, like, because how life is based, when you're old, you realize, like, yeah, life is not fair, actually. You know, life is not a meritocracy where you put in hard work and then you get rewarded, as it turns out. Actually, everything is rigged and everyone starts off with a, you know, different starting line, essentially. And so that's why I like video games that reflect that, you know, if that makes sense. I don't want, like, because I guess people have, you know, different desires out of like a video game. I personally, I don't know what the word is, but like people want like escapism, right? They want a power fantasy. I'm the opposite. I don't want a power fantasy. I want the fantasy of working, you know, to like get what you want and earning it, you know, which is something you don't get in real life, in my opinion anyway. Like I want a meritocracy, but you can't do that. So if that makes sense. So I don't know. That's why I like stories that are a little bit more, I don't know what the word is, but like it's a little, you know, less like everyone lives happily ever after. You know, it's more like, it's more complicated than that, I guess. I don't know. It kind of depends. Depends on the game. I don't know. I'm just trying to think what games I've played and like what kind of endings that's the thing though. A lot of endings in video games, like, I mean, endings in general, you know, like, are like never satisfying. They're almost never satisfying most of the time because it's hard to write an ending, you know? I don't know. What's like an ending that I really like? I don't really remember. It's so hard to think through all the giant catalog of video games I played in my brain. I'm thinking of like an ending that I liked, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, there's some endings I tolerate, and they're like, okay, it's the ending, you know? I mean, I was just thinking of Dark Souls. Dark Souls endings, not really endings though. They're like, the game is over kind of endings, you know? They're not too like narrative focused type of games, so it's not really something that is satisfying necessarily. It's satisfying not from a narrative perspective, but more so it's like the game is over, you know? Kind of ending. I don't know. I can't think of a good one. I guess more like shorter games. So I just think of like probably shorter games I like endings of. Like shorter like stories, I guess. Only because it's like short and sweet, you know? Not like a dramatic, like, oh, you know, big adventure. You don't care about working to get something, you just don't want your ending to be bad. I don't know, I'm the opposite. I actually like exploring bad. I mean, you know, especially games that have a lot of bad endings, I actually love exploring them. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but like, I just love exploring like bad endings. Because it really goes to show, like, because, you know, it's what makes video games unique, right? Because in TV shows, you know, movies, anime, like, you only get really one ending, right? There's no like multiple endings or anything like that. It's just you get one ending, that's it. But in certain games, especially like, you know, a lot of games I played before, like horror games, like horror, like RPG Maker games and stuff like that, like you get to explore what if scenarios, you know, what if the hero didn't get lucky? What if the hero or the protagonist didn't have plot armor, you know? What actually happens? And that's what makes it interesting to me, right? It feels more like it has, I guess, I don't know what the word is, but like it feels more like railroaded, you know, less linear, when something bad can actually happen to the character and it's not just all predetermined, you know, even though it kind of is, but you know, that's how I feel like anyway. I don't know. I'm just trying to justify why I like bad endings, I guess. But I like bad endings. I like the ability to get bad endings. Because like, to me, it's freedom, you know, the freedom to fail, if that makes sense. At least narrative speaking anyway. Alright, well, we continue to walk in the snow, surrounded by silvery snowflakes. The mountain is silent except for your footsteps crunching in the snow. Crunch, crunch, crunch. But gradually, your visibility worsens. It's like it's cloudy in my eyes. It's not a snowstorm or anything. You realize there's a steam rising from the snow. Steam. Steam hands? No. From the snow, creating fog. I sure don't want to lose sight of where we're going. Do we wait until the cloudy stuff goes away? No, let's keep walking while we can see that tree over there. You see a single tree growing in a high place. You should be able to walk in the right direction as long as you can see the tree. Also, I forgot to quit my stuff again. I keep forgetting. Okay. You keep walking in the fog, braving the cold at the same time. Suddenly your body feels strange. It's as if something is stirring within you. Something restless, something maddening. But it's not debilitating. It only arrives deep inside you, as if it's been put behind bars. Not a great feeling. As they're trying to make sense of the strange feeling, however, wah! A large shadow is cast over you, but it passes soon after. Something large and winged just flew past. You look up in search of whatever cast the shadow, but in that moment... Huh? Nani? Your blood freezes over as every alarm in your body rings incessantly. Dragon time! The fog dissipates, and the earth shakes as a gigantic dragon lands in front of you. It's... well, how did I say his name again? Is it Zine or Zine? I always forget. Zen maybe? Zen? It's Zen, the dragon, or the black dragon rather. The black dragon. The dragon who destroyed your homeland and devoured your kin. You. Oh, let me catch up in your comments. So a game can have a bad ending, but it needs a good one. The Witch's House. Alright, the Witch's House has probably the shittiest ending I've ever seen. I love the Witch's House. You know, I don't like the gameplay. I actually don't. I hate the gameplay, you know, Witch's House, because it's annoying. Like, you get like a shitty game over every 2 seconds. But I love the ending in the Witch's House because it's so impactful. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's like the, well, spoilers for like a really old game, by the way. But like the Witch's House, basically in all the endings, the villain wins. But like, that's interesting. I don't know. To me, that's interesting. Interesting that the villain actually wins. Because in most story, majority of like 99% of the time, the protagonist is who wins, right? Never the actual antagonist or the villain or whatever. But like, it's interesting that the villain can win. That's why I like the demon path of like Soul Nomad as well. I don't know. I just like exploring that aspect. And again, so many spoilers. It's a spoil every 2 seconds spoiler, but like Undertale, basically. I like Undertale because of the 2 like paths you can take, essentially. That's also what's to me interesting as well. I don't know. It's always games that like allow you to like really go off the rails. Is what. Though that's what makes the, you know, interesting. Anyway, Undertale's great because it has good ending. I guess so. But it also has the other ending, you know? That's what I like. Oh, anyway. I don't know what the conclusion is, but like, I don't know. Basically what I'm saying is that my opinion is like, I like having the existence of bad endings more so than anything else. Having only a good... Here's the thing, if Undertale only had a good ending, it would be boring. Maybe that's a bad opinion, maybe that's a controversial opinion, but if Undertale only had the good ending, it'd be kind of boring. Because it has the option to go the other way, is what makes it interesting to me. Anyway, Big Dragon. You. Omaira. I assume it's going to be in Japanese. Your mind flashes the images of that fated day, and vengeance burns in your chest, but that only lasts for a split second. My body won't stop shaking. With your newfound strength, you know better than ever the sheer difference in strength on display. You shudder in fear of the unbeatable predator before you. Fear of absolute power and of your death seizes your body and mind. How despicable. However, I never know how to say his name. Zen doesn't seem to care about you. Their gaze is directed at Kohaku. Again, I'm assuming it's a Japanese pronunciation, so like Zan. Oh. Wow, you're huge. I came because I sensed the presence of kin for the first time in years. What is the meaning of this? Why are you like a little girl? Why do you take on a little girl form? Why are you in such a vulnerable, helpless form? That's exactly what he's saying, actually. I was just kidding, but like, actually he is saying that. Like, why are you like a little anime girl? That's cringe. You transformed into like a badass, cool guy instead. Like, what are you doing, bro? That's lame. Vulnerable? I've always been like this, though. What? You fool. Kohaku's answer seems to have angered Zen even more. Zen even more. Their eyes flash with an emotion akin to hatred. This is bad. What do I do? In face of the irritated dragon, your impulsive reaction is to... Well, I gotta protect the child. Kohaku, get behind me. You step in front of the Kohaku, or the Kohaku? No. You step in front of Kohaku to shield her with your still shaking body. She ducks behind you to hide in your shadow. Despicable. How utterly despicable. However, this seems to anger the dragon even further. Zen becomes even more aggressive. Why is a dragon, the manifestation of power itself, being protected by a weakling? Zen swipes at you with a claw. It isn't an action, or rather isn't an attack, just a simple action of nudging away something in one's way. Ugh. But that small action is strong enough to send your entire body flying. I lose HP, what the heck? I get the heal. You try to mitigate the impact, but it's no use. You get launched like a speck of dust and sent rolling in the snow. Gosh! The damage isn't fatal, but the impact is enough to leave you on the ground for a while. Shit. And more crucially, this separated you from Kohaku. Even if you could move, you wouldn't reach her in time. Answer me. The only thing you can do is watch as Kohaku answers the question. Because I'm weak. Weak? You're only weak because you desire to be. You know, just simply be strong, idiot. Just do it. Just do it. That immature form of yours is more than enough proof. That Zen's body is the null in the bright light. See, just be a badass like me. I have like a... What's it? 6-pack? Is it a 6-pack? I can't tell. Is it a 7-pack or a 6-pack? 8-pack? I don't know. And they emerge with the body... Or emerge? No. They emerge with the body of a human. Huh? Gratifying our desires is what makes a dragon a dragon. It is our purpose. Our bodies are no more than a vessel. We can reshape it however we want. You know, this isn't an allegory for anything, don't worry about it. And that's why we devour others, to gain the power needed to obtain whatever we want. Desire. Fulfill those desires. Don't go thinking it's normal for you to be protected by another. Otherwise, the power dormant within you will never answer your call. The power within me? Then suddenly stares at Kohaku, who seems to be contemplating something, and then... They transform back into a dragon and take flight. You watch dumbfounded as the mighty dragon flies away in the distance. You know, or like a strange dragon uncle. So he's really mean. Also killed my entire family, but don't worry about that, I guess. Are we saved? Spikes or power? He's just wearing like cosplay, you know? He's wearing, at the end of the day, you know, you can transform to anything you want. You know, basically he's wearing cosplay. Once Zen leaves, you resume your journey. Neither of you speak a word for a long while. Kohaku continues contemplating something while you have your own problems to think about. That dragon is the one who destroyed my village. But even in the face of my nemesis, I couldn't muster the will to fight them. That difference in strength is just too stark. Even though you have supernatural strength, you and the dragon are still worlds apart. And just now you had that fact shoved into your face. Even with my 59 strength is still not enough. As you're thinking about it, you remember something Veronica said to you. If I want to live more than anything else in the world, that's right. I don't want to die. I came all the way here for that reason. Combining this with the events that just transpired, you realize that you want... You can't choose revenge anymore, I feel like. You're basically giving up on revenge. What's the difference here? So live without fear or to prioritize something else? So even if your life extended, if the dragon decides to attack you, you die in a heartbeat. That would be meaningless. You want the strength to live fearlessly. Or, rather than fight against the dragon, there are other things you can do with your life. You don't want to be hung up on their overwhelming strength. Well, I don't know. That implies we want to be immortal. The first one implies we want to be immortal or something. Which, I mean, I personally don't think that's bad. You know, I always bring this up every time immortality is brought up and how everyone feels like immortality is a bad thing. And how it's represented in fiction, you know? It's like, oh, no, it's a curse or whatever. And I'm like, nah, I'd win. I'd win. I'd simply win, though. I simply win. It's that easy. Godhood is the goal. You know, if I was immortal, I would simply, well, I would simply just make everyone else immortal for one. And once we run out of room on the planet, we simply just go to another planet, you know? And oh no, the sun is gonna explode. Well, that's a long time. We'll probably figure something out. We'll just make a new sun, you know? Like, immortality, people think too short term, I feel like. With immortality, you could like pass on the knowledge from many geniuses from many generations without the downside of them dying, you know? That's the thing. I feel like the progress of humanity is very exponentially fast, actually, if you look at history. But the issue is that geniuses eventually die. They freaking die and they pass on that knowledge, but that knowledge is, you know, like it doesn't really directly pass on one-to-one, and we lose some of that, you know, that innovation. So if we just don't have that downside, I feel like we would have probably, especially with a really long timeline, eventually, you know, fix a lot of things, I feel like. But no, always in sci-fi especially, you know, something always goes wrong. There's like a freaking unknown alien, you know, swarm that eats everyone. I don't know. There's always something, I guess. Ugh. In Pathfinder, there's a god. All right. I know about Pathfinder. I actually played that a little bit. I quit, you know, like at some point because I kind of got bored of the gameplay. But I looked up like what you could do in that game. It sounds cool, but I don't know. But yeah, you can like do a lot of things in that game. It always sounds so cool when you read about it, but then when you actually play it, it's kind of boring. I don't know. I just hate reading, I guess. You know, it depends though. Well, the thing I love reading when it's like more like this, you know, where it's more like, I don't know, instead of reading an entire paragraph, it's more like, you know, like this goal. Okay, I'm ranting for like many different things here, but like basically I'm saying like I don't like it when games are written like a novel, which is like what most like Western CRPGs are kind of like. I like games when they're written like a manga, you know, where like it's like instead of giant ass paragraphs like things happening, it's more like nani, you know, it's like what's this, it's like I don't know, it's like written line by line, you know, things happen line by line rather than like an entire paragraph, 5 paragraphs of things happening. You know, it's like, okay, you killed everybody, you know, you turned into a super god and killed everybody. Okay, well, you just described that, but I didn't actually do it, you know, it didn't feel like I actually did it. Anyway, ADHD, I feel like the opposite of ADHD though. I don't know, I'm like the opposite of ADHD. I'm like very good at like focusing on a single task, you know. I feel like I'm not really an ADHD guy. I'm like the opposite. But again, the way stories are written anyway, I think it's because I played through so many visual novels, especially like indie visual novels and like similar story games and stuff like that. And it's like at this point, I much prefer something a little bit more concise, you know, a little bit more straight to the point. Something like, you know, kind of controversial game, but like Coffin of Annie Lily, you know, something like that. To me, is peak writing. You know, not just because of the themes that a lot of people find controversial for some reason, but also the way it's written. You know, that like developer, I played their other games as well, like visual novels, in their like previous life, I guess, in a way, you know, because they don't go by like Nemle anymore. Like they don't have online presence anymore. But like the previous visual novels have that same writing style, and I really liked it. You know, I don't know. They're written like webcomics, you know, like webcomics, manga. I don't know, that like snappy like dialogue is what like it was engaging, you know. Anyway, so what am I choosing? Oh yeah, either, I mean, I feel like it's too obvious, but basically the first one is like I prioritize myself, and then the other one's like I prioritize basically raising my adopted dragon daughter. You know, like it's so obvious. I don't know. Yeah, you need short sentences and don't throw 100 words at you, yeah. Again, it depends. But like, I'm so used to like, you know, Phoenix Wright, you know, for example, or like something like that. Or like it's a little bit more focused on things happening instead of things being described to you. Like a novel, right? Because that's what novels need to be. Like a lot of books, like fiction books or whatever, they have to describe every little thing, you know. Oh, it was a dark and stormy night. Her hair was long and sleek, and she had, I don't know, smooth skin. I don't know, what am I talking about? Am I talking about erotica? No, you know, like everything has to be described, you know, visually, or like, oh, you know, like the forest smelled like it just rained or something, you know, like it's like all the sensations have to be described, and it's like it's too much, you know. Stop describing everything to me, just show it to me, you know. Draw a CG or something. Anyway, I would choose this one. I don't know why I spent so long deciding, but I'm gonna choose this one. We don't want to be hung up on overwhelming strength. We're basically like giving up our like desire for revenge. Such a loss. I don't stand a chance against that overwhelming strength of that dragon. And even if I could, I would probably have to pay a heavy price. There are probably plenty of other things I should accomplish in my life instead. You know, I need to get a life. I need to get a life. As you go over your thoughts, a question pops up in your head. Something I should accomplish with this life. What could that be? Well, I don't have my tomboy engineer pink rabbit wife, so I guess that's not the answer. You continue musing over it, but you can't reach a clear answer. Well, I could set this aside for now. Right now, I should focus on escorting Kohaku to where Veronica is. It wouldn't be too late to come up with an answer after that. Okay, finally move on. Oh, so hello, Blue Dragonfly. Again, you still have that number, by the way. Blue Dragonfly 8139 is what I see. What number is your name? Kind of like, you know, in like MMOs and video games. Any kind of multiplayer game, you got numbers, otherwise your name is taken. I guess not just video, I mean just in general actually. There's a lot of websites you will register an account for. I'm lucky that my name is so unique, by the way, that I never have to worry about that. Every time I register an account for any kind of game, no one takes my name because it's too unique. In a way, that's a good thing because like I feel like no one could take my name. But also like I was gonna say like the only downside is it's too long sometimes. For some reason, I always barely hit the character limit. It's always like 16 characters or something. Like it's always like SighingSlider. It's always missing a few letters. Sometimes I have to shorten to like slider or something. You haven't figured out how to change it? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you would change it. Probably something in the settings, in the maybe the Google account settings. I don't know. Anyway, I gotta level up. More intelligence would make sense. If only I had 50 intelligence that one time when we fought the Chimera. Oh well. And I guess I'll save the rest for later. Oh yeah, I gotta equip the stuff. I didn't. Oh yeah, I forgot to equip. Or did I? Wait. Oh yeah, no. It was this, right? It was this snow garb. And then the pendant of grace. Hold on, I don't know, for some reason I want this to be on the first slot and then this one on the second slot. You know what I do have a little bit of? OCD. Not ADHD. I have a little bit of OCD. I don't know. Is that what you call OCD? Maybe not exactly. But like I have this thing where I want things to be organized in a very specific way. I kind of obsess with that sometimes a little bit. It doesn't feel right. You know, for some reason it doesn't feel right to have the lesser rare item on top. I gotta have the stronger item on top and the lesser strong item at the bottom for some reason. I don't know why. It just feels better that way, even though it makes no actual mechanical difference. But yeah, got that. Okay. The pendant of a kind-hearted exile princess, slightly stained with her blood. Really? What does that mean? I feel a little OCD. Again, this is all just self-diagnosis, so it means nothing, by the way. A lot of people say that. They're like, oh, I have this, I have that. But like, do you really though? Or are you just saying it? You know, it's an exaggeration. Okay. Do I have everything? Let me see. Oh yeah, I gotta heal. Should I use the Quorum specialty? I guess one more couldn't hurt. Oh yeah, the nectar. I got this in the other routes as well. Basically full heal and full MP. The delectable alcohol. Wait, it's alcohol? Made from the nectar of giant flowers that bloom on Sacred Land, it's technically possible to utilize its strong healing properties without turning it into alcohol, but the only recipe was discovered by an alcoholic wizard. It's kind of funny. It has to be. It has to have alcohol in it. Because nobody knows how to make it otherwise. I feel like this is close to like some kind of boss fight. So I'm gonna run all the way back and buy some healing items if possible. Well, I guess I have enough like healing herb plus, but I don't know. I bought a few of these. I have a lot of money, so I might as well buy a few of those. Anything else? I could get like more cold resistance on top of the actual other accessory that I have. I don't know how useful that would be. Panacea. Yeah, it's pricey though, this one. I don't know if it's worth it. Why not just use the specific item that cures the thing that you need to cure? I guess that's it. Proceed. But we haven't fought more ogres though. We fought like one ogre, and it was heavily implied that we would fight way more ogres. So it's probably more ogres to fight. So we're not at the boss fight yet, probably. And you know, every chapter also has like an optional boss fight. Have we found like an optional boss fight technically? I mean, there's a chimera technically. Sorta was optional. I don't know. We've come pretty far up. You can see the mountaintop in the distance. There's still a ways to go, but your destination is finally visible. There's so much snow. It's so thick and soft. Again, when I think of snow, I mean, any weather, I feel like I just hate every weather. But like, when I think of snow, I just think of black snow. You know, like, it's like, in the city, it's just full of like, just dirty snow. Because that's what it ends up being. It's just dirty, black, dark snow. And like, full of trash and garbage everywhere. So like, that's what I think of when I think of snow. I never think of the pristine, you know, nice snow that people make snow angels out of, because I would just think like, ew, you know, like, you do snow angels, it's just full of garbage everywhere and poop. Probably a bunch of dog poop, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. The higher you climb, the thicker the snow gets on your feet. Kohaku seems to be enjoying herself, but to you, it's more troublesome than fun. Actually, when I think about it, because this is a mountain, I'm just reminded of Mount Everest, and how that's also true. Like, in Mount Everest, there's actually also a bunch of trash everywhere, because everyone tries to climb it all the time. It's just a tourist destination, and they just dump their trash all over the mountain, and like, nobody cleans it, of course, because it's kind of dangerous to just clean up in a freaking mountain. So like, everyone just has trash everywhere, you know? That's what I think of. Anyway, the snow is frozen in places, making it hard to stand firm. If you slip during a fight, it might just cost you your life.
If you don't have the clawed boots, your speed will be halved.
Okay. Okay, developer. Anyway, or any case, we're almost there. Watch your step. Along the way, there is a random encounter. Whoa, what's that? Actually, I never got that yet. Oh, is it more blizzard? There's lots of snow falling in the sky too. You look up to see the sky covered in clouds and large snowflakes flying through the air. In the meantime, the wind grows stronger. Damn it, it's a snowstorm. In the blink of an eye, your vision's filled with snowflakes, and you struggle to move against the wind. You have to wait for it to die down. Oh man, we just take damage. That's it. That's just damage. You take damage, idiot. That's it, you learn nothing, you didn't even get XP. You simply just take damage. As you make your way up the mountain, you come across 3 wolves at the top of the slope. There are 3 wolves inside you. Now, the 3 wolves stare down at you as you climb the slope, and then start walking around in a circle. What? What are they doing? I get dizzy. The wolves spin faster and faster until they leap into the air with a loud howl. An avalanche! An overwhelming amount of snow starts crashing down with a thunderous rumble. What? What? Kohaku, run to that tree. Don't get caught up in the snow. I swear, isn't this just the same CG as when there was like a sandstorm in the desert area, you know, and the Mishas were out? I swear, that's the exact same. They're just reusing assets, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong. You quickly point to a faraway tree and start running horizontal to the avalanche. If you reach the tree, you should be able to avoid the snow. This is bad. With your speed, you have a high chance to safely outrun the avalanche. But that's only if you run as fast as possible, and if you run alone. Right now, you're with Kohaku, and she's not a fast runner at all. Damn it. What now? At this rate, Kohaku will be hit by the avalanche unless you're very, very lucky. In the heat of the moment, you, I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna throw her, you know? just throw her somewhere else. Magic? They're like, question mark? Fine. I feel like if you choose the magic one and you don't have enough magic, you just fail automatically. I think that's what it is. So I'm just gonna throw her like a football. Again. Treating her like a freaking football. I have to at least keep Kohaku safe. Kohaku isn't fast enough to outrun the avalanche. Realizing this, you pick her up in your arms. And we go for a touchdown? Well, not really a touchdown. What do you call it when you throw a football in football? No, I guess like a quarterback or something. Go long, you know? Huh? You go ahead first, but remember to stick the landing. With that, you throw her towards safety. Gosh! Ah! Kohaku's panicked voice rings through the air as she flies far away. She lands and rolls in the snow where the avalanche can't reach her. You watch closely to confirm she's safe. And ow! Embrace yourself as a tremendous amount of snow crashes down onto you and carries you away. It's only 100 damage. That's like a random goblin, like, stabbing me in the face, you know? That's 100 damage, you know? It's like, whatever. You get caught up in the avalanche and are buried alive in a thick layer of snow. It seems the flame of survival and flame of sacrifice now? Are you just guessing? Maybe. I mean, the game hasn't revealed it yet, so I don't know. Though, obviously, like, I can guess, obviously, that, you know, the other flame is just related to Kohaku. You know what it is? Flame of fatherhood. You know? Flame of survival, flame of fatherhood. Ugh. The snow is heavy, making it very hard to dig yourself out. Air is thin under the snow, and it becomes harder and harder to breathe. At this rate, you'll run out of oxygen and suffocate to death if you don't escape, and fast. I have to hurry. Vitality check. No one's gonna save you, so you have to escape yourself. You fight blindly against the snow. Huh? What? Really? A 4? Seriously? You desperately attempt to dig your way out of the snow that threatens to crush you beneath it. However, the snow is too hard and heavy to do so easily. You're not able to give up just like that, though, and you slowly claw the snow apart. Ugh. However, your body won't move how you want it to, and the dwindling oxygen makes it worse. I'm gonna pass out. You gasp for air as you struggle to move under heavy layers of snow. You know, this is how people die, actually. People getting buried under the snow, actually, in real life. You desperately attempt to dig your way out of the snow that threatens to crush you beneath it, and then you take more damage, idiot. Imagine I just lose here. Imagine I just get failure after failure after failure, even though my chances of success is not that low. Like, it's literally more than 50%. It's like 60%, actually. I keep failing 60% chance rolls. Okay, finally. At least they give you, like, enough chances. You desperately attempt to dig your way out of the snow that threatens to crush you beneath it. It's still hard, and yeah, I've made some progress, right? It takes a lot of effort, but you manage to slowly dig your way through the snow. You also found a pocket of air while digging, making it much easier for you to breathe. However, you don't feel like you're getting anywhere, and you're still trapped in the darkness. You have to keep digging if you want to get out of here. Well, you have to keep digging. You have to keep going? Really? 7? What is this luck? Blah, blah, blah. Critical success. You remember that you have the power of flame magic, and you simply burn the snow with fire. You know, how about that? No? Anyway, you try to dig your way out. This is... You hit a layer of snow softer than the rest. The softer layer almost appears to glow slightly in the dark space under the snow. Is that sunlight? You desperately claw your way towards the light. The soft snow is easy to dig through, and the glow gradually grows brighter and brighter. And then... okay. Well, we just do it, I guess. You finally escape from your snowy prison. You pant heavily as cold air rushes into your lungs. You suddenly remember you're a rabbit and know how to burrow? Well, I don't know. I feel like snow would be different than dirt, I feel like, you know? Also, I feel like it's also different rules. You know, like in the freaking furry universe, like how much animal traits you actually have. You know, I feel like there's a sliding scale. You know, of how animalistic people are in like an anthropomorphic society. It's like on one end you're basically just like an animal, on the other end you just are cosplaying as an animal, but you have no actual, you know, traits of the actual animal. Is what I think anyway. But yeah. Phew. I didn't think it'd feel so good to breathe as much as I want. We could have easily suffocated to death if things had taken a wrong turn. You take a moment to appreciate being able to breathe. You know, what happens if you just like... Because there's the other option to like keep running, you know? And then just let Kohaku be buried in the avalanche. Would that mean like you don't get buried? Maybe in that situation or that scenario, you're the one digging her up, maybe. Is that what it would have been? I made it out somehow, but where's Kohaku? You saved Kohaku, but you were swept away by the avalanche. You look around to see... Gosh! Kohaku runs up to you, short of breath, finding you in the snow. She seems to be completely unharmed after you were hit. Oh, good. You're... Oh, there. Kohaku keeps running and tackles you into a hug, and then you die. You know, imagine like... Imagine if that took longer, you have like 2 HP, and then she freaking tackles you, and then you lose the rest of your HP, and then you die. You know, she fucking kills you. No, she tackles you into a hug, and she aggressively presses and rubs her face against your stomach. Rub. Why is she doing that? Kohaku keeps her face down. She silently rubs it against your stomach over and over. Are you hurt anywhere? No. But you shouldn't put yourself in danger like that, gosh. Who's the parent here? Don't die. Kohaku mutters and hugs you tightly. She must have been very worried for you when you got caught up in the avalanche. You can feel her body trembling slightly. You're right. I don't want to die either. You pat Kohaku's head like a freaking anime thing. Like, why is it always an anime thing, by the way, to give head pats? It's not real life. It's weird. But anyway, for a while, until she eventually calms down. Like, you do that to like a pet, you know? Do you do that to human beings? I don't know, I just never seen that in real life. Like, it's only in anime. Now then, you are swept far away by the avalanche and your surroundings don't look familiar. We got carried down. Yeah, but our goal is the same. Let's make our way up to the top. XP! Whoop. Oh, come on. The game glitch again? I swear, this happened before. Did it happen on stream? I don't remember. It happened to me at least once, where the game just randomly glitches. And I don't know why. Why does it do that? I'm scared to save, because if I save and then I come back, does it soft lock here? I wonder. I think the last time this happened... No, I think I was streaming it. Alright, I think I was streaming it, and then I did save and come back, and it did seem to fix itself, but... I don't know for sure, obviously. Okay, well, I'm gonna try. If this soft locks here, I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna send a very strongly worded letter to the developer and be like, why this game bug here? Hopefully it'll just reload properly and then we are at the correct location. Because I swear this happened before. I think it happened near the end of the Misha's route, in one of the last area, basically. Oh, there we go. Okay, see, it worked. But yeah, I think it happened in the, what do you call it, the underground area, technically, like after the desert area at some point, you know? It was supposed to like open up to like a part of the map, and then it just kind of didn't. It was just a black screen. Oh hey, so you changed it. Theoretically, it's got no numbers. It's different now though. It's Ow, blue dragonfly? I don't know how to pronounce the first part. Sword Mage. Alright, so let's level up our Sword Mage. We learn new things! Octopus Edge and Enchant Earth, whatever that means. What's Octopus Edge? Slice the enemy 8 times in a row. Okay. So it's okay, it's funny. It's like double edge, quadruple edge. Now it's octopus edge. How much does how much does the octagon have? 8 sides. It reminds you like a meme, like a YouTube poop meme. Like, was it Jack Black teaching Elmo about a stop sign, how many sides it has or something? For some reason, that has been like used for a lot of like YouTube poops. Anyway, octopus edge. And also enchant earth. For 3 turns, enchant your sword with the sturdiness of the earth. Raises vitality. Physical attacks do additional physical damage. Interesting. Well, I guess I'll learn that. It's a color of glaze you use in school. Glaze. I don't know what you mean by glaze. Because when I think of glaze, let me be honest, the first thing I think of is donuts. You know, glazed donuts. Even though I don't actually eat donuts very often at all, actually. I like the idea of eating a donut. I've never actually eaten a donut for such a long time. I don't know, it's just pure sugar. So like pure carbs and pure sugar. So I've never really get it at all. But like I like the idea of donuts. Oh, in ceramics class? That's another thing I don't know how to pronounce. Ceramics. Is it ceramics? Ceramics, right? Ceramics. Huh. Oahu blue. Is that like a thing? Oahu blue? Oahu blue. Is that a particular type of color? Anyway, good thing we got past that black screen. I guess now we're here. You know, I noticed something on the top left, by the way. It looks like a sword? Maybe it's not a sword. Maybe it's a giant cross. I don't know. But we can't go there yet. We have to go this way first, it seems like. You come across a set of old ruins. The damaged buildings are covered in snow. And from somewhere in the ruins, you hear the faint sound of chewing. I hear a weird noise. Yeah, me too. There's definitely someone or something here, but you can't tell where exactly they are. Even so, this is the only way we can go. Thanks to the avalanche, you have nowhere else to go. You have to go through the ruins in order to reach the mountaintop. Okay. We literally have no choice, you know? No, actually, oh yeah. I keep forgetting. I should heal, right? Since I took a lot of damage, I might as well heal. I could use this. I don't know why, but I want to save it though, you know, just in case. I have 2 of them. Now I don't want to use it anymore. I think I'll use the healing herbs. I need a mana berry. Okay, let's go to the ruins. You keep your guard up as you enter the ruins. The chewing sound grows louder and louder. And soon you see... Oh, an ogre and his dog? You know, man's best friend. Except it's ogre's best friend. They stand above the corpses of 2 tourists and appear to be gorging on their meat. The wolf might have been tamed by the ogre, or perhaps they have a symbiotic relationship. They seem to be sharing the food. But then the wolf, appearing to notice something, suddenly lifts his head, its nose twitching, and suddenly turns around to bark at you. You've been spotted. They're coming! The wolf charges greedily at its new prey, and the ogre follows slowly behind. Guess I have to fight. The wolf is charging at you alone, so this might be your chance to fight them separately instead of taking on both the wolf and the ogre at once. You draw your sword and face the pouncing wolf. Okay. I enchant thunder, and then I use octopus edge. I use the power of octopus edge. You've heard of edging, you've heard of double edging, you've heard of quadruple edging, but have you heard of octopus edging? I don't think so. It's crazy. Anyway, it's dead. This is what happens when you leave your pet untended. It gets murdered by a sentient bunny. A sentient humanoid bunny with a sword. And his dragon daughter. Alright. You defeat the wolf before the ogre could reach you. Seeing this, the ogre growls loudly. Don't hold it against me now, but I'm not gonna just sit there and let you eat me. In this world, there's eat or be eaten. You face the growling man-eating ogre. It's a dog. It's a wait. I was gonna say it's a dog-eat-dog world, you know, but it's more like it's a like rabbit dog. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Enchant magic. Let's try enchant. Well, it's not really weak against heat, so let's just do earth. Let's do earth, and then the octopus edge, and then slash. Also gonna bite my arm. Don't bite my arm, bro. Ah, he bit my arm. What the heck, bro? No. Also gonna bite my head now? Don't bite my head. Ah. I think the thing is here, like, I think in order to prevent the ogre from getting stat bonuses from eating you, literally, eating pieces off of you and getting stronger, I think the merchant said to like guard instead. But I don't know, I'd rather dodge. I don't want to guard, I want to attack. I want to dodge and then attack. And if I simply get it perfect, you know, and I simply win. Damn it, what? Did that not work? I pressed down. I don't know, somehow I hit the wrong button somehow. I swear I pressed down. Lightning claws, eh? It's so smart, it has intelligence buff because it ate my head. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. God damn it, I always forget Gorge is multiple hits. I always just think Gorge is like, oh, one hit. No. Wrong. Incorrect. You failed again. The music is kind of sameish now. I still find it alright. I mean, yeah, it's the same music every time. I mean, the boss music I think is different. Phew. You defeated both the wolf and the man-eating ogre. You finally get to take a good look around. I don't think there's anything of note here. All you see is dead bodies, the bloodstains still around them, and the ruins themselves. Nothing else really catches your eye. Wait a minute. You're suddenly reminded of what you learned at the tourist fortress. The spot marked with an X on the map should be somewhere nearby. Okay, interesting. So I probably only get this if you got the map before. Anyway, I also was going to mention in terms of the music. I mean, I play this like once a week, so like to me, like it's fine. I guess if you play this like every day, maybe it'd be annoying. I don't know. I've been playing this game like once a week, so it doesn't really bother me that much. Near mountaintop ruins. Wonderful thing, huh? If you're to believe the map, you might want to search the area a little longer. I want to do that then. I want to do that. Gotta heal though. I'm gonna use all my resources to heal my HP. I don't like that. I don't like to have to use items. It should be somewhere around here. You search the ruins with a map you found in the fortress as your guide. Oh, what do we have here? You find a suspicious spot cleverly camouflaged by snow. You wouldn't have noticed at a glance, but there are traces of something being buried. And so you dig around the snow and reveal a heavy, sturdy-looking chest. What could be inside? Inside the chest, you find... Well, I don't know, you get tech ring, which, not that great for me because my class doesn't really rely on technique at the moment. Nectar, which of course are items I'll never use because like I would just never want to use it. I would always feel like it's a waste. Why use a limited full heal item when I can just chow down on some delicious healing herbs instead? Which, by the way, there's a quiz earlier on that like described like what the healing herbs are supposed to taste like, and I got it wrong. I wonder what they're supposed to taste. I guess I should check the description. Also, money. I mean, I guess I'll take the money. The money is a different, you know, something I never noticed. The money description is always a little bit different. So wait a minute. So last time it said like, you know, thoughts and prayers, you know, rather than thoughts and prayers, you'll take coin or whatever. But this time it says, the more you have on you, the safer you feel. Otherwise, it's worthless trash unless you use it. Well, I feel like that's a default one. Huh. Oh, anyway, I'll take the money. You obtain the wonderful thing. It's such a wonderful thing. Money. You know? You know how they say to you when you're like a kid, like money doesn't... what does it say? Like money doesn't buy you happiness or whatever? But like that's a lie. You know? That's untrue. You know? It buys you a better quality of life, you know? It buys you a better standard of living, which indirectly or even partially is responsible for your happiness, you know? If you didn't have money, you know, it would suck, actually. You need a certain amount to, like, live. Anyway, what am I doing? I already forgot. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna check the description, actually. So it says here, slightly sweet. Okay, so they're supposed to be slightly sweet. You know, it's funny, because when I think of the healing herbs in, like, other games, I always think they're bitter or something. That's why I chose bitter as the answer for that quiz, but turns out it's sweet. It's slightly sweet, as it turns out. If only I knew. Multiple pass. There's a giant crevasse. Crevasse, I pronounce crevasse. Is it crevice? It's not. It's not spelled that way. So wait, what's the difference between the crevasse and the crevice? Up is a slope that continues to the mountaintop, and yeah, well, the ruins is down, but we've been there already. Well, what's the difference between a crevasse and a crevice? So crevasse is a deep, wedge-shaped crack. Crevice is a small, narrow crack. So a crevice versus a crevasse. I'm not gonna look at the AI overview. I'm gonna look at this Reddit thread instead. You know, the more reliable information, Reddit. But apparently, a crevice and a crevasse is not the same. A crevice is in rock, and a crevasse is in ice. Oh, okay, so that's the difference? I guess that's the difference. I didn't know that, actually. I thought they were the same thing, because they're kind of spelled very similar. Today I learned TIL. That I'll probably forget, you know, like these cool facts that I always learn when I Google them, I suddenly just forget after I finish playing the game for the day. You come across a series of crevasses in the ground. You know, I'm surprised, despite this game having a bit of like, not I can say like not the worst translation. It's like pretty okay, decent actually, even better than most indie games I played, where it's machine translated. But despite having like a bunch of typos and stuff like that, they got this one right. They got this very specific terminology of the difference between crevice and crevasse correctly. Anyway, you come across a series of crevasses in the ground. Some are large enough to create gaping holes that split the ground apart, while others are as narrow as a single person. But every crevice, now they're using the word crevice, but every crevice is incredibly deep. They appear bottomless when you peer down them. They're so dark and smooth. The walls of the crevices, or crevasses rather, are frozen over, making them hard, smooth, and slippery. They're practically sheer walls of ice. It'd be hard to climb back up if you fell down one of these. As you talk, you take another step forward. Oh gosh, wait, watch out! Kohaku calls out in a panicked voice. You're taking a step towards a large crevasse when you didn't notice thanks to the thick snow, or which you didn't notice. That was close. Thanks, you saved me. So it's like a weird like artifacting on her face. I don't know. Is it just me? Like her right cheek. Maybe that's maybe I'm just not seeing that correctly. Kohaku beams proudly at your words of gratitude. But wow! Kohaku's next prideful step forward leads her into another crevasse hidden in the snow. Kohaku. You frankly reach out and manage to grab Kohaku's arm as she falls into the crevasse, but you end up dropping to the ground as well. It's so slippery. Normally it would be hard to pull Kohaku back up, but the slippery, icy ground makes it hard for you to use your strength properly. However, if you let go of Kohaku, she'll fall down the crevasse, and if that happens, the crevasse is too narrow for you to climb down and save her. And she'll just be stuck there forever. Kohaku, stay still. Okay. Kohaku nods and leaves her fate in your hands. You grip tightly and slowly pull her back up. But that wasn't the end of this incident. Whoa! When you put more strength behind your grip, you slip and slide towards the crevasse. Your body dislodges some snow that falls into the abyss. Damn it. You hurriedly dig the fingers of your free hand into the snow, which stops you from slipping further, but still makes your situation worse. You're basically dangling above the abyss from a single hand, all the while being weighed down by Kohaku right below you. It's time to drop the dead weight. No. Gosh. Kohaku's uneasy voice echoes all around the crevasse. This really is just one big escort mission. It really is, which one was it? Resident Evil 4, I think? And, the one where you escort the president's daughter, something like that. Looks like we got no time to spare. Is the president a mayor? Is it mayor's daughter? I don't know, anyway. Ashley. Looks like we got no time to spare. Strength check. Are you strong enough to save this little girl? If you're a weak piece of shit, you both fucking die, I guess. If you didn't level up your strength all this time, you just die. Idiot. Anyway, the more time passes, the more danger you're in. You put as much strength into your arm as possible. You better have been doing those bicep curls. It's still like a skill check anyway, so I could still fail. Imagine it was a critical failure. Boop. Well, it's a failure. First is Kohaku. It's hard to support the weight of both you and Kohaku with just one arm. You decide to prioritize Kohaku's safety. Ugh. You grip the edge tightly and slowly bend your arms, your muscles bulging to their limit. Your body inches closer and closer to the surface. Kohaku, I'm gonna pull you up to the surface. Once you reach the ground, climb back up there. Hey! Hearing Kohaku's response, you focus your strength on the arm supporting Kohaku, pulling her up in one powerful swing. Now! On your cue, Kohaku scrambles to climb back onto the ground, and you manage to save Kohaku. But just as you start to feel relieved, the arm holding you up reaches its limit and begins to cramp badly. Ugh. Gosh! Your exhausted, twitching arm can no longer support your body weight and finally gives way. Your hand slips from the edge of the crevasse. Ow! You fall down the crevasse, your body hitting the walls of the ice as it becomes narrower. Oof. Oof. Roblox. Oof. Even though, there's a whole video about it, but basically the oof sound from Roblox got not taken down, but they got sued over it, and so they don't use it anymore, basically. But then there's a whole thing about how the originator of the sound is a weird person, and it's what's the word? It's debatable whether or not it actually belonged to him. But anyway. Oof! He seemed to have passed out for a while, and you wake to the sound of Kohaku's voice calling out your name from above the crevasse. Luckily, your body got caught in a narrow spot, so you're nowhere near the bottom of the hole. It's so cold. Yet again, we have to save the child, but and yet we're stuck in a dark place yet again. You're trapped in a narrow space surrounded by walls of ice, and the cold slowly saps away your stamina. If you don't get out soon, you might freeze to death. This is really bad. But you have to climb these slippery frozen walls of ice while being cramped in a tight space. Escaping won't be easy. Do I have any tools I could use? Good thing I bought those ice axes. You check what you have on hand. Even a single tool can make things much easier. You find ice axes and claw boots, that I happen to have. Especially because I consumed the ice axes, I bought more ice axes just to be safe. You could thrust these into the ice wall and climb your hands and feet. And if you brought warm clothing, the cold will have less of an effect on you. There's so many times we need those warm clothing. I kind of wish, because we bought that warm clothing, I kind of wish his sprite was actually a little bit different. It'd be kind of cool if he, wore a winter jacket or something, because we bought those warm clothing. But anyway. Well then. You muster up the determination. Did someone say determination? I don't know. You Undertale theme. I don't know. And you begin to climb up the crevasse. I don't know. The first song I think of Undertale in terms of a song would be, well, the King song, you know. Do 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 do. But then that song is ruined because someone made a parody of that song about like driving a truck, you know, while drinking a beer. Driving in my truck while drinking a beer, you know. It's stupid and dumb, but like it's kind of funny, but like also it's like shitty, like it's a shitty song. But then it's ruined though. That I really like that song though. I like the original song, you know, like as like a serious song. But now it's ruined because now it's a funny song. Driving in my car, drinking a beer. Hey, that bum looks just like a deer. Anyway. Alright. You slowly but surely make your way up the wall of ice. The light shining from above grows brighter. I don't even want to imagine what would happen if I fall now. You remind yourself not to panic as you keep climbing steadily. And then, looks like I'm halfway there. You make some progress, so you stop to take a quick break. You should be able to get out of here if you keep up the pace and go one more time. Gotta do it again. Hopes and Dreams. I don't remember the melody of Hopes and Dreams off the top of my head though. I don't know. I have to like listen to it to remember. Damn, it's cold. You're so trapped in the crevasse, and the narrow space surrounded by walls of ice is very cold. Simply being here is tiring you out. Ow. It exhausts you, but good thing you have warm clothing. Mom was right. Make sure you have a warm coat when you go outside during winter. I have to get out here quick. You took a deep breath before resuming the climb. You know, I say that, by the way, but he doesn't have a mother. His whole family was killed by dragons. Or a dragon, rather. Anyway, boop. Okay, barely, by the way. Barely success. Alright, you slowly but surely make your way up. Yada yada yada. And then, just a little more. You finally grab the edge of the crevasse with your hands, and with one final push... Ta-da! Gosh! As you drag yourself out and onto the ground, Kohaku runs up to you. So glad you're okay. Can't believe this happened the second time in a row, you know? Your body is badly battered, and fresh blood trickles from your wounds, and it was a pretty bad fall. You're not okay? Well, I did think I was dead for a moment. Still, you managed to survive. XP! You know, whatever happened to that other tourist? You know, it was implied like a tourist actually fell into a hole and died. I was wondering, there's this corpse around here, you know? Begin maybe free loot? Come on, give me some free loot from his dead body. Anyway, we eat some grass and chew on a berry, and we're good as new. Along the way, you have a random encounter, and it turns out it's an item. Healing herb. Okay, well, yeah. Skip it because we, you know, often we get the same dialogue if it's like the same encounter. 3 woes! Here we go again! They're indeed the same woes that sent an avalanche crashing towards you earlier. They seem to already be wary of you despite the distance between you and the woes. They glare down at you and growl menacingly. They might attack if we get too close. Well, time to fucking hunt the wolves. You know, revenge. All for revenge. The last thing we want is another avalanche. I'll hunt them. You stay back here, Kohaku. You draw your sword and attack the wolves. I attack the wolves. Enchant Thunder. I pressed the wrong button like an idiot. I literally pressed left because I saw left as the second action to dodge. But like it's not the first action, so I just pressed the wrong thing. I do that a lot. My brain does that a lot in terms of like reading. Not again. Well, that one was just bad. That was just me being bad at the game. But I do that a lot. You know, I read a sentence and then I read it out loud, and then I read the word later in the sentence first, and I get mixed up. Counter step. Slash and slash. Dad, stop dying. You look like a scrub. Well, how about you try it? How about you have a try at it, huh? dragon daughter. You do it. And I throw her into the crevasse. You climb up here. You know, like a lion. Is that what lions do? Was it lions or was it birds or something? You know, some kind of animal that like throw its young off a cliff to like make it stronger or something. Is that how that works? Yeah, dodge. Doha, dodge. Let's see. Oh, I gotta heal some more, so I guess I have to chew on these herbs again. Okay. Well, it turns out there seems to be a optional secret boss. Well, not really secret, but you know, optional side boss rather. That is probably kind of hard, most likely, right? Is it this one or wait? No, because going this way would be the main thing, right? Getting the flowers. So yeah, this has to be a side boss. So finally, we have like a side boss. Ooh, I mean, there's nothing else we need to do to get ready. I feel like. I mean, any curse XP I can use? A little vitality, I guess. And I guess that's it. This is all we have. So time to fight this secret boss. I keep saying secret. It's not secret, but you know, it's like a optional special boss that we don't have to do at all. But I'm gonna do it anyway, so that I get more stuff, so I can make the later fights slightly bit more doable. But then it gets outclassed anyway. Like it gets outscaled anyway, like pretty quickly in this game. So it doesn't matter that much. But anyway, I'm gonna do it anyway because you know I like a challenge. Okay. As you follow your path, your feet step on the ice instead of snow. At the end of the path is a small hut and a set of ruins. Who's that? Oh, hello, Elias. You're thinking of the Joe Biden, okay, smart guy. Let's take you, or let you take a crack at it. Yes, kind of reminds me of that. You know, the reason I remember that though is only because there's a German version of it. You know, German 985. One of the original content creators I actually have watched for a long time actually, and he's still streaming. But it reminds me of that actually. I think there's like a variation of that meme where it's like German instead, like doing some kind of jigsaw puzzle. Secret boss is Melania. Wouldn't that be crazy? In the center of the open-air ruins is a sword in the ground, emanating a powerful energy. Next to the sword stands a Churus. You're strong. The Churus gives you a good look and pulls the sword from the ground. In an instant, cold air bursts from the sword's blade. You know what? This is Melania. This guy is. His stance shows no openings, and you feel pressure from him with simply pointing the sword at you. He's on a different level from the others. Do with me, a life or death. If you win, I'll give you this enchanted sword. A strong sword should belong to a strong fighter. Although he doesn't seem to want to attack you without notice, he does want you to fight him. In response, Can we just talk? Can we just talk for a bit, bro? Why are you all the way out here, and why are you so intent on fighting? Training. To eventually surpass the one who taught me the way of the sword. Half-ass effort wouldn't be enough for anyone to defeat my teacher. And you're saying this requires fighting to the death. Can't you just fight normally? The risk of death refines one's senses. Fighting strong opponents, overcoming the threat of death is what makes one strong. Then you grow stronger the same way. I want to be stronger. That's all. The mountain gets more dangerous the higher you go. That's probably the reason he's all the way up here. It's all to grow stronger. I can pick that up. I feel like I was just gonna repeat the dialogue. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think this guy's the teacher, you know, or the sensei, or like the master, basically, of the Churuses in this area. So he's the badass sword master, basically. You know, very Sekiro, basically. He's like, fight me, 1v1. Ekiro. Hesitation is defeat. No, okay, fine. Alright, let's fight. You accept the duel and draw your sword. Hiten Mitsuragi Ryu? I don't know that reference. Hiten Mitsuragi Ryu. Well, when I think of Mitsuragi, I think of Mitsuru. Actually, Mitsuru from Persona 3? Oh, anyway. Seeing this, the Chorus grins happily. Then you both ready your swords, and a battle to the death begins. And it's the same sprite, by the way. You know, it's just the same guy. It's just the same Chorus sprite. Literally just a pound swap. Anyway. Enchant Thunder. Are you weak against heat, I wonder? Despite being... just a guy? Or like, despite being the master? Well, he's still weak against fire. Severing Slash. Ooh. Ah, you miss. Okay, I better pay attention. This guy's strong, apparently. So I better pay attention. Counter step. Slash, slash. Oh. 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 Oh, damn it, I still got hit a little bit. I do have ice resistance though, so like his sword, I am assuming is ice effect, but I have the ice resistance thing. Oh, ice counter, interesting. Pursuit thrust. Okay. Octopus edge. Okay, now he's going to brace. You know what that means? I don't know actually. You know what? I'm gonna do quadruple edge, and then double edge, and then phosphorant. Ah, I don't have my enchantment actually. That's why I'm not doing as much damage. That's bad. Uh oh. Uh oh. Ah man, not enough. What? Good thing I cheat. Good thing I can revive. Good thing I have a 70% chance to simply live. You idiot. You fool. You thought I was dead? I heavy smash you. I simply cheat. I simply have Tears of Denial. What was it? One of the Dark Souls games had Tears of Denial, I think, which is basically a buff that you put on yourself. And it would be considered kind of cheesy to use it in, like, you know, honor duel PvP. But basically, if you ever get to 0 HP, you actually just get like instant healing and revive, basically. And I think it was a thing, you know, I didn't play Demon Souls, but like Demon Souls was a similar thing actually. They had like a similar skill you could get, and everyone was abusing it, you know, and that's why PvP in Demon Souls was kind of bullshit, because everyone would just use the instant revive spell and nobody would die. And I think, Elden Ring also had it too, but I think less people used it. I think it was like, I don't know, I think it's like a potion or something instead of a spell. I don't remember. Anyway. Impressive. It's the style that Kenshin uses. Which one's that one? Are you talking about Rurouni Kenshin or something? Is that what it's called? I think I've heard of that anime, but I never watched it. So. It's only ever mastered by one, because when you learn the ultimate art, you murder the master who taught you it? Or... yeah, well, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. You kill the guy to actually get it. Anyway, but this guy says, impressive. You emerge victorious in the deathmatch against Chorus. He falls to his knees and then face down onto the ground. I'll be taking this sword like you promised. Chorus doesn't respond. Mo Shindieru. You defeated the Sword Master Chorus and obtained the Enchanted Ice Sword. And thus, all his knowledge of like sword fighting is gone forever. You know? What a shame. I'm gonna use his freezing Hector though. Now is that a good thing though? Who are we fighting in the mountaintop? You know? It makes you wonder like if they're gonna be resistant against the ice stuff anyway. Because we're on the ice mountain where everybody is living on, you know, living in the freezing climate. Everyone's accustomed to the cold. I don't know if this freezing sword's any good. But apparently it's an ancient sword crafted with ice sprites. Freezes victims. I guess I'll just put it on for now. Maybe put the... what did I have before? I think I just had the cutlass. Oh yeah, there's also the kotatsu, which I imagine will be effective against enemies that are, you know, that live in the ice mountain acclimated to the ice climate or the cold climate and living in ice caves, but like it's heavy, so I don't want to use it. You know, that's the problem. The problem with the heavy items in this game is that it makes you slow, and what slow means is like you have a harder time dodging. Like the QTE is way faster, and like it's annoying because of that. I heal. I don't have any more normal, regular healing herbs. You know what that means. I run all the way back to Elmaze. Elmaze, where are you? I need more level 1 HP potions, because I don't want to use my +1 healing potions. I just want to buy the really cheap ones that, you know, overall might actually cost me more, but it just feels better to not use the better ones for some reason. I don't know why. I just want to use the cheap ones forever. Why would I use the better ones? I'll save that for a rainy day, which will never come, because I'll just never use it. It means your school was stronger. How does that work? I guess it's magic. No, I was gonna say like that's just magic in terms of like passing on your style to your murderer. How's that work? You know, in order to learn something, aren't you supposed to read a textbook? You know, like you must slash this sword in this way from this angle. You know, you gotta read it from a textbook. When you kill a guy, how's that supposed to pass on? He's dead. You know. Anyway, I guess we'll just move on. Now I'm trying to think. Is there any kind of like samurai anime? Well, not really anime. When I think of like, you know, duels and like honor duels and like, you know, samurai duels, I think of what's his name? Is it Miyamoto Musashi? Was that the right name? You know, the guy that is infamous for like dual wielding, and it's like, you know, in a lot of Japanese mythology. He's like a guy that duels people, and he uses 2 swords, and he's known for that. And you see him a lot referenced in any kind of video game that has samurai in it. And he's like, oh, it's this guy, it's Musashi. Whoa. And also in Fate Grand Order, where Musashi is just a you know, big titty anime lady, like a lot of characters in that game. But anyway, I think it's Musashi, right? Am I thinking the right character? I don't know. We made it pretty far up. The sky is so close. The mountain of man-eaters is very tall, and the sea of clouds float around the lower levels, and even the sun looks larger than usual. And you're starting to see the highest point of the mountain just ahead. You can't help but break out into a wide smile. We're almost there. The mountaintop is near, and once you're there, you should finally be able to rest your weary body. With newfound hope in your chest, you keep walking despite how each step grows heavier with fatigue. Just a little more climbing, until we reach the top. You cheer each other on as you climb to the top of the mountain of man-eaters. It was such a long and hard climb, your legs are shaking from fatigue. You know, despite being called the Mountain of Man-Eaters, I think you only fought the man-eating ogres like 2 times. You know, there's one that there was like a, you know, unavoidable encounter, and then there's the other one with the wolf pet, you know, and that's all I remember. Despite it being called that, we've only fought 2 of them. I wonder if there's another one at the top. And waiting for you at the mountaintop is a field of flowers. A field of flowers. A gorgeous field of flowers that only grow on the top of this mountain as far as the eye can see. Wow. You know, this kind of reminds me of like in an area of the Elden Ring DLC. You know, that's what I remember. There's like a little like area like this. The flowers look more like amber crystals. They and the snow around them reflect the sun's rays, causing the area to sparkle and shimmer with light. Wow. Isn't it beautiful? Why are you here? Or you know it, Veronica's already standing right next to you. What a relief. I'm glad to see you got here safely. Good job. Gosh, I'm hungry. Oh, right. Let's have lunch here. Num 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 num. You take out the food you bought at the city and start preparing lunch. What is that? I see 2 sandwiches, chicken, drumsticks, Is that fish? I don't know. It looks like salmon fillets to me. I don't know. And some fruit. What's Gosh eating? I can't tell. And again, it looks like a sandwich wrap. You know, maybe it's just a sandwich. Oh my, that looks delicious. I'm getting a little jealous. Do you want to eat some, Veronica? I can't, sadly. Not with this body. Oh, that's weird, but okay. Veronica is only projecting an illusion here. It's not her physical body, so she can't eat. Kohaku doesn't seem to understand, and she stares at Veronica with a puzzled look. But she doesn't seem too bothered, especially when she sees the food. Nom nom nom. This is incredible. The second you chomp down your food, the rich flavor fills your mouth. You can almost feel the nutrition and energy rejuvenating your body. And on top of that, the beautiful scenery and satisfaction of completing your climb add the perfect spice, making it even more enjoyable. You know, like, it's like when you're like so thirsty, even plain water tastes delicious, you know? Yum! Oh, please stop tempting me, I'm so jealous. Sorry, bear with us for a while. In order to get down from the mountain safely, this meal is very important. You can't skip it just because Veronica doesn't want to watch. I know, but this isn't too bad, I suppose. All this time, I've never eaten with someone else before. It's been a long time since things have been so lively around me. It's fun. Perhaps I should throw a party when you arrive at my place. Well, I'm just thinking, like, she's projecting her, like, illusion here. Can't she just, like, eat her lunch at home? You know, I mean, I just think, like, this is kind of like a Zoom call, you know? Can't you just, like, eat remotely instead? Just take out your lunch, you know, and start eating as well. I don't know. How's it work though? How does the projecting work? Well then, I'll be looking forward to that. Having finished your meal, you gather some of the best flowers with Veronica's guidance. Thank you. This should be enough. All you have to do now is bring the child to me. Right. What? Is something wrong? You look like you have something on your mind. She's right. While you were picking the flowers, you've been thinking about the same thing you did after encountering Zen. How you could find a purpose. Okay. I'm heading to your place right now because I don't want to die, right? Yes, and that's a good thing. But even if your treatment works and I get to live longer, I've been thinking, what could I do with my life after that? I haven't come up with anything yet, though. So you want a purpose, How serious of you. There's no need to think too hard about it. You think so? Let's see. What's a good example? Ah, yes. Look at the scenery. It's so beautiful, yet so ephemeral, but so grand at the same time. Veronica gestures at the field of flowers before you. It glitters in the sun, and so does the snow around it. I love this world. Even though I've been through a lot of hardships, when I eat something delicious, or when I'm moved by beautiful scenery, I feel happy. Even if you don't do anything special, this world is still worth living in. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I pegged her as someone, like, super evil, you know? But, like, what she's saying sounds nice, and, like, I don't know now. Like, is she lying, or is she just saying this genuinely? Like, actually, this world is great. You know, everything is amazing. You know, the life is worth living for. You know, that kind of thing. Isn't that reason enough to keep on living? I see. Because if she was evil, she'd be like, actually, you should sacrifice your life, you know, to, like, I don't know, become my magic experiment instead, you know? I don't know. But, like, she's, like, actually saying, like, actually, you should live. That's a great idea, you know? You should live. Living is great. The world is beautiful, one worth living in. Hearing Veronica's opinion, you seem to understand why Veronica is so particular about staying alive. Repeating her words to yourself in your mind, you... I don't know. I'm not sure. Simply living for something isn't enough? Or, like, she's right, the world is beautiful. What's that song? It's like... Da, 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 da. What's that song? I can't remember what that song is. Something about, like, the world is beautiful. You know, isn't that like a song?
It's a beautiful world. You know that song? So I remember it literally in elementary school. We had to like learn sign language for some reason. And I forget most of the actually all of the sign language really. The only thing I remember is that, well, I can't really show it, but like if you put your arm, like if you, oh, that's weird, but like you make a fist with your right arm, I think. You cover the fist with your left arm, and then you make the fist like, well, you grasp it like a cup, I guess, if that makes sense. And then you make the fist go up through the hand that you're making like a little like hole. I don't know, I'm horrible at describing, but it goes through the hole in your hand, and then you open up your hand as it goes up, and that means like a tree, you know, basically. And that's the only thing I remember. But anyway, I remember in elementary school we had to do some kind of like weird presentation as like the whole class, and you had to sign language that song, like a beautiful world by like, what's the guy's name? I want to say Armstrong. What a beautiful world, something around that song, I think. What's that song? What a wonderful world. See, this is why I always misremember every lyric ever. It's A Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong, not a beautiful world, wonderful world. What a wonderful world. Anyway, it's that song. It's the meme of the paladin. I like pizza. I want to eat more of it. Never heard of that meme. When I think pizza, I'm thinking like the paladin is like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle or something, you know, cowabunga. But anyway, so the world is beautiful and wonderful to me. I mean, it sounds kind of nice. Not really like I don't disagree, you know. That you know, I mean, I feel like some of the world is not that beautiful considering like crime, you know, and like war and like suffering, and world hunger and discrimination and I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that are not beautiful about the world, but you know, there's also other things that are pretty great, like video games, you know. So I mean, I don't disagree, but I don't know. It's like the apparently this other option is like simply living for something isn't enough. You want to use your life to achieve something more valuable than survival. I don't know. It's kind of a weird way to think about it. Can you post a link? I don't know. I'll probably look it up later if I'm interested. Though speaking of paladins, though, I just think of like now I'm thinking of like Leroy Jenkins. You know that now that's a meme I know. Leroy Jenkins. I don't know. I'm gonna agree. You know, I feel like I want one ending, but now I'm being pushed to a different ending, and I'm not sure anymore. But I feel like, yeah, I mean, life is worth living, so I don't know. I agree. Yeah, maybe she's right. Just staying alive, maybe that's enough in itself. Living this world is worth it. I gotta live in this world so I can raise my dragon daughter, you know? What's the point if I'm not there for my dragon daughter, my dragon adopted daughter, that I have a sneaking suspicion will be used in a ritual sacrifice by this witch to like cure my curse. But like you know, that's a conflict of interest. Maybe, I don't know. That's just my random guess, but I don't know. Anyway, let's get moving. You've gotten plenty of rest here. You don't want it to be too late by the time you leave the mountain. Are we leaving? Yeah. It'd be best if we can find a place to spend the night before it gets too dark. Yeah, it's just me. Well, I don't know. It's like, you know, this thing where like, you know, when you have like a funny meme and then you show it to a friend on your phone, and then your friend has to like force themselves to react to the meme, but like it's not that funny, at least in the moment. Like it's funny when here's the thing, memes are funny when you find it yourself. I feel like, you know, when you know the meme and then you reference it, you know, it's funny. Or like if you find it naturally yourself, it's funny. But when you're forced to watch a meme,
then you're forced to laugh, and then you're like, it's not as funny, you know. I feel like so. I feel like it's just like when you're forced to watch a meme because someone else recommended it, like it's not the same, you know. It doesn't hit the same. You have to find it yourself naturally. I feel like, or you know, or you just have the desire to look it up yourself later. But you know, I mean that's the point of a meme, right? It's the origin of like internet memes is like they're inside jokes. And I feel like if you force an inside joke, it's just not going to be as funny. I don't know. It's just not as funny. And I've been on both sides, by the way. You know? Of like someone like trying to show you something that's funny, and then you look at it on the phone, and it's like, well, you kind of don't get it, you know? It's just not the same. Unless it's 6'7", I guess. 6'7". Apparently that's just like, you know, some memes are just universal. Even if it's like super cringe, eventually it just comes around as like, I don't know, kind of funny now. I didn't really like 6'7" in the beginning, but now I'm like, it's kind of funny because it's ironically so bad that's kind of funny to me now. I don't know. Because it's nothing. Like it's literally nothing. Like it doesn't mean anything actually. A lot of Zoomer memes are kind of like that actually. A lot of like Zoomer stuff, like Zoomer humor is basically like there's no punchline. It's just random, you know, and apparently that's funny. You trekked down the Mount of Man-Eaters, but now you're about halfway down. Well then, it's time for me to leave. This has been so much fun though, I almost can't bear to go home. Veronica's body's become even fainter. It looks like her illusion is reaching its limit. But next time we meet, I'll finally get to meet the real you. You know, I can finally, you know, meet you IRL instead of like online, I guess. I don't know. I should go around from here and head to the north, right? Veronica told you the location of the forest she lives in while you descended the mountain. You still have some traveling to do, but it's not too far away. That's right. I can't wait for you to arrive. You know, this whole time she's using a VTuber avatar. Her real life, you know, real face is like something else. No, I would love to go pick you up myself, but as things are, you'll have to do your best to get here yourself. Or, wait, myself? Anyway, I don't know if I read that wrong. I would love to go pick you up myself, but as things are, you have to do your best to get here yourself. I'll be focusing on making preparations for your treatment, so I won't be able to send you any more illusions. As for my real body, I can't leave my house in the forest for certain reasons. By the way, a witch that lives in a house in a forest. Wait a minute. You know, that sounds familiar. You can't leave your house at all? Well, you see, my house is full of traps, you know, like if you walk in the wrong direction, you suddenly get crushed by a giant boulder. No, at least not right now. I'll find a way to change that one day. That's why I developed this spell to create illusions like this. Even if I can't touch anything like this, I still want to see the outside world. And thanks to this, I got to meet you. I'm very glad I did this. I see. All this time, I've done all my research on how to live a longer life on my own. But it really is lonely if you live all alone, and even if you can live for a long time. That's why I want a like-minded partner who'll be willing to spend their life with me. A partner? Why are you bringing this up, by the way? Are you proposing? Or yes, not exactly as family or a lover. Someone who has similar values as I do. Okay, so you're not in the market? Or what do you mean by this? I think it would be perfect if you could be that person for me. With that, Veronica's fading body takes a step closer to you. You don't have to answer me right now, but please, give it some thought. And with that, Veronica's illusion disappears completely. Wow, she's gone again. Okay. Well, apparently not. I mean, I was thinking a lover, but like apparently not a lover. She just wants a pet. You know, she just wants a bunny pet to put in a little rabbit cage and feed carrots all day. No, a partner to spend my life with. By the way, lonely. A lonely woman who loves the world and researches how to live a longer life. Would it be desirable to spend your life with her and her big, giant pair of wings? You think a life like that is... I don't know. I mean... can Kohaku be with us? You know, I mean, in that case, we're just a typical nuclear family at that point, you know. I mean, it's not bad. Like, oh no, like I've been suspicious of her this whole time, but now she's like, well, it doesn't seem that bad actually. I don't know. I mean, it seems to be too good to be true though, so I don't know. You're living with her is another story. It's funny, like living with her? No way. She's crazy. I don't know. I feel like I would say no if she had some red flags, you know? Like this whole time she'd be like kind of like hiding things or like she's like crazy or something, but like I don't know. I haven't seen that. I mean, maybe she's yandere this whole time. She's been hiding it. But for my impression of her, like I don't see anything bad. So it'd be like, I guess. I mean, I'll just be neutral. I guess be like, oh, well, that's okay. I guess I don't know. Maybe. How much rent do I have to pay? What's the rent like? You know? I mean, I hesitate to say desirable only because I feel like that just kind of locks you in, you know? Veronica's nice to be around, sounds fun. The thing is, the only reason I don't want to choose desirable on the opposite end is that this whole time we've only been just talking to her projection, you know, this whole time. You know, it's kind of like it's kind of like you know, talking to someone online the whole time, you know. It's like a little parasocial, you know. It's like, I don't know. It's like there's a difference between like, you know, knowing someone online versus knowing someone in real life. I feel like, you know, I feel like a difference. So it's like that. But even though it's not literally online, but you know, like this whole time we've been just talking through her through like Zoom calls essentially. So like, I don't know. What if she's like stinky? I don't know. Maybe she doesn't shower. It's very smelly, you know. Maybe I don't want to be her roommate if she doesn't shower regularly. I don't know. Imagine she turns out to be a 40-year-old man. Yeah, catfished. I mean, that's what I was implying, you know. This whole time, this is a VTuber avatar, but really, she looks like something else, you know. Maybe she's like a Giga Chad, you know. Maybe she's like a 6 feet tall, muscle-bound Giga Chad this whole time, you know. You never know. Archlich. There are no bobbies. Bobbies. I don't know what bobbies mean. You know, that reminds me. Lich reminds me. You know, that reminds me of like, you know, like a old woman. Not old, but like a woman that's like a lich. It reminds me of the liches in Tactics Ogre, which are like this. You know, they're like kind of hot. Oh, I was gonna say they're kind of hot. I don't know. Like they're like immortal, undead, like. How do you say, like necromancers basically that do horrible things to dead bodies, but like just kind of hot. I don't know. The guy version is kind of like that, you know, just like an old zombie guy. But of course, the female version has big boobs. So if she was like an undead lich, I guess she would look like that. I don't know. Oh, boobies. Oh, boobies. That's what you mean. Boobies? There are no boobies since 500 years. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying though. It's like, yeah. If she was a female lich, she would have boobies. She would have undead boobies. That's how that works, I guess. I don't know. Tactics Ogre. Like a bigger version, I can zoom in. I don't know. Not hard to see if they're just a preview. I don't wait. Whatever. Anyway, you get the point. I don't have to wait for the freaking Cloudflare authentication. Anyway, I'm gonna say, I don't know. I'm gonna sit on the fence. I love fence sitting, I guess. I'll just say, not bad. Oh, okay. Not bad. That doesn't sound too bad. It's not something I can say yes to right away. You know, it's a big commitment. But I can envision a future like that. I'll keep that option in mind. What's wrong, guys? Are we not going? Oh, sorry. I got caught up in my thoughts and thinking about that big wingspan of a woman. For now, we have to make it to Veronica's. I can't speak. For now, we have to make it to Veronica's place either way. Let's get going. We need to find somewhere to stay before it gets too dark. Okie dokie. Along the way, there's more random events. What's this? It's like a thing. It's a healing herb. Okay. multiple paths. So there's more? There's so much. I don't know. Is there like a lot more, or is it just gonna be like finished soon? Anyway, but we go left to go back to where we came. I guess we do that for fun? I don't know. Oh. There's more little encounter. Whoop. But yeah, this is where we were. Yeah, this is where we were last time. We can go back to Elme, say hi. Hey, by the way, Elmis, have you heard of this lady? She's kind of Veronica. She's like very lonely, you know, whatever. Have you heard of her? Is she your ex? Am I trying to like get with your ex or something? Because I swear that's what it is. I feel like the game has already hinted that, right? Because initially when you mention like a witch, he gets like very serious and he says like, you know, he doesn't like witches. And then later on you learn like, oh, apparently someone's teaching all these choruses how to sword fight, right? I mean, that he also implies that too. He's like, oh, you know, who did that? I wonder. And then you talk to the other choruses, like the friendly choruses, and they mention like, oh, this guy who taught us how to like sword fight, he also had like a witch friend apparently. And I was like, wait a minute, you know, Elmaze is heavily implied to be like a master swordsman because he deflects our attacks and has a distaste for witches, and apparently might have been implied to like have taught all these choruses sword fighting and had a witch friend apparently, or witch buddy or whatever. So that heavily implies that Veronica's his ex, you know, his ex-wife maybe, possibly. I don't know. I feel like we're just getting with his ex, basically. That's what it really is, you know. That's the real story. It's all just like a romance drama at the end of the day. All right. Well, let's see. It's been about 5 hours. I feel like we're really close to the end of this chapter, but like, I think I'm gonna wait because, like, either there's gonna be a little bit more, or maybe a lot more. I don't know, but either way, I think it's a good time to stop for now. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's been 5 hours. I think I spent too long on too many tangents, I guess. But I feel like, you know, we've done most of like what is required in this chapter. I feel like, I mean, just like every chapter in this game, it probably ends with some kind of boss fight before we move on. I wanted to get to the boss fight first, but again, I guess we'll just save it for next time. So there you go. More adventures with my adopted dragon daughter and my, I guess, VTuber Oshi, you know, in the form of like a witch, I guess. Or we form like a parasocial relationship with like Veronica, and then when we finally meet her, like something happens, I guess. I don't know. But there you go. That'll be it for today. Yeah. So I don't know. Is there music at the beginning of the title screen? Let me see. You know, I wonder when the screen changes, you know, the title screen, because obviously we've been getting the Misha endings, and that changes the title screen. I wonder if the title screen ever changes into like Veronica or like Kohaku at some point. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, I think that, again, that'll be it for today. Let me just press the button. Which button is that? Is this one? There you go. Made some progress in the second branching path of the use of a life. I think it's interesting actually because it's actually very different from my other playthroughs. So yeah, I would definitely love to just continue and just see how it ends, you know, and definitely probably get both endings too. Like I probably get some kind of ending. I don't know where I'm going, you know, with this like flame of survival or whatever. I don't know how it's gonna end, but I'll probably get some kind of ending and then probably figure out how to get the other ending as well. But there you go. Again, I don't know, I like the game. It's like low budget, but like somehow it's just very charming. It just has all the little pieces that I like about a video game, I guess. And I feel like it's super underrated. I really wish some kind of famous YouTube content creator would just make a video essay, you know? I feel like that would give more exposure to the game and maybe inspire the developer to make a new game, you know? Maybe not exact same, but like just make new stuff, you know? It'd be kind of cool. I really like this game. I don't know. I like it. But yeah. What else I want to say? Oh yeah, I want to say like my usual schedule is Saturday and Sundays on the weekend. Tomorrow I'll continue to play another kind of like, you know, somewhat niche game, Beyond Citadel. Continue playing that game. I think I'm on the last chapter in that game as well, so probably finish that, and I guess we'll see what happens with it as well. I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's like multiple endings in that game. Is there multiple endings in that game? I have no idea, but I guess we'll see. Because I felt like there was, but then it didn't, and like I'm not sure anymore. You know, because at some point, like it felt like there's a turning point, right? When you sacrifice all the fake angels, but like, is there like a choice to not sacrifice them? I don't know. But anyway, but yeah, I think that's it. That'll be it for tonight. Again, I say it for like a third time. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'll see you then.